So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel Cosmic Harry, and today we are gonna see a massive crossover. This crossover was requested so much in this channel, and today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter was Shadow Monarch. Also, he will be the hire of Sung Jin Woo. In short, this will be the crossover between Harry Potter and Sung Jin Woo. Yeah, solo leveling, and also Harry Potter may have solo leveling system. So if you are new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
Harry hit the floor hard enough to make his teeth click. Stone slammed the air out of him. His fingers skated through water and broken glass, and the smell of ozone from a dozen spells sat thick in his throat like smoke. Somewhere to his left, someone screamed, and it took him a second to realize it was him. Sirius. No, not Sirius. Not anymore. The archway was right there. Black curtain rippling like it had a breeze inside it, like the room was breathing. Harry could not hear the curtain, not properly, but he could feel it in his bones. A whispering pressure, a pull. The whole department of mysteries felt like old stone and cold secrets, and tonight it tasted like blood. Bellatrix Lestrange stumbled back from a jet of red light, her laugh sharp enough to cut skin. She spun, wild-eyed, hair stuck to her forehead with sweat, and Harry saw her mouth shape a word he did not want to understand. Sirius fell. It was not a dramatic fall, not like in a story. It was a slip, a body losing balance, a hand reaching out too late. Sirius Black went backward through the veil, like a man stepping into a door he had known all his life, and the curtain swallowed him without a splash. Harry made a sound that did not belong to him. It ripped out of his chest, raw and animal, and he scrambled toward the archway on hands and knees, nails cracking on stone. No, 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 no. He could still see the last shape of Sirius, coat flaring, eyes wide in surprise, and then nothing, not even silence, worse. The room kept moving, spells kept flying. People kept breathing. Harry lunged, and something grabbed him by the back of his robes. "Harry, stop!" Hermione shouted, voice breaking on his name. He twisted violently, wild, and his wand arm snapped up without him thinking. Light burst from the tip, not a spell he recognized, more like a flare, purple-edged and wrong. It smashed into the wall and left the stone sizzling, as if it had been struck by lightning. Everyone flinched. That split second was enough for Bellatrix to vanish into the shadows of the archways, cackling as she ran. The Death Eaters were already retreating, dragging each other, some limping, some half-carried, slipping between shelves and doorways like rats. Harry did not care. He tried to crawl again. He tried to get his hands on the veil, on the curtain, on anything that might lead to Sirius. His vision blurred. His throat hurt. His lungs felt bruised. "Harry," Ron said, and Ron sounded terrified, not angry, not brave, just scared in a way Harry had never heard from him. "Look at me." Harry looked. Ron was pale, freckles stark, hair damp with sweat. There was blood on Ron's sleeve, not his own, and Ron's hands were shaking as if the room was freezing. Hermione's eyes were wet and bright. She was holding her ribs like it hurt to breathe. Her wand was up, but it was not pointed at the Death Eaters anymore. It was pointed at Harry. That did not make sense. None of this made sense. "What are you doing?" Harry rasped. His voice sounded like sandpaper. "Sirius is in there. Sirius is in there." Behind them, footsteps thundered. More voices. Adult voices, sharper, faster. The order arrived like a storm. Kingsley Shacklebolt came through the doorway with his cloak flaring, wand up, eyes scanning. Nymphadora Tonks followed, hair a bright, panicked pink, and her face went blank when she saw the archway and Harry on the floor. Remus Lupin was right behind her. His eyes locked on Harry, then flicked to the veil, and something crumpled in his expression. Grief landed on him like a physical blow. "Padfoot," Lupin whispered, and the word came out like a prayer that failed. Mad-Eye Moody limped in last, wooden leg thudding, magical eye whirling so fast it was a blur. He took one look at the Death Eaters fleeing, spat a curse after them, then turned and saw Harry. Dumbledore arrived without a sound. One moment the space behind Harry was empty, the next it was filled with the tall shape of Albus Dumbledore, robes dusty, beard torn, half-moon glasses slightly crooked. His eyes did not look old right then. They looked exhausted. Harry felt relief hit him so hard it made him dizzy. "Professor," Harry said, and his voice cracked. Sirius fell in. He fell in. "He is in there. You have to get him out. Please." Dumbledore's face tightened, his mouth opened, closed. When he spoke, it was soft, almost gentle. "I am sorry," Dumbledore said. "I am so sorry." That was the wrong thing to say. Harry surged forward again, desperation turning his limbs into frantic, clumsy things. "No," he said, loud, desperate. "No, do not say that. Do something, you are Dumbledore. You can do anything. Get him back." Tonks made a strangled noise. She moved toward the archway like she was going to throw herself in after him. And Kingsley grabbed her shoulder and hauled her back. Her hands shook as she fought him, eyes fixed on the veil like she could see through it. Lupin took a step toward Harry, but he stopped when Harry's shadow shifted on the floor. Harry did not notice at first. He was focused on the curtain, on the whispering pull of it, on the idea that if he could just touch it, maybe Sirius would grab him from the other side. But then the air changed. It went heavier, thicker, like the room pressed down. Moody's magical eyes snapped straight at Harry's feet. "Albus," Moody said, voice low and sharp. "Look." Harry looked down. His shadow was wrong. The overhead lights in the department were dim and strange, and shadows were long anyway. But Harry's shadow was moving like it had weight of its own. It rippled, stretched, then pulled back in as if it was breathing. For a split second, it looked like a hand reached up from the dark to grab his ankle. Harry's stomach lurched. "What is that?" Hermione whispered. And she did not sound like she was asking a question in class. She sounded like she was seeing a spider the size of a dog. "It is me," Harry snapped, too fast. "It is a shadow. It is nothing. Sirius is gone and you are staring at the floor." Ron swallowed. "Harry," he said, and he looked like he hated himself. "Your eyes, mate." Harry blinked, his eyes hurt, like he had been staring at a bright light. He lifted one hand, wiped his face, and his fingertips came away wet, not tears. Not only tears. Something colder. Tonks moved closer, and her voice came out trembling. "Harry, love, your eyes are glowing." "That is not normal. Stop," Harry said. "Stop talking like I am a monster. He is my godfather. He was right there. I saw him. He is gone because of her." He pointed toward the doorway Bellatrix had fled through, arm shaking so hard his wand wobbled. Lupin's face twisted. "Harry," he said quietly, "we cannot get him back. The veil is not, it is not like a door." Harry stared at him. "You do not know," Harry said. "You do not know anything. You were not even here?" "I was," Lupin said, and his voice cracked. "I was close enough to hear him. I was too slow." Harry's chest tightened. He could not breathe properly. Anger surged up, hot enough to burn. "Do not," Harry snapped. "Do not make this about you." The room went quiet, in that horrible way where everyone is listening but no one wants to be. Then Dumbledore lifted his wand. Harry saw the movement, and instinct screamed. He shoved himself backward, scrambling, trying to get to his feet, wand up. "Professor," Harry said, panicked. "What are you doing?" Dumbledore's hand shook. Harry had never seen Dumbledore's hand shake. "I cannot let you," Dumbledore whispered, and his eyes shone. There was moisture gathering, clinging to his lashes. "I cannot let Tom reach through you." Harry stared at him, confused enough to feel sick. "Tom," Harry said. "Voldemort is not here. He is," Dumbledore said, voice breaking. "Not in flesh, not in this room. But he is tied to you in ways you do not fully understand. And tonight I saw something else tied to you as well." Moody shifted his stance, wand ready, eyes never leaving Harry's shadow. Kingsley's face was tight. He did not look like he wanted to be doing any of this. Tonks looked like she might cry. "Albus," she whispered. "No, please. Not him, not after that." Hermione's hand tightened around her wand. Her voice was very small. "Professor," she said, and her throat worked like she was forcing the words out. "What do you mean?" Dumbledore swallowed. He looked at Harry like Harry was both a child and a bomb. "I mean," he said softly, "that there is an entity curled around your soul. I have suspected for years that there is a fragment of Tom Riddle living within you." Harry's heart thudded. He had heard enough of that over the years, hinted half-spoken, and every time it made his skin crawl. "And tonight," Dumbledore continued, and his voice went quieter, "I saw a shadow answer you." Harry shook his head hard. "No," he said. "No, I am not doing this. Sirius is dead, and you are talking about my soul like it is homework." Ron flinched. Hermione's eyes darted between Harry and Dumbledore, like she was trying to calculate a solution, like she could fix this if she said the right thing. Harry's breath came in short, sharp pulls. He could hear his own heartbeat. He could hear the whispering from the veil behind him, like distant voices trying to call his name. Dumbledore's wand moved. "Incarcerus," he said. Ropes snapped into existence, thick as Harry's wrist. They whipped around Harry's arms and torso and legs, yanking him down flat. The stones slammed the air out of him again. The ropes burned, not like fire, but like pressure, like something squeezing too tight. Harry screamed, not because it hurt, but because it was wrong. Because it was betrayal with a face he trusted. "Professor," Harry shouted, voice cracking. "Stop. Stop it. Let me go." Hermione took a step forward, tears spilling. "Sir," she said, voice shaking, "he is grieving. He is not possessed. We can help him. We can calm him down." Ron did not move. Ron looked down at Harry like he could not bear to meet his eyes. "Ron?" Harry choked. "Ron, tell him to stop." "Tell him?" Ron swallowed hard. "Your eyes were purple," Ron said, and his voice sounded like it was tearing him apart. "When Bellatrix tripped and hit the wall, you smiled." "You did?" "I saw it. That was not you." Harry stared at him, stunned. "I did not," Harry said. "I did not smile. I did not. I was trying to breathe." Hermione's voice snapped out sharp even through tears. "Ronald," Hermione said, "that is not evidence. That is shock. Harry is in shock." Ron flinched at the correction, but he did not back down. "Hermione," he whispered. His shadow moved. Harry's shadow rippled again. Harry felt it like a cold brush against the back of his mind, like something waking up and stretching. He tried to shove it down, tried to ignore it, but it was there, responding to his fear and anger like a creature sniffing blood. Tonks stepped closer, and her voice was pleading. "Harry," she whispered, "please, please just stay still. We do not want to hurt you." Harry turned his head as far as the ropes would allow and looked at her. "You are already hurting me," he said, and the words came out small, not because he wanted them to, but because that was the truth. Lupin's face was wrecked. He looked like someone had reached into his chest and twisted. "Harry," he said hoarse, "I know you do not want to hear this, but the veil is death. Sirius is gone." Harry's eyes burned. He tried to move his arms and the ropes tightened. "Then let me go," he said. "Let me go and I will go with him." Silence hit the room like a slap. Hermione gasped. Tonks made a broken sound. Ron's face went white. Dumbledore's eyes filled. A tear slipped down his cheek, slow, deliberate, as if even his grief was careful. "No," Dumbledore whispered. "No. Harry, you will not die tonight." Harry laughed once, sharp and ugly, because he could not help it. "You are literally tying me up," he spat. "You do not get to act like the good guy." Dumbledore flinched. "Albus," Kingsley said quietly. "What is the plan?" Dumbledore stared at Harry, and Harry saw the war behind his eyes. Calculation, fear, love, guilt, all tangled together. "The veil," Dumbledore said, voice shaking. It is an ancient boundary, a fracture between worlds. It calls to what is dead. It might pull the fragment out. It might separate what does not belong. Harry's blood went cold. You are not, Harry said, and his voice came out too thin. You are not going to throw me in there. You cannot. Tonks shook her head violently. Albus, no. That is murder. It is mercy, Dumbledore said, and his voice broke on the word. If I am wrong, Harry dies. If I am right, Harry might live without Tom in him. I cannot risk Voldemort possessing him fully. I cannot risk whatever else is inside him taking root. Harry thrashed. The ropes held. The stones scraped his shoulder. Pain flared. Let me go, he screamed. Let me go. Sirius is dead and you are going to kill me too. Why? Why? I did everything you asked. I went into this stupid place because you said. I fought because you said. And now you are going to throw me away. Hermione sobbed. Professor, she whispered. Please. Ron's eyes were wet, but he still looked away. I am sorry, Ron whispered, and Harry heard it anyway. Moody stepped forward, jaw clenched. Do it quick, Moody said, and he did not sound cruel. He sounded like someone who had made 1,000 choices like this and hated every single one. Lupin looked like he might be sick. Albus, he said, voice rough. He is Lily's son. Dumbledore's face twisted. Another tear fell. I know, he whispered. Harry's chest tightened. Rage surged up so hard it made his vision flicker. In that flicker, for 1 second, he saw the room differently. He saw shadows pooled at the corners, deeper than they should be. He saw the veil not as a curtain, but as a mouth, whispering, hungry. He saw his own shadow stretch across the floor like a living thing, reaching toward Dumbledore's feet. He heard a whisper in his mind. Not words. A feeling hungry. Harry's breath hitched. Dumbledore levitated him. Harry's body rose off the ground, rope-bound, helpless. Panic exploded. He tried to twist, tried to grab the air, tried to do anything. No, Harry screamed. No, Dumbledore, Professor, please, please do not. Hermione? Ron, please. Hermione reached out like she could grab him, like she could pull him back. Her fingers brushed his robe and slipped away. Ron's face crumpled. He looked like he was going to run forward, and then he froze, caught between fear and loyalty and the horror of what they were doing. Tonks made a noise like a wounded animal. Kingsley held her back, arms tight around her, and he looked like he hated himself for it. Lupin stood frozen, eyes fixed on Harry, lips moving like he was saying Sirius's name again, like it might change something. Harry floated toward the archway. The closer he got, the louder the whispering became. It crawled over his skin. It crawled into his ears. It sounded like hundreds of voices all trying to speak at once, all distant and urgent. He tried to twist his head away, but he could not. The veil filled his vision, black fabric, gray stone, ancient carvings, dust in the air. Dumbledore's voice shook behind him. Harry, he whispered, forgive me. Harry's eyes burned. I hate you, Harry said, and the words were not dramatic. They were simple, honest, like blood. Dumbledore flinched like he had been hit. Harry did not care. The veil touched Harry's face. Cold like stepping into water in winter. Like grabbing metal left outside in the snow. Like death, but not clean. It was empty and full at the same time. Harry screamed, and the sound vanished. The world flipped. For a moment, Harry saw the department through the veil, blurred and warped like he was underwater. He saw Dumbledore's face, wet with tears. He saw Hermione with both hands over her mouth. He saw Ron's eyes wide with horror. He saw Lupin step forward too late. Then the veil swallowed him. There was no impact, no warmth, just nothing, nothing and cold. Cold so deep it did not feel like skin anymore. It felt like bones. It felt like the inside of his chest. Harry tried to breathe and there was no air. He tried to scream and there was no sound. He tried to move and there was no direction. He was floating. He did not know if his eyes were open. He did not know if he had eyes. For a while, there was only the cold and the weight of betrayal. Sirius is gone. They threw me away. Dumbledore cried while he did it. The thought looped, vicious and relentless. Harry could not tell if seconds passed or hours. Then memories started playing, not gentle memories. Not warm ones, sharp ones. The cupboard under the stairs, dark and cramped, the smell of dust and old shoes. Aunt Petunia's voice shrill, Uncle Vernon's hand heavy, Dudley's laugh, the crack of a frying pan on the kitchen counter. The hunger, the zoo glass, the snake's voice soft in his head, the sudden rush of power when the glass vanished. Dudley's scream, the sorting hat, warm and itchy, whispering. The great hall full of candles and faces and the shock of belonging. The basilisk's eyes, green and dead, the smell of damp stone in the chamber, the burn of venom in his arm. Fawkes's feathers, the taste of blood, a dementor's mouth endless and cold, sucking hope out of him. His mother's scream. Cedric on the ground, eyes empty, and the world tilting because it was not supposed to happen. Not like that. Cho's lips, trembling, soft, tasting like salt from tears. The awkwardness. The desperate need for comfort. The guilt afterwards. The way it all went wrong. Ginny laughing in the common room, hair bright like fire, and the sudden warmth in his chest when she looked at him like he was normal, like he was just Harry. Sirius in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place, grinning like a teenager, calling him James and then correcting himself, looking ashamed and proud at the same time. Sirius falling, Sirius gone. Harry tried to push the memories away. He wanted the cold back. The cold hurt less than the images. But the void did not let go. The cold pressed deeper. The silence stretched. It felt like his mind was being held underwater. Harry felt anger like a heartbeat. Then something pierced the darkness. A rectangle of pale light, blue-edged, hovering in nothing. Text appeared crisp and emotionless. Has system notification. The target has entered the gap between worlds. Conditions met. Job change quest available. Except Harry stared at it. Or thought he stared. He could feel his attention fix on it. Like his mind grabbed onto the only solid thing in endless nothing. What? Harry tried to say. No sound came out. But the thought hit the air like a pulse. The blue text did not change. System notification, except Harry's first thought was absurd. Am I dead? His second thought was angry. Is this a joke? His third thought hit like a punch. Serious. He tried to push his mind outward, tried to find the veil, tried to find anything that looked like a way back. There was nothing. Just cold. The blue rectangle hovered, patient. Harry did not want to accept anything. Not from a world that took Sirius. Not from a world where Dumbledore cried while killing him. But the void was closing in, and the cold felt like it was trying to erase him. If I do nothing, I disappear. Harry's thoughts sharpened. If I accept, I might live. If I live, I can go back. If I go back, I can make them look at me. His anger felt hot enough to cut through the cold. I accept, Harry thought. The blue light flickered once, then expanded. Has system notification, job change quest initiated. Survive. Prove your will. Prove your sovereignty. The void shifted. The cold changed shape. It became a floor under him, solid and black like glass. The darkness around him became space, vast but not empty anymore. It felt like being inside a gigantic cave, except there were no walls, only distance and pressure. Harry looked down. He had a body again. He was on his knees, breath coming in harsh pulls, hands on the black floor. His fingers left no marks. The ropes were gone. His robes were gone. He was wearing what he had worn under them, shirt torn, trousers ripped at the knee, and his wand was in his hand. His wand. It should not be here. It had been in his hand when he went through the veil, yes. But everything else had changed, and yet the wand was still there, warm in his grip. Harry stared at it like it might betray him too. Then he heard footsteps. He snapped his head up. A shape walked toward him through the darkness. Not a person at first glance. More like a silhouette cut out of the night, edges rippling like smoke. As it came closer, it solidified into a man. A large man, wide shoulders, thick neck. A face Harry recognized in a way that made his stomach turn. Uncle Vernon. Uncle Vernon's eyes were flat, his mouth twisted with disgust. His hands were huge, fists clenched. "What are you doing on my floor?" Uncle Vernon snarled. Harry's heart kicked. His wand lifted automatically.
"You are not real,"
Harry said. His voice sounded hoarse, like he had been screaming for hours. Uncle Vernon's grin widened. "Freak," he spat, and he rushed. Harry cast without thinking. Stupefy. Red light hit Uncle Vernon's chest. Uncle Vernon did not stop. The spell flickered like it hit stone. Harry's breath caught. He tried again, faster, voice sharper. Stupefy. Again. Nothing. Uncle Vernon slammed into him. Harry went down. The black floor did not scrape skin, but the impact jolted through his ribs. Uncle Vernon's hands closed around Harry's throat, squeezing. Harry's hands scrabbled at the wrists. The grip was iron. His vision sparked. Panic surged. He could feel the heat of rage under the fear. Harry's wand was trapped between them, pressed against Uncle Vernon's chest. Harry shoved, hard, and snarled, "Expelliarmus." The spell burst out, but it did not disarm. It exploded. Purple light flared, violent, and Uncle Vernon flew backward like he had been hit by a cannon. He slammed into nothing, and the darkness rippled like water. Harry sucked in air, coughing, throat burning. He rolled to his side, got to his knees, wand up, heart pounding hard enough to make his hands shake. Uncle Vernon stood. He shook his head like an animal shaking off rain. His neck twisted, then snapped back into place with a sound like bone cracking. Harry stared. "That is not possible," Harry whispered. Uncle Vernon's grin widened again. "Hit me again," he said, and he charged. Harry ran. The floor stretched forever. The darkness around him seemed to watch. Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps chased him. Close enough that Harry could hear his breathing, harsh and wet. Harry's lungs burned. The cold air of the void tasted like metal. He cut left, then right, then spun and fired another spell. The purple flare hit Uncle Vernon's shoulder. It tore off a chunk of shadow, not flesh, and the darkness inside Uncle Vernon hissed. Uncle Vernon roared and kept coming. Harry's fear turned into anger, so sharp it made his skin prickle. He stopped running. He planted his feet, breath coming fast, wand steady despite the shake in his arms. "I am not in your house," Harry said, voice shaking with rage. "You are in mine." Uncle Vernon lunged. Harry stepped in, not back. He swung the wand like a knife, jamming it into Uncle Vernon's throat. Purple light burst. It was not a spell he knew. It felt like something tearing, like ripping cloth. Uncle Vernon's head snapped back. His body stiffened. Cracks of purple light spread through his silhouette like lightning through glass. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Then he shattered. Pieces of darkness fell away, dissolving before they hit the floor, like ash blown in wind. Harry stood there, chest heaving, wand shaking in his grip. His throat hurt, his hands hurt, his ribs ached. He waited for relief. Instead, the cold pressed in again, and the blue text flickered above him. A system notification, trial 1 complete. Next. The darkness rippled. Harry's stomach dropped. He spun, wand up, searching. The air shifted and the smell changed. Damp stone, rotten water, old snake skin. A hiss slithered through the void. Harry's spine went cold. The basilisk emerged from the darkness. It was not fully solid at first. It looked like a memory made of shadow, scales catching faint purple highlights, eyes glowing a sick green. It moved with the same heavy inevitability Harry remembered from the Chamber of Secrets. And it was huge. Bigger than his fear wanted to admit. Harry's breath came fast. "No," he whispered. "No, I already killed you." The basilisk's head lowered. It hissed, and the sound vibrated through Harry's bones. Harry's fingers tightened on his wand. "Dumbledore," he whispered, without meaning to. Then, louder to himself, Focus. He fired Diffindo, on instinct. The spell hit the basilisk's neck and did nothing. It slid off like light on water. Harry swore under his breath, then flinched because he heard Ron's voice in his head. "Mum will kill you for that." Mate, he had no time for that. The basilisk lunged. Harry threw himself sideways. The rush of air from the basilisk's mouth felt like a storm. The creature's fangs snapped shut where his head had been. Harry hit the floor, rolled, came up on one knee, wand up. "Confringo," he shouted, and the spell exploded against the basilisk's jaw. Purple fire cracked across shadow scales. The basilisk recoiled, head jerking, and Harry saw a line of darkness split open, leaking smoke. It was hurt. Harry's pulse spiked. He did not let himself think. He moved. He sprinted toward the basilisk's body as it swung around, huge and fast, tail whipping. The tail clipped his legs and sent him tumbling. Pain flared up his shin. Harry bit back a cry, rolled again, got up again. He heard his own breathing, harsh and loud. He smelled damp and snake and his own sweat. The basilisk's eyes locked on him. "Do not look." Harry turned his head slightly, using the edge of his vision, like he had learned. He kept the wand up, arm trembling. "I am not scared of you," Harry said, and he did not know if it was true, but he said it anyway. The basilisk lunged again. Harry waited until the last second, then dove under the arc of its head. He slid on the black floor, shoulder scraping, and shoved his wand up into the basilisk's mouth. Purple light exploded inside. The basilisk screamed. The sound was a horrible, metallic screech, like a train braking. Harry yanked his wand back and rolled away, heart hammering, ears ringing. The basilisk thrashed. Shadow smoke poured from its mouth and eyes. It slammed its head into the floor, again and again, trying to crush the pain. Harry pushed up, legs shaking, and ran in, closing the distance. He did not have a sword. He did not have Fawkes. He had his wand, and he had the anger. Harry leapt and drove his wand down like a dagger into the basilisk's eye. The wand sank into shadow flesh. The basilisk convulsed. Purple cracks raced across its head, across its body, and the whole thing shattered, dissolving into darkness that blew away like dust. Harry landed hard, one knee slamming the floor. He sucked in air, panting, sweat cold on his skin. His hands shook violently now. Exhaustion hit him like a wall. His body wanted to collapse. The blue text appeared again. Has system notification, trial 2 complete. Next. Harry's vision flickered. He blinked hard. The darkness reshaped. He smelled moldy fabric. He smelled rotten breath. He felt cold that was different from the void. It was the cold of a dementor, the cold that steals you from the inside out. A dementor drifted toward him. Harry's stomach dropped. Panic hit so fast it made him dizzy. He could feel the memory of the kiss like a bruise in his mind. "No," he whispered again, and his voice broke. "No, not this." The dementor's hood turned. It glided closer. Harry's wand lifted, but his arm felt heavy. His chest tightened. He could hear screams. Not his scream, his mother's scream. He could hear her voice, high and terrified, pleading. Harry's breath hitched. His eyes burned. The dementor came closer. Harry tried to speak. Expecto Patronum. His voice came out, but it was weak, like it did not believe in itself. A thin wisp of silver flickered and died. The dementor did not stop. Harry's knees buckled. He felt himself sinking, not physically but mentally, like his mind was sliding into darkness. He heard Dumbledore's voice, calm, distant. Happiness can be found even in the darkest of times. Harry wanted to laugh. Happiness. In the void, after betrayal, after Sirius, the dementor's cold hit him like a fist. Harry's fingers went numb. His wand almost slipped. He saw Cedric's face. He saw Sirius's fall. He saw Ron looking away. He saw Hermione's wand pointed at him. He felt rage. Not clean rage, not heroic rage. Rage that tasted like iron. The cold tried to swallow it. Harry clenched his jaw until it hurt. "No," Harry said, and his voice came out sharper. "No. You do not get to take this too." The darkness under Harry's feet moved. His shadow rippled, surged outward like a wave, and the Dementor stopped mid-glide. Harry felt it, felt something in him answer. His voice came low. "Almost a growl? Get away from me?" The Dementor drifted forward anyway, like it did not care. Harry's shadow rose. It rose like a wall, black and dense, and it slammed into the Dementor with a sound like cloth tearing. The Dementor's form warped. The hood twisted. The cold shrieked without sound. Harry's breath came fast. His hands shook. He did not know what he was doing, but he did not stop. He lifted his wand, but he did not cast a Patronus. He spoke, voice steady in a way that scared him. "Burn." Purple light flared from his shadow, not his wand. It crawled up the Dementor's body like fire. The Dementor convulsed, then shattered into smoke. The cold vanished instantly, leaving Harry trembling with leftover fear. Harry sagged, shoulders shaking. His throat hurt. He realized he was crying. He wiped his face angrily. "I am not," he whispered, then swallowed. "I am not weak." The blue text appeared again. A system notification, trial 3 complete. Next. Harry sucked in a breath. "How many?" he demanded, voice hoarse. "How many of these?" No answer. The darkness shifted again. This time, the smell was incense and dust and old books. The sound was faint, like a heartbeat. A small figure stood in front of him. A boy, black hair, round glasses. Harry stared, stunned. It was him. 11-year-old Harry looked up at him with wide eyes and a bruise on his cheek. He was wearing clothes too big for him. His hands were clenched. "You should not have trusted them," the boy said. Harry swallowed. "You are not real." The boy tilted his head. "I am you?" he said. "I am the part that wanted a family so badly you ignored every warning." Harry's chest tightened. Anger flared, but it was not aimed outward. It was aimed inward. "I was a kid," Harry snapped. "I needed someone." The boy's eyes flashed, and they used it. "They used you." Harry's throat worked. "Dumbledore did not use me," Harry said, and the words sounded weak even to him. The boy stepped closer. The bruise on his cheek looked darker. "He threw you away," he said simply. Harry flinched like he had been slapped. "No," Harry said. "Too fast," he cried. "He thought he was saving me." The boy's laugh was quiet and bitter. "He cried while he did it," the boy said. "That is worse." Harry's wand trembled. His hands shook. His breath came shallow. He could hear Sirius's laugh in his memory. He could hear Sirius calling him James and then apologizing. Harry's eyes burned. The boy looked up, expression hard. "Choose," he said. "Do you want peace? Or do you want power?" Harry's jaw clenched. "I want Sirius back." The boy's eyes softened for a split second. "You cannot," he said. "But you can make sure no one else takes what you love." Harry stared at him. His hands tightened around the wand until his knuckles hurt. "Peace," Harry whispered, and his voice almost broke. He imagined it. A life where he did not fight. A life where he did not lose people. A life where he did not wake up every year to another nightmare. Then he saw Ron's face turning away. He saw Hermione's wand pointed at him. He saw Dumbledore lifting him toward the veil. Harry's mouth went dry. Peace was not given. Peace was taken. Harry's voice came out low. "Sovereignty," he said. The boy smiled, and it was not a child's smile. It was sharp. "Good," he whispered. The darkness behind the boy split, and something stepped out. It was not a monster. It was not a man, not fully. It was a presence. Harry felt it before he saw it, like a weight pressing on his lungs. Like standing under a mountain. A tall figure emerged, cloaked in darkness that moved like smoke. The air around it tasted like cold iron. Its eyes glowed faintly, not bright, but deep, like stars seen through water. Harry's instincts screamed at him to run. His body refused. The figure looked at him, and Harry felt like it saw everything. Every scar, every fear, every petty anger, every desperate wish. When it spoke, it was not a voice in the air, it was a voice in Harry's bones. "You are here," the presence said. Harry swallowed. His throat felt too small. Who are you? I was a king, the presence said. I was a shadow. I was a sovereign. I was a prisoner of my own power. Harry's hands shook harder. Are you the system? The presence did not answer directly. It stepped closer, and the darkness around it folded like fabric. Harry saw something in its chest. A heart, not a human heart. A black core pulsing with slow, heavy power like a second heartbeat in the world. Harry's own chest hurt. The presence held out a hand. You chose sovereignty, it said. You chose to live with the weight. That is rare. Harry's eyes burned. They tried to kill me, Harry said, and his voice shook with fury. They tried to throw me away. I did not do anything. I was grieving. The presence's eyes did not change. Power attracts fear, it said. Fear makes people cruel while they call it mercy. Harry's breath came fast. He wanted to argue. He wanted to scream. He wanted to hit something. Instead he said, "Can I go back?" The presence paused. The air felt heavier. "Yes," it said. "But you will not go back as you were." Harry swallowed. "I do not want to be me anymore," he admitted, and the words came out like a confession. "I want to be someone they cannot throw away." The presence's hand lowered slightly, palm open. "Then take the heart," it said. Harry stared at the black core. It pulsed slowly like it was alive. His own heart pounded. His skin prickled. "What happens if I take it?" Harry asked. The presence's eyes were calm. "You will become what they feared," it said. "A monarch, a shadow sovereign, a ruler who does not beg reality for magic but commands it. You will never be able to pretend you are normal again." Harry's mouth went dry. A small part of him, the part that still wanted peace, whispered that this was wrong, that it would make him a monster. Another part of him, sharper, colder, remembered the ropes burning his skin, remembered Dumbledore's tear falling as he cast the spell. Harry's fingers tightened on his wand. "Will I be alone?" Harry asked, and his voice came out smaller than he wanted. The presence's eyes shifted, faintly. "No," it said. "You will never be alone again." Harry swallowed. He looked down at his shadow, rippling quietly beneath him like it was listening. He thought of Sirius, laughing and reckless. He thought of Ron, scared and loyal and still turning away. He thought of Hermione, trying to solve everything like it was a problem to fix. He thought of Dumbledore, old and tired and choosing murder while calling it mercy. Harry lifted his chin. "I take it," Harry said. The presence's hand moved, and the black heart floated forward, slow, deliberate, like it had weight in the air. It pressed against Harry's chest. Harry gasped. The cold was instant, bone deep. It felt like ice spearing into his ribs. His back arched. His fingers spasmed, wand clattering to the floor. He tried to breathe and could not. The heart pushed in, sinking through skin, through bone, into his chest, and Harry felt it like a second pulse slamming into place. His vision exploded with purple light. Pain ripped through him. Not sharp, not clean. It felt like his veins were filling with cold fire. It felt like his bones were being reforged. Harry screamed, and this time the sound existed. It echoed across the void like thunder. The presence watched, silent. Harry's hands clawed at his chest. His fingers dug into fabric, into skin, but there was nothing to pull out. The black heart pulsed again. Harry's own heart stuttered. Then, slowly, his heartbeat steadied. 2 pulses. One human, one heavier. Harry lay on the black floor, shaking, breath coming in ragged bursts. Sweat soaked his hair. His throat burned. He lifted his head, eyes wild. The blue text appeared above him, cold and clean. A system notification, job change complete. Title acquired, Shadow Monarch. The black heart has fused. The path forward is open. Harry stared at the words. Shadow Monarch. The title felt like a weight around his neck. It felt like a crown made of cold iron. He pushed himself up, hands trembling. His wand lay on the floor. He picked it up slowly. It felt familiar, But the power inside him felt different now, like the wand was a tool, not the source. He looked at his shadow. It looked back. Harry felt something deep inside him shift, like a door opening. The presence stepped back. "Go," it said. "Return." Harry's mouth went dry. "What about you?" The presence's eyes softened faintly. "I am what you will become if you lose yourself," it said. "Remember that." Harry swallowed hard. He wanted to ask 100 questions. He wanted to know what he was, what he would do, how much he would change. But the void was already changing. The black floor dropped out from under him. Harry fell. For a second, he felt nothing but air and speed. Then cold rain slapped his face, hard, real, and he hit wet ground with a grunt. Mud sucked at his hands. Grass flattened under his palms. The smell of wet earth filled his nose. He coughed, spitting mud. He lay there for a second, chest heaving, rain soaking his clothes, hair plastered to his forehead. He was alive. The sky above him was dark, heavy with clouds. Lightning flashed in the distance, purple tinted in a way that made his stomach tighten. Thunder rolled low. Harry pushed himself up onto his elbows and looked around. Gravestones, old ones crooked, some cracked. Names half erased by time. The air tasted like damp stone and rot and old magic. Little Hangleton. He knew it without knowing how. He remembered the graveyard from the Trewezard tournament. He remembered Cedric's body. He remembered the smell of fear. His stomach clenched. Harry forced himself up, shaky, mud sliding off his hands. He looked down. He was taller. Not suddenly huge, not ridiculous, but taller. His limbs felt longer. His body felt tighter, like someone had pulled the slack out of him. His skin looked paler in the lightning flashes. His fingers looked sharper, veins faintly dark under the skin. He swallowed hard. His chest felt heavy. Not pain, exactly, weight. Like something sat behind his ribs, pulsing slow and strong. Harry closed his eyes briefly, breathed in rain and earth, and tried to focus. Where am I? Where is Voldemort? Where is everyone? He opened his eyes and saw movement. Not in the graveyard. In his shadow. His shadow pooled at his feet, darker than it should be in the rain. It rippled. It stretched outward, then pulled back in like it was alive and waiting. Harry's breath caught. He could feel it like a muscle, like an arm he had never known he had. He swallowed, throat dry despite the rain. "Come forth," Harry said. The words felt strange in his mouth. Not like a spell, like a command. The shadow under him bulged. It rose. A shape pushed out of the darkness. Slow and heavy, like a man climbing out of deep water. Armor emerged first, dark and slick with shadow. A helmet, a plume, a sword. The figure straightened, rain sliding off its shoulders, and Harry felt the air change again, heavy with presence. A knight stood before him. It dropped to one knee in the mud with a solid thud that made the ground tremble. Its head bowed. Harry stared, breath held. He knew that armor. He had seen it in memories that were not his. The knight's voice did not come out loud. It came inside Harry's mind, deep and steady. "My liege," the voice said. "Igris answers." Harry's chest tightened. Something in him clicked into place, like a lock turning. He looked at the kneeling knight. He looked at the graveyard around them. He looked at the stormy sky. The rain kept falling. Harry's hands shook, but not from cold anymore, from something else, from power, from the weight of what he had become. He swallowed hard. Sirius is gone, a part of him whispered, and grief tried to swallow him again. Another pulse answered. "They threw you away." Harry's jaw clenched. He looked at Igris. Kneeling without hesitation, loyal without question. Harry whispered, barely audible even to himself. "The boy who lived is dead." Lightning flashed again, purple light splitting the sky, and for 1 second, Harry saw his reflection in a puddle. His eyes glowed faintly in the dark, and his shadow moved like it was breathing. Rain hammered the graveyard hard enough to blur the headstones into gray smears. Harry stood with his wand down at his side, breathing through his nose, trying to steady the shake in his hands. Mud clung to his shoes, and every breath tasted like wet earth and old stone. Igris stayed kneeling in front of him, one knee sunk into the muck as if it weighed nothing. The knight did not move, did not look around, did not show fear, even though the knight felt wrong in a way Harry could not explain. Harry could feel the graveyard like a pressure behind his eyes, like the whole place was a bruise in the world. He rubbed his throat and winced, because the skin still felt sore where ropes had been. The bruise was real. The betrayal was real. The black heart in his chest was real too, pulsing slow and heavy under his ribs. Harry forced himself to speak like a person, not a shaking mess. "Stand up," he said, voice hoarse. Igris rose in one smooth motion, sword angled down, helmet turning slightly as if listening to the air itself. The rain slid off his armor in sheets, and the shadow under him stayed darker than the ground around it. Harry did not know how, but he knew Igris was watching everything at once. Harry swallowed. "Can you talk out loud?" he asked, and he hated how uncertain he sounded. Igris did not move his helmet much. The voice came into Harry's mind again, steady and calm. "If you command it, my liege, do it," Harry said, because he needed to hear something real. The knight's voice came from inside the helmet, deep and faintly metallic. "As you wish, my liege." The sound made Harry's skin prickle. It should not have been comforting, but it was, because it was loyal without question. Harry stared at Igris for a beat, then looked away, scanning the graveyard. He could see the outlines of tall yews and crooked stones. He could hear rain, distant thunder, and the faint hiss of wind through wet leaves. Under that, there was another sound, almost like breathing, except it came from the ground. Harry's shadow rippled at his feet. He tried to treat it like a muscle, like he had to flex it. He focused on the darkness under him, and the darkness answered, spreading outward in a thin sheet. It flowed between stones, pooled around broken grave markers, and climbed the base of an angel statue like ink. Harry held his breath. The sensation was strange but clear. He was connected to it. He could feel where the shadow touched, like fingertips brushing through the graveyard. Igris took a half step to Harry's left and slightly forward, putting himself between Harry and the deeper trees. Harry noticed without thinking, because the knight moved like a guard. "Do you know where we are?" Harry asked. Igris angled his helmet. "A field of the dead, a place where fear lingers." Harry huffed a quiet laugh that was not funny. "Yeah, that helps loads." The knight stayed still, but Harry felt a faint shift in the air, like Igris was waiting for another order. Harry glanced down at his wand. It felt smaller now, like it was a tool he used, not the thing that kept him alive. That thought should have been impossible. It was not. It sat in him like a fact. He tightened his grip and said, "Show me what I can do." The words left his mouth, and the black heart in his chest pulsed once, heavy enough to make him flinch. A pale blue glow flickered in the rain, hanging in front of his face like a sheet of glass. The words were clean and emotionless. "System notification: the Monarch has returned. Available shadow storage available, shadow extraction available." Shadow sense. Harry stared at it, rain dripping off his eyelashes. "Shadow storage," he said quietly. The blue light shifted, and more words appeared. "System notification: shadow storage allows the Monarch to hold and call stored shadows." Current capacity low. Harry swallowed. "Shadow extraction. System notification: shadow extraction allows the Monarch to claim a defeated target. Condition: the target must be dead or fully subdued." Harry's stomach tightened. He thought of Sirius, and the thought tasted like bile. Shadow sense. System notification: shadow sense allows the Monarch to perceive through shadows. Range limited. The blue light faded, leaving only rain and darkness. Harry stood there for a second, trying to keep his breathing normal. He could feel the power under his ribs, quiet and waiting, like it would move the moment he asked. A laugh bubbled up in his throat, sharp and bitter. Brilliant, he muttered. I die and get a menu. Igris did not react. He simply stayed at Harry's left, a step ahead, sword down but ready. Harry rubbed his forehead with the heel of his hand. His skin was cold. His clothes were soaked. His shin still hurt where the basilisk had slammed him in the void. He felt exhausted in a way that made his bones heavy, but the black heart did not let him collapse. He glanced toward the tree line. Something was moving out there, slow and careful. Harry froze. Igris? He said, voice low. Someone's here. The knight's head turned, smooth and precise. He lifted his sword a few inches. Not dramatic, just ready. I hear them. Harry tried to extend his shadow sense, pushing his awareness into the pooled darkness near the yews. His vision did not change, but his mind did. He could feel shapes moving through the wet grass, feet sinking, robes brushing leaves. Not one person. Several. Harry's pulse jumped. He crouched behind a tall headstone, mud soaking his knees, and motioned without thinking. Igris sank into the shadow beside him, armor fading into darkness as if the night swallowed him whole. Harry swallowed hard at how silent it was. Voices drifted through the rain. Here, a woman hissed, impatient and furious. Stop tripping, you idiot. Harry's throat went dry. He knew that voice. Bellatrix. Harry's nails dug into the stone. His breath turned hot even in the rain. Another voice, lower, cautious. The Dark Lord said we don't linger. We take what we came for and we go. Bellatrix laughed, sharp and cruel.
Oh, did he now?
And are you planning to tell me what I do? A third voice, strained and nervous. Bella, please. We need the body. We need something to anchor the ritual. The ministry is swarming. Harry's stomach twisted. The graveyard bodies. Ritual. He did not need Hermione to explain what that meant. Bellatrix and at least two others came into view between the stones, hoods up, robes sticking to their legs from the rain. Bellatrix's wand hand was steady, but her face looked flushed and wild. There was a smear of blood along her jaw that might have been hers or someone else's. Harry's wand lifted, and his arms shook, not from fear, from rage. Igris's voice came, quiet behind him. My liege, command me. Harry stared at Bellatrix through the rain. The last time he had heard her laugh, Sirius had fallen and vanished. The memory made his vision flicker. He wanted to run at her. He wanted to cast until she stopped moving. He wanted to make her scream. His breathing hitched, and he forced himself to think. 3 of them. In the open. No cover. If he attacked, they would disapparate. Unless he stopped them from moving. Harry swallowed. Igris, he whispered, voice tight. Stay hidden. If she tries to leave, cut her. As you wish, Igris murmured. Harry turned his attention to the ground. Shadow pooled under Bellatrix's feet, because every person cast a shadow, even in rain. Harry felt it, a thin dark patch beneath her, and he shoved his will into it. The shadow moved. It surged upward like a hand, wrapping around Bellatrix's ankle. Bellatrix froze mid-step. Her head snapped down. What is that? The man beside her stumbled back. Wand up. Bella. That's not me. Bellatrix's eyes flashed toward the darkness. Show yourself. Harry's shadow climbed higher, thicker, winding around her calves. Bellatrix wrenched her leg and hissed, wand flaring. A jet of purple flame scorched the ground, and the shadow recoiled, but it did not break. Harry's heart pounded. He pushed harder. The shadow snapped tight, yanking Bellatrix off balance. She hit the mud with a wet slap, swearing loudly. The others spun, panicked, wands sweeping the stones. Someone's here, the nervous one snapped. Find them. Harry did not wait. He leaned out from behind the headstone and cast, voice raw. Stupefy. Red light shot through rain and hit the nearest man in the chest. He stiffened and toppled sideways, landing hard against a grave marker. His wand went flying into the mud. The second man raised his wand. Prodigo. The shield snapped up, and Harry's next spell splashed against it like water on glass. Harry's breath came fast. He ducked as a curse cracked past his head and chipped stone from the headstone. Bellatrix laughed from the ground, even as shadows clamped around her legs. Oh, this is fun. Harry's throat tightened. He could see her grin through rain, wide and bright as a knife. His hands shook, and he hated it. Egress rose from the shadow near Bellatrix like a nightmare taking shape. The knight moved in one smooth step, sword flashing. Bellatrix's head snapped up, eyes widening. Egress's blade slashed downward. Bellatrix screamed and rolled, and the sword missed her throat by inches, cutting only rain and mud. Her wand snapped up. Avada! The word never finished, because Harry shoved his will into the shadow again, and it surged up over her mouth like a gag. Bellatrix's eyes went wide with fury. The man with the shield saw Egress and staggered back. What in Merlin's? Harry lunged from cover, sprinting through mud, wand up. His shin screamed with pain, but he ignored it. He fired again. Stupfe. The shield held, but cracked, the edges sparking. The man swore and tried to disapparate. Harry felt it like a tug in the air, the moment a body tries to tear itself out of space. He shoved his shadow under the man's feet. It rose like a spike, piercing up through the mud, wrapping his ankles and knees. The man stumbled, the disapparation failing with a loud crack that left him half-twisted and shrieking. Harry flinched anyway. The sound was horrible. The man slammed onto his side, gasping, eyes wild. Harry closed the distance in 3 steps and kicked the man's wand away, hard enough to send it skidding between stones. He pointed his own wand at the man's throat, chest heaving. "Do not move," Harry said. Voice shaking, the man stared at him, rain running down his hood. "Potter," he rasped, disbelief thick in his tone. "You're dead?" Harry's mouth went dry. "Yeah," he said softly. "Funny that." Bellatrix thrashed in the mud. Shadows still wrapped around her legs and mouth. Her eyes were furious, bright with hate. Egress stood over her, sword hovering near her throat, posture perfect and cold. Harry's entire body trembled with adrenaline. He took a breath, tried to keep it steady, and turned his wand toward Bellatrix. She glared at him like she wanted to bite. Harry stepped closer, boots sinking in mud. His shadow sense flared, and he could feel every patch of darkness around her, every place he could tighten, every place he could choke. He wanted to. His jaw clenched until it hurt. "Where is he?" Harry demanded. "Where's Voldemort?" Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. Her shoulders shook with silent laughter because the shadow gag still covered her mouth. Harry's hand jerked, and the gag loosened just enough for her to speak. Bellatrix sucked in air and hissed, still calling him that. "Still pretending you're brave." Harry's fingers tightened. "Where is he?" Bellatrix's grin widened, and rain clung to her teeth. "Close enough," she purred. "Do you want to meet him again?" Harry's stomach dropped. The air shifted, heavy and wrong, like pressure building before lightning. Harry felt it in the black heart first. It pulsed once, hard enough to make his ribs ache. Bellatrix's eyes flicked past Harry and widened, just a fraction. Harry turned, too slow, because the darkness behind the stones thickened. A man stepped out from behind a tall angel statue, robes hanging like a shadow of themselves, pale face calm under the rain. His eyes were red, but not bright. Voldemort, Harry's breath caught. His body wanted to move. His legs stayed locked. Voldemort's gaze swept the scene in a single glance. One Death Eater stunned against a stone. Another half trapped in shadow, gasping. Bellatrix pinned in mud, sword at her throat. Then Voldemort's eyes landed on Harry. His expression did not change, but Harry felt the temperature drop. The rain seemed to hesitate in the air for a heartbeat. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, voice soft enough to be intimate. "You keep refusing to die." Harry's mouth went dry. The words in his head came out in fragments. Run. Fight. Kill. Do something. His wand lifted a fraction, shaking. Voldemort's gaze flicked to Egress, and for a moment, something like interest showed in his eyes. What have you become? Harry forced himself to speak, because silence felt like surrender. Someone you should be scared of, he said, voice rough. Bellatrix laughed, delighted. My lord? He's finally got teeth. Voldemort ignored her. His eyes stayed on Harry, and Harry could feel the attention like a hand around his throat. I felt something tear, Voldemort murmured. A door opening. A power not of this world. Harry swallowed. He could taste bile. He kept his wand up anyway. Voldemort's lips curved faint. You were a nuisance, he said. Now you might be useful. Harry's skin crawled. I'm not your anything. Voldemort's gaze sharpened. We shall see. Voldemort raised his wand. Harry reacted on instinct, shoving Shadow up like a wall between them. The darkness surged, thick and dense, and Voldemort's curse slammed into it with a crack that sounded like splitting stone. The shadow wall shuddered. Harry's chest tightened, and the black heart pulsed again, feeding the darkness. Harry's knees buckled, but he stayed up. Egress moved. The knight vanished into shadow and reappeared between Voldemort and Harry, sword flashing for Voldemort's throat. Voldemort's wand flicked, and the sword's strike stopped mid-swing as if it hit invisible glass. The air rippled. Egress strained, armor vibrating faintly with pressure, but he did not retreat. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Interesting. Bellatrix shrieked, My lord. Let me. Harry shoved his will into the shadows around Bellatrix again, gagging her hard. Bellatrix's eyes went furious, and Harry felt a dark satisfaction for half a second. Then Voldemort's attention snapped back to Harry, and Harry's blood went cold. Voldemort's wand moved smooth and precise. Legilimens. Harry felt the attack like cold fingers prying at his skull. Images flashed, unwanted. Sirius falling. Dumbledore's wand. The veil, the void. The black heart. Harry's breath hitched. He tried to push back, but his mind felt exposed. Raw, the black heart pulsed. Shadow surged up behind Harry like a wave, not blocking Voldemort's spell, but wrapping around Harry's mind like a cloak. The cold fingers slipped, hesitated, then snapped away. Harry gasped, shaking. Voldemort's expression finally shifted, not fear, not shock. Something else. Possession. It shields you, Voldemort whispered, as if talking to himself. Not love, not grief. Shadow, Harry's throat burned. Get away from me. He snapped, voice cracking. Voldemort's eyes flicked to the stunned Death Eater, then to the half-trapped one. His mouth curled in mild disdain. You cannot command it yet, he said, almost bored. You lash out. You protect. You do not understand. Harry's wand jerked. I understand enough to kill you. Voldemort's laugh was soft and empty. Try? Harry did. He cast without thinking. A curse that felt like a spear of purple light, ripping from his wand and shadow together. It tore through rain, screaming in the air, and slammed straight at Voldemort's chest. Voldemort did not move his feet. He flicked his wand once, and the purple spear bent, twisted, and exploded into sparks that died in the mud. Harry's stomach dropped. His arm shook with the recoil. Voldemort lifted his wand and aimed at Harry's face. Egress stepped in again, sword raised. Voldemort's spell hit Egress. For a heartbeat, the knight's body flashed with pale light. The armor cracked, lines spreading like fractures in glass. Egress staggered half a step, sword dipping. Harry's breath punched out of him. Egress. The knight steadied, cracks sealing as shadows flowed over him like water. He lifted his sword again, stubborn and silent. Voldemort's gaze sharpened. It regenerates, he murmured. As long as you endure. Harry's chest rose and fell too fast. He could feel panic trying to take over. Voldemort was still Voldemort. Overpowered. Untouchable. Then the black heart pulsed again, heavier than before, and Harry felt something change in the ground. Every grave, every shadow, every place where death had touched. It all answered him faintly, like a choir humming under the rain. Harry's eyes widened. He could feel the dead here, not souls, not people. The leftover weight of death pressed into earth. A resource. Voldemort watched him and smiled slightly, as if he could sense the shift. "Yes," Voldemort whispered. "That is it." Harry's jaw clenched. He did not want Voldemort to be right about anything. Harry forced his voice steady. "Igris," he said, loud enough to cut through rain. "Fall back. Guard me." Igris retreated half a step, sword still up, positioning himself between Harry and Voldemort with perfect obedience. Harry spread his shadow sense wider, pushing it into the ground. It was like opening his lungs and breathing darkness. He felt 100 small patches of shadow. He grabbed them and pulled. The mud behind Voldemort bulged. A hand burst out. Then another. Then a whole shape dragging itself upright, shadow thickening into a soldier with rough armor and empty eyes. Another rose beside it, and another. They were not clean. They were not elegant. They looked like the ground itself had decided to stand up and fight. Voldemort's eyes narrowed with interest. Bellatrix's eyes went wide with delight, even gagged. Harry's breathing turned ragged. Sweat mixed with rain on his face. "Go," he rasped. The shadow soldiers lunged at Voldemort. Voldemort flicked his wand. And the first 2 soldiers shattered like smoke, ripped apart by invisible force. The third reached him anyway, clawing at his robe. Voldemort's wand snapped, and the soldier exploded into darkness. But the fourth got close enough to swing a sword. Voldemort leaned back a fraction, and the blade skimmed his sleeve, cutting cloth. Voldemort's eyes flashed, not with pain, but with irritation. Harry's heart kicked. He saw it. He saw Voldemort bleed once, a thin line of red on pale skin where the blade had grazed his wrist. It was small. It was real. Harry's throat tightened. Voldemort's gaze snapped to Harry, cold fury sharpening his face. "Enough." Voldemort raised his wand and spoke a word Harry did not recognize. The air screamed. A wave of force blasted outward, flattening the shadow soldiers into the ground like they were paper. The blast slammed into Harry too, knocking him backward. He hit a headstone hard enough to make his ribs scream, and his wand slipped in his grip. Harry coughed, tasting blood. Igris took the blast head-on and stayed standing, armor vibrating, sword still raised. The knight turned slightly, as if checking Harry without leaving his guard stance. Harry forced himself upright, shaking. His chest hurt. His throat burned. His vision flickered at the edges. Voldemort stepped forward through the rain, deliberate. "You are not ready," he said, voice soft and cruel. "But you are alive. That is enough." Harry's stomach dropped. Voldemort was not here to finish him. Voldemort was here to claim him. Voldemort lifted his wand again. Harry's shadow surged, but not fast enough. Voldemort's spell struck Harry's chest like a hook. Cold flooded him, digging in, trying to latch onto the black heart. Harry screamed, because it felt like someone had grabbed his ribs from inside and twisted. The black heart pulsed. The cold hook snapped. Voldemort's spell shattered like glass, exploding into sparks that died in the mud. Voldemort froze just for a heartbeat. Harry gasped, panting, sweat cold under the rain. Voldemort stared at him with something that looked dangerously close to hunger. "You have an anchor stronger than mine," Voldemort murmured. "A throne." Harry's knees almost gave out. He forced himself to stay standing. "Back off," he rasped. Voldemort's lips curved. "Not tonight," he said. "Tonight I learn." Voldemort's gaze flicked to Bellatrix. "Bellatrix." Harry tightened the shadow gag, but Voldemort's command cut through it. Bellatrix's body went still, eyes locked on Voldemort like a dog waiting for a whistle. "Leave," Voldemort said simply. Bellatrix's eyes widened outraged, then softened into devotion. She nodded sharply, even gagged, and the shadows around her legs suddenly loosened, not because Harry let go, but because something cut them. Igris. The knight had slashed the shadow bindings clean, not to free Bellatrix, but to stop her from being used as a distraction. Bellatrix scrambled up anyway, stumbling back, clutching her wand. The half-trapped Death Eater screamed again as he tried to pull free. Voldemort glanced at him like he was dirt. He flicked his wand once. The man went limp, eyes blank, body collapsing into mud. Harry's stomach lurched. He hated that his first reaction was relief that the screaming stopped. Voldemort turned back to Harry. "We will meet again," he said softly. "Do not disappoint me." Harry's jaw clenched. "Go to hell." Voldemort's smile sharpened, faint. "I have been," he said. Then Voldemort vanished, not with a crack of disapparation, but with a smooth folding of darkness that made Harry's skin crawl. Bellatrix disappeared a heartbeat later, laughter echoing faint through rain. The graveyard went quiet again, except for rain and Harry's ragged breathing. Harry stood there shaking, wand still in his hand, chest aching where Voldemort's spell had hit. His throat tasted like blood. His shin hurt. His ribs hurt. He felt like he might vomit. Ygritte stepped closer, sword lowering slightly. "My liege." Harry tried to laugh. It came out like a cough. "No," he rasped, "just wet." He stumbled, and Ygritte caught his elbow with one gauntleted hand, steadying him without squeezing too hard. The touch felt solid. Real. Harry stared at the knight's hand on his arm for a beat. The loyalty hit him like a bruise. He swallowed hard. "Thanks," he muttered. Ygritte released him and returned to standing guard at Harry's left, a step ahead again. Harry looked down at the mud where Voldemort had stood. There was a smear of blood there, thin and red, already washing away. Harry's stomach twisted. "I almost died again," he thought, practical and simple. "I cannot fight him head-on. Not yet." The black heart pulsed once, as if it agreed. Harry wiped rain off his face and turned his attention to the stunned Death Eater against the stone. The man was still breathing, chest rising slow. His hood had slipped back enough to show a pale face and dark hair. Harry stared at him. He could kill him. He could extract his shadow and add another soldier. He could do it easily now. The thought sat in him like a knife, sharp and tempting. Then Sirius's face flashed in his mind, laughing reckless, saying Harry's name like it mattered. Harry's hands shook harder. He did not want to become Voldemort. He did not want to become something that killed, because it was convenient. Harry took a slow breath. "Ygritte," he said quietly. "Bind him, not with rope, with shadow. Keep him alive." Ygritte nodded once. The knight lifted his sword and pointed it at the ground. Shadow slid outward and wrapped the stunned man's wrists and ankles, pinning him in place without cutting off his breathing. Harry stepped closer, wand up. He aimed at the man's face and muttered, "Enervate." The man jerked awake with a gasp, eyes wide. He tried to move and realized he could not. His eyes snapped to Harry's face. "Potter," he whispered, voice hoarse. "What are you?" Harry crouched, ignoring the sting in his knees. He kept his wand steady. "You're going to answer questions?" he said. "If you lie, Ygritte will cut your fingers off one by one." The man's eyes flicked to Ygritte and went pale. "You can't?" he rasped. Harry stared at him, rain dripping off his hair. "Try me." The man swallowed hard. "What do you want?" Harry's throat tightened. "Where are you going?" "Who is with Voldemort?" "What is the plan?" The man's lips trembled. He tried to look away. Harry tightened his grip on the wand and forced his voice colder than he felt. "Talk." The man swallowed again. "There's a rally point," he whispered. "Near the river. Old house. Warded. Bella wanted to bring bodies from here to stabilize something. But the Dark Lord said no. He said you're the priority now." Harry's stomach twisted. "Why?" he demanded. The man hesitated. Harry nodded slightly at Ygritte, and the knight raised his sword a fraction. The man flinched. "He thinks you're a gate." The man blurted. "A key." He said power like that can open things. "He wants to use you." Harry's jaw clenched. He forced his voice steady. "Who are you?" The man swallowed. "Selwyn," he whispered. Harry's mind raced. The name was familiar, a pure-blood family. he did not care. Harry leaned closer, keeping his voice low. "If you disapparate, I will find you," he said. "I do not mean with an R warrant. I mean I will find you in your shadow." Selwyn's eyes widened with fear. "That's not possible," he whispered. Harry's shadow rippled at his feet like a promise. Harry stood slowly, joints aching. He looked at Igris. "Knock him out," he said. Igris moved without hesitation. The knight's gauntlet slammed into Selwyn's jaw with a dull crack. Selwyn went limp, head lolling. Harry flinched anyway at the sound. The violence felt too easy. He swallowed hard and forced his thoughts back to practical things. "I need clothes. Food, a place to think. A way to move without Dumbledore tracking me." He stared at the graveyard again, rain still falling, and the word place hit him like a slap. Grimold Place, Sirius's house. If I am dead, they will go there. They will lock it down. They will mourn. They will lie. Harry's stomach twisted. He hated how much he still wanted to see it. He hated how much he wanted to walk into the kitchen and hear Sirius laugh again, even though he knew it would not happen. Harry wiped rain off his mouth. "Igris," he said, "we're leaving." "Where to, my liege?" Harry swallowed. "Home," he said, and the word hurt. He extended his shadow sense and focused on his own shadow, trying to find that muscle again. The black heart pulsed, and Harry felt a pull, like the darkness under him wanted to fold. He imagined stepping through the shadow the way Voldemort had done. Nothing happened. Harry swore under his breath, frustration burning. He tried again, pushing, picturing an alley, picturing a dark corner, picturing any door. The shadow rippled, but it did not open. Igris stood still, watching. Harry's breathing turned fast. He was exhausted. He was bruised. He was standing in a graveyard with a stunned Death Eater, and a knight made of shadow, and he had no idea how to get to London without walking like a normal person. A blue glow flickered again, faint in the rain. System notification, skill available, shadow step condition, a known shadow within range. Harry stared at the words. "A known shadow," he muttered. "You mean somewhere I've been." He closed his eyes and pictured a place he knew with absolute clarity. The cupboard under the stairs. Dark, cramped, the smell of dust. The shadow in the corner that never got sunlight. His stomach churned. No. He pictured the Gryffindor common room. Firelight, warm shadows behind the sofa. He pictured the corridor outside the defense classroom, the tall windows, the long strip of shadow under the suit of armor. He pictured Grimold Place, the hallway, the heavy curtains, the deep black shadows in the corner of the kitchen. Harry opened his eyes and swallowed hard. "Grimold Place," he whispered. He stepped into his own shadow. For a split second, the world folded. Harry felt cold pressure wrap around him like water. His stomach lurched, and then the rain vanished. He stumbled forward onto worn wood. The air smelled like dust, old curtains, and stale cooking. It was warmer than the graveyard, but not comfortable. The darkness here felt thicker, older, like it had been fed for years. Harry's breath hitched. Grimold Place. He stood in the hallway, near the base of the staircase. The walls were lined with old portraits, and the air tasted faintly of mildew. His footsteps sounded loud. Igris appeared behind him, rising from the shadow on the floor, sword down, helmet scanning. The knight took position at Harry's left again, one step ahead like it was automatic. Harry's throat tightened. He stared up the stairs. He could hear voices. Not in the hallway, in the kitchen. Adult voices, tense and tired. The sound of chairs scraping. The clink of a glass. Harry's heart hammered. He took a slow breath and moved toward the kitchen door, careful, silent. His wand stayed in his hand, but he did not raise it yet. He pushed the door open a crack. Warm light spilled into the hallway. Harry peered through. The kitchen looked smaller than he remembered. The table was cluttered with cups and plates and crumpled parchment. Molly Weasley sat at the far end, shoulders hunched, face blotchy from crying. Arthur stood behind her, one hand on her shoulder. Tonks sat near the sink, hair dull brown instead of pink, staring at nothing. Remus Lupin sat beside her, elbows on the table, hands clasped tight as if he was holding himself together. Kingsley leaned against the wall near the door, arms folded, face closed. Dumbledore stood at the head of the table. Harry's stomach dropped. Dumbledore's robes were damp at the hem, as if he had not fully dried. His glasses were clean again. His face looked older than it had in the department. His eyes were red-rimmed. Severus Snape sat to Dumbledore's right, posture stiff, expression unreadable. His gaze was down, but Harry could see the tension in his jaw. Moody sat with his wooden legs stretched out, magical eye spinning slowly, as if it was tired. He looked like he had been chewing on anger for hours. Harry's fingers tightened around his wand. Dumbledore spoke, voice quiet. "The Ministry saw him," he said. "Cornelius Fudge saw Tom Riddle with his own eyes. The denial is over." Molly made a broken sound and covered her mouth. Arthur squeezed her shoulder. Tonks's voice came out flat. "And Harry?" Silence hit the room. Harry's breath stopped. He leaned closer, ear straining, knuckles white on the door. Dumbledore's voice trembled. "Harry did not return," he said softly. Remus's head lifted, eyes burning. "You mean he fell?" Remus said, voice rough. "You mean he went through?" Dumbledore did not answer immediately. Moody's voice cut in, harsh. "He went through the veil," Moody said. "He's gone." Tonks flinched like she had been slapped. Her hands curled into fists on the table. "We don't know that," she snapped, and for a second her hair flashed faint pink before it dulled again. "We don't know anything. We didn't even find Her voice broke, and she swallowed hard, jaw trembling. Kingsley spoke quietly. "The veil does not return what it takes." Remus's face crumpled. "You said," he whispered, eyes fixed on Dumbledore. "You said we would keep him safe. You said he would not be used like James and Lily were." Dumbledore's mouth tightened. His gaze dropped to the table. "I failed," he whispered. Harry felt his vision flicker. He wanted to burst into the room and scream. He wanted to grab Dumbledore by the robe and shove him into the veil himself. He stayed still, because he needed to hear what they would say next. Molly's voice came out thin. "Ron," she whispered. "Hermione." "Where are they?" Arthur's face tightened. "In the hospital wing at Hogwarts," he said quietly. "Madame Pomfrey said they were shaken." Snape's voice finally moved, cold and clipped. "Shaken," Snape repeated. "That is one word for it." Moody's magical eye rolled towards Snape. "Spit it out, Severus." Snape's lip curled. "The boy's friends are alive," Snape said. "The boy is not. They returned with a story that paints them as heroes and him as reckless." Remus's head snapped up. "They wouldn't," he said, but his voice sounded uncertain. Snape's gaze lifted, black eyes sharp. "Wouldn't what lie? Freeze." "Follow Dumbledore's lead like obedient little soldiers." Dumbledore flinched, but he did not snap back. He looked like a man who had run out of excuses. Molly's hands shook. "They're children," she whispered. "They're children, Severus." Snape's voice stayed flat. "So was Potter," he said, and the words landed like a stone. Harry's stomach twisted. He hated Snape. He hated that Snape's words felt true. Tonks shoved back from the table and stood abruptly, chair scraping loud. She paced 2 steps toward the counter, then stopped, shoulders shaking. "I can't," she said, voice cracking. "I can't sit here and talk like he's gone. He's Harry. He's just a kid." "Hey." Remus stood too, moving to her side, hands hovering like he wanted to touch her but did not know if he should. "Dora," he murmured. Tonks wiped her face hard. "Don't," she snapped, then swallowed, voice going small. "Sorry, I'm sorry." Kingsley pushed off the wall and stepped closer to the table, calm but firm. "We need to decide what we tell the Ministry," he said. "They will ask about Harry. They will ask about the prophecy. Moody snorted. "We tell them the truth." Voldemort was there. Harry went through the veil in the fight. Dumbledore's gaze lifted. "No," he said quietly. Moody froze. "No," he repeated, voice sharp. "What do you mean, no?" Dumbledore's hands trembled faintly on the table. "The Ministry is not ready to know everything," he said. "If they learn Harry carried a fragment of Voldemort within him, they will not mourn him. They will dissect him." Remus's face twisted. "He's dead," Remus said, voice breaking. "And you're still protecting secrets." Dumbledore's eyes flashed with pain. "Yes," he whispered, "because those secrets kill." Harry's nails dug into the doorframe. His throat burned. He could feel the black heart pulsing, slow and heavy, like it wanted to surge into the room and devour everything. Snape's gaze slid toward the doorway, not quite looking at Harry, but close enough to make Harry's skin prickle. It was like Snape sensed something. Harry eased back a fraction, careful. Dumbledore continued, voice quiet. "We will tell them Harry fell in the battle. We will tell them he died fighting Death Eaters and defending the prophecy." Moody's jaw tightened. "That's not the whole truth." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. "No," he whispered. "It is not." Harry's vision blurred with rage. He wanted to burst in and force them to say it. To say they bound him. To say they lifted him. To say Dumbledore made the choice. Remus's voice came out rough. "And what about the boys' friends?" he demanded. "What about Ron and Hermione? What did they say?" Dumbledore's eyes opened. He looked exhausted. "They said Harry tried to rush the veil," he said. "They tried to stop him. They could not." Snape's mouth curled. "Convenient." Molly sucked in a shaky breath. "Ron would never," she whispered. Moody's magical eye spun faster. "The boy went through," Moody said, voice blunt. "Whether he jumped or was pushed, it's done." Harry's stomach twisted. Whether he jumped or was pushed. Dumbledore looked down again. "I will speak to them," he said softly. "I will ensure they are protected. I will ensure they understand what must remain unsaid." Harry's hands shook. Protected. What must remain unsaid? His chest tightened until it hurt. A small sound came from the hallway behind him. Harry froze. Creature stood at the base of the stairs, thin arms clutched to his chest. Large eyes staring at Harry with a mixture of horror and confusion. The old house elf's ears drooped, and his mouth hung open. "Creature," Harry whispered sharply. Creature's eyes widened further. He looked past Harry at Agris, who stood in the shadowed hallway like a silent executioner, and Creature let out a thin whine. "Master Harry," Creature croaked, voice trembling. "Master Harry is dead." Harry's stomach dropped. He stepped toward Creature fast, ignoring the ache in his shin. He crouched, keeping his voice low. Not loud, he hissed. "Not a word. Do you understand me?" Creature's eyes darted toward the kitchen door, fear spiking. His hands twisted in his cloth. "The headmaster," Creature whispered. "The traitor headmaster. He killed Master Harry." He swallowed, burned. He swallowed hard. "Creature," he whispered, voice rough. "Listen to me. I'm alive. I need you to be quiet." Creature stared, trembling. "Master Harry smells wrong," he whispered. "Master Harry smells like the veil." Harry flinched. "Yeah," he muttered. "I know." A chair scraped in the kitchen. Harry snapped his head toward the door. Voices shifted, as if someone had stood. He grabbed Creature's shoulder gently but firmly. "Take me to a room," he whispered. "No, somewhere quiet. Somewhere dark." Creature's eyes flicked to Agris again. He swallowed hard, then nodded once. "Creature obeys Master Harry," he whispered, and the words sounded like relief and fear tangled together. Creature snapped his fingers. The world folded again, and Harry lurched, stomach turning. For a second, he felt like he was falling through cloth. Then he landed in a small room that smelled like dust and old fabric. The curtains were drawn tight. A single candle sat on a dresser, unlit. The air felt stale, but it was quiet. Creature appeared beside him, panting faintly as if the magic cost him. Igris rose from the shadow near the bed. Instantly taking position by the door, sword down, helmet angled toward the hallway, as if he could see through it. Harry rubbed his face with both hands, trying to keep his breathing steady. His heart pounded like he had run for miles. Creature stared up at him, shaking. Master Harry should not be here. Creature whispered. They are talking about Master Sirius. They are crying. Creature hears. Harry's throat tightened. I heard, he said. Creature's face twisted, and for a second, the elf looked like he might cry. Master Sirius is gone. Creature whispered, voice cracking. Creature failed. Harry's chest hurt. He wanted to scream that Creature did not fail, that Bellatrix did, that Dumbledore did, that he did, because he ran into a trap like an idiot. Instead, he swallowed hard and forced his thoughts back to practical things. Creature, Harry said quietly. Do they think I'm dead? Creature nodded fast. Yes, he whispered. They speak of the veil. They speak of Master Harry as if he is gone. Harry's jaw clenched. Good, he muttered, then hated himself for how cold it sounded. Creature flinched. Master Harry is angry, Creature whispered. Harry looked down at his hands. They were shaking. He could feel the bruise on his throat. He could feel Voldemort's cold magic, where it had tried to hook into his chest. He could feel the black heart pulsing like a second life. I'm not angry, Harry lied. Creature stared at him, then at Igris, then back at Harry. Master Harry has a shadow knight, Creature whispered, awed and terrified. Harry exhaled slowly. Yeah, he said. Creature, I need things. Creature straightened slightly, relief flickering in his face at having a task. Master Harry commands, he said. Harry forced his voice steady. Food, clothes, my cloak, my bag. Anything I left here. And I need to know where Ron and Hermione are, exactly. I need to know what Dumbledore plans. Creature nodded fast. Creature can bring food, he whispered. Creature can bring the invisibility cloak. Creature hears many things. Creature listens. Harry's stomach tightened. Do it, he said, then hesitated. And Creature, do not tell anyone I'm here. Not even Remus. Creature's eyes widened. Not the werewolf, he whispered. Harry flinched at the word. Remus, he corrected automatically, because Hermione's voice lived in his head even now. And no one else. Creature bowed low. Creature obeys, he said, and snapped his fingers again. Creature vanished. Harry stood in the quiet room, breathing hard, listening for footsteps outside. Nothing. The house creaked faintly, old wood shifting. From far away, he could still hear muffled voices in the kitchen, but he could not make out words. He turned to Igris. Guard the door, he whispered. Igris nodded once. Always, he said. Harry sank onto the edge of the bed, wet clothes sticking to his skin. His muscles trembled with exhaustion now that he was not moving. He stared at the dark curtains and tried not to think about Sirius's empty room, about the fact that this house was a tomb. His wand sat heavy in his hand. He forced himself to loosen his grip before he snapped the wood. His thoughts kept slamming into one point. They lied, they were already shaping the story. Harry died brave. Harry died reckless. Harry fell. Harry swallowed hard. His throat burned again, and he pressed 2 fingers to the bruise, as if the pressure could keep the anger in. A soft pop sounded, and Creature reappeared with a tray in his hands. There was bread, a bowl of stew, and a cup of water. Creature had also draped the invisibility cloak over one arm, and Harry's school bag hung from his other hand. Harry stared at the cloak. For a second, his chest tightened so hard he almost could not breathe, because the cloak felt like Hogwarts, like childhood, like a place where he had been safe for 5 minutes at a time. Creature set the tray on the dresser carefully. Master Harry eats, Creature said, voice firm in a way that surprised Harry. Harry's stomach turned, but he forced himself to stand. His legs shook. He moved to the tray and picked up the bread, taking a bite even though it tasted like ash in his mouth. He chewed anyway. He swallowed anyway. He forced his body to keep going. Creature watched him closely, eyes huge. The headmaster speaks to the werewolf. Creature whispered. He says the boy's friends must keep the story. He says it is for the greater good. Harry froze mid-chew. Creature's ears drooped. Creature hates those words, the elf whispered. They always mean someone small gets hurt. Harry swallowed hard. His hands shook. Did he say my name? Harry asked. Creature nodded. He says Master Harry carried darkness. Creature whispered. He says Master Harry was a danger. Harry felt something cold settle in his gut. He took another bite of bread, chewing slowly, forcing himself not to explode. Where are Ron and Hermione? Harry asked. Creature wrung his hands. At Hogwarts, he whispered. In the hospital wing. The werewolf went with them. The pink woman went too, but she cried the whole way. Harry's chest tightened. Tonks crying. Remus near Ron and Hermione. Dumbledore speaking softly to them, guiding their guilt into silence. Harry looked down at his hands. He felt tired enough to collapse. He felt angry enough to burn the house down. He forced his mind back to practical. If Dumbledore thinks I am dead, he will plan. Voldemort will plan too. I need to know what they do next. Harry looked at Agris. Can you leave the house? He asked. Can you move unseen? Igris's voice stayed calm. I can move within shadows, he said. I can scout. I can return. Harry nodded slowly. Go to Hogwarts, he whispered. Find Ron and Hermione. Find Dumbledore. Listen, do not be seen. If anyone notices you, leave. Igris inclined his helmet. As you command. The knight sank into the shadow by the door and vanished without a sound. Harry exhaled shakily. He kept eating because his body needed it, even though his stomach fought every swallow. When he finished the stew, his hands shook less, but his chest still felt tight. Creature hovered near him, anxious. Master Harry will punish the traitors, Creature whispered, hopeful and fearful at once. Harry stared at the dark curtains.
Not yet.
He said quietly. Creature's ears drooped. Not yet, he repeated, disappointed. Harry's throat tightened. Creature, he said, voice low. If I tell you to do something, will you do it? Creature puffed up slightly. Creature obeys Master Harry, he said firmly. Creature belongs to the house. Master Harry is the house. Harry swallowed. The words felt heavy. Ownership, power. The same kind Voldemort used, just dressed differently. Harry forced himself to keep it simple. I need you to bring me a mirror, he said. The one Sirius used. The one he gave me. Creature's eyes widened. The talking mirror, he whispered. Harry's chest hurt. Yes, he said. Creature vanished again with a pop. Harry stood alone in the dim room for a moment, then pulled off his wet shirt and changed into dry clothes from his bag. The fabric stuck to the bruise on his throat, and he hissed quietly. He dug out a spare jumper, pulled it on, then wrapped the invisibility cloak around his shoulders just to feel it. The cloak smelled faintly of dust and smoke, and for a second, Harry's eyes burned. He shoved the feeling down. He could cry later. He could fall apart later. Not now. A soft pop sounded, and Creature returned holding the mirror with both hands like it was fragile. Harry took it carefully, fingers trembling. The glass reflected his face, pale and wet hair clinging to his forehead. His eyes looked darker than before, with a faint glow buried deep, like a storm behind glass. Harry stared at himself, then looked away. He lifted the mirror and whispered, Remus. Nothing. His throat tightened. He tried again. Lupin. Nothing. Harry swallowed hard. The mirror was not a phone. It was not a guarantee. Sirius might have had the other one. Sirius was gone. Harry's hands shook, and he set the mirror down on the bed before he crushed it. Creature watched him, silent and tense. Harry forced a breath. Creature, he said quietly. Stay here. Guard this room. If anyone comes, tell me." Creature nodded hard. "Creature guards," he whispered. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak tight around him and stepped into the darkest corner of the room. He focused on the shadow beneath his feet, feeling for that folding sensation. He pictured Hogwarts. Not the castle as a whole, but a specific shadow he knew. The dark space behind the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, where the corridor dipped and the light never reached properly. He pictured it so clearly he could smell stone dust. His black heart pulsed. The world folded. Harry stumbled out into cold stone air that smelled like candles and old parchment. He caught himself against the wall, breath sharp, and stayed still. The corridor was empty. Torches flickered along the walls, throwing shadows that swayed. Harry kept the invisibility cloak tight and moved without rushing. His shoes made almost no sound on stone, but he still placed his feet carefully. He could feel Hogwarts around him, like a giant sleeping beast. The castle's magic pressed against his skin, familiar and heavy. Under that, his shadow sense hummed, because every torch made darkness, every statue cast a shape, every corner held a pool. Harry moved toward the hospital wing, because that was where the truth would be, and because he needed to see Ron and Hermione with his own eyes. He needed to know if their guilt was real, or if they had already decided he deserved it. As he walked, he kept forcing himself to remember the rules he needed to survive. Do not reveal yourself until you know everything. Do not lash out just because you can. Do not let Voldemort claim you. Do not let Dumbledore shape your story. Harry paused near a suit of armor, listening. Voices drifted from around the corner, low and tense. He edged closer, staying in shadow, cloak tight. He saw them. Madame Pomfrey stood with her arms folded near the beds, face pinched. Remus Lupin sat on a chair between two beds, posture hunched. Hermione lay propped up on pillows in one bed, face pale, eyes red. Ron lay in the bed beside her, arm bandaged, freckles stark against white skin. Dumbledore stood at the foot of Hermione's bed. Harry's jaw clenched so hard it hurt. Dumbledore's voice was quiet, careful. "You did what you could," he was saying. "You tried to stop him. You cannot blame yourselves for the veil." Hermione's voice came out shaky. "We should have grabbed him," she whispered. "We should have done more. He was gone." Ron's voice cracked, rough. "He looked at us," Ron whispered. "He looked like he hated us." Harry's fingers tightened on the cloak. Dumbledore sighed softly. Harry was in agony, Dumbledore said. He had lost Sirius. He could not think clearly. Hermione's eyes filled again. "He called you?" she whispered. "He begged you." Dumbledore's face tightened, pain flashing across it. "I know," he said softly. "I will carry that for the rest of my life." Ron swallowed hard. "Sir," Ron said, voice small. Did we do the right thing?" Harry held his breath. Hermione's head turned sharply. "Ronald," she said, voice breaking. "Of course we did. He was going to throw himself in. We had to stop him." Ron flinched at the correction, eyes wet. "Yeah," he whispered. "Yeah, I know. I keep seeing him." He looked. Hermione swallowed. "He looked like he was not Harry," she whispered, and the words made Harry's stomach twist. His eyes. His shadow. "Professor, you said there was something inside him." Dumbledore's voice went quieter. "There was," he said. "A fragment of Tom's soul." Harry's chest tightened. He stayed still, barely breathing. Madame Pomfrey's mouth tightened. "That is not something I want to hear in my ward." She snapped, but her voice trembled. Dumbledore inclined his head. "Of course," he said gently. "Forgive me." Hermione's voice shook. "So if he went through the veil," she whispered, "then the fragment is gone too." Dumbledore hesitated. Harry's skin prickled. Ron's voice cracked. "Sir," Ron whispered. Did we just kill Harry?" Hermione inhaled sharply. "Ron." She snapped, then swallowed hard. "No. He fell. He was trying to go after Sirius." Ron stared at the ceiling. But he was bound, Ron whispered, and the words came out like poison. He was bound and he was screaming, and you still? Hermione's eyes went wide. He was hurting people, she whispered, and her voice had a frantic edge now. His spell nearly took off a wall. His shadow moved. He said he wanted to go with Sirius. Ron, he said he wanted to die. We had to stop him. Ron's jaw clenched. We didn't stop him, he whispered. We just watched. Harry's throat burned. Ron remembered. Ron knew. Dumbledore's voice was soft. Ronald, he said gently, you are not at fault. Ron's eyes snapped to Dumbledore. Aren't I? Ron whispered, anger and grief tangled. Because it feels like I am. Hermione's breath hitched. Ron, she said, voice smaller now. We were scared. Ron's laugh was ugly. Yeah, he said, we were. He was the one who went through. Harry's stomach twisted. He wanted to step into the room and let them see him, alive, breathing, and watch their faces break. He wanted that. He stayed still because he needed more. Dumbledore exhaled slowly. You must not speak of this beyond this room, he said. The Ministry will twist it. The Prophet will twist it. If they learn of the fragment, they will not mourn Harry, they will fear him. Hermione swallowed. So we say he fell, she whispered. Dumbledore's gaze held hers. Yes, he said softly. You say he fell in the battle. You say he died fighting Death Eaters. You say he was brave. Ron's mouth twisted. He was brave, Ron whispered. Hermione's eyes filled again. He was, she said, voice shaking. He didn't deserve this. Harry's chest hurt. He could not tell if Hermione meant Sirius, or the veil, or the betrayal. Madame Pomfrey cleared her throat sharply. Enough, she snapped, voice tight. They need rest. Headmaster, you are upsetting them. Dumbledore inclined his head. Of course, he said gently. Dumbledore turned slightly, gaze sweeping the room. For a heartbeat, Harry felt Dumbledore's eyes pass near the corridor. Harry's shadow rippled under the cloak. Dumbledore's head paused. A fraction. Harry held his breath, body locked. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he looked away, turning toward the door. Remus, he said quietly, walk with me. Remus stood slowly, face exhausted. Yes, he murmured. Dumbledore moved toward the door. Remus followed. Madame Pomfrey fussed with Hermione's blanket, muttering. Ron stared at the ceiling, jaw clenched. Hermione wiped her face with trembling fingers. Dumbledore and Remus stepped out of the ward. Harry retreated into the deeper shadow beside the suit of armor, careful. He watched them move into the corridor. Dumbledore walked with slow steps, hands clasped behind his back. Remus kept his gaze down, shoulders tight. They stopped near a window where moonlight spilled in a pale strip across the floor. Dumbledore spoke quietly. I will send word to Arabella, he said. She will watch Privet Drive. The Dursleys must be informed. However unpleasant. Remus's voice came out rough. You are still talking like he's dead, he said. Dumbledore's hands trembled slightly. Because he is, he whispered. Remus's head snapped up. You do not know that, he said, voice tight. You do not know what the veil does to someone who is. He stopped himself, jaw clenching, because saying the rest would crack him open. Dumbledore's eyes were wet. Remus, he said softly. I did what I thought was necessary. Remus's laugh was broken. You did what you always do, he whispered. You decide, you carry it, and the rest of us swallow it. Dumbledore flinched. Yes, he whispered. Remus stared at him, eyes burning. You killed him? Remus said, simple and brutal. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged. I tried to save him. Dumbledore whispered. Remus's voice cracked. From what? From Voldemort. From himself. From your secrets. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. From becoming a vessel, he said quietly. From becoming a weapon. Harry's fingers tightened on the cloak so hard his knuckles hurt. Remus's voice went quieter, shaking. He was a child, he whispered. He deserved a chance to be angry and still be loved. Dumbledore's eyes opened. He looked older than ever. "Yes," he whispered, "and I took that chance away." Remus turned his head away, swallowing hard. "If he comes back," he said, voice rough. "If he comes back and he hates us, I won't blame him." Dumbledore's gaze dropped. "Neither will I," he whispered. Harry stood frozen in shadow, chest aching. He could feel the black heart pulsing, slow and heavy, like it was listening too. Remus inhaled shakily. "I need air," he muttered, and he walked away down the corridor, steps uneven. Dumbledore stayed by the window, staring at the moonlight strip on the floor, like it was a line he could not cross. His shoulders shook once, faintly, then steadied. Harry watched him and felt something cold settle in his gut. Dumbledore was not a monster. That was the worst part. Dumbledore was a man who believed his choices were clean, because his intentions were good. Harry backed away silently and slipped into the shadowed corridor, moving with the cloak pulled tight. He needed a plan. He needed allies. He needed time. He also needed to not collapse, because his body was still injured, and the adrenaline was fading fast. His throat burned. His ribs ached. His muscles felt like lead. Harry turned down a corridor that led away from the hospital wing and moved fast, but not reckless. He kept to shadows and avoided windows where moonlight could catch him. By the time he reached a familiar tapestry, he paused and pressed his back to the wall, breathing hard. The corridor was empty. The torchlight flickered. The air smelled like warm stone and old wax. Harry closed his eyes for 1 second, forcing himself to think. Room of requirement. It was the one place in the castle that could hide him even from Dumbledore. Maybe. It was the one place that could give him what he needed. Harry pushed off the wall and walked past the tapestry 3 times, thinking hard. I need a room that no one can find. I need darkness. I need a place to heal. I need to practice. The wall shimmered. A door appeared. Harry slipped inside. The air changed immediately, warmer, quieter. The room was dim, lit by a single lantern on a table. The space smelled like clean cloth and faint herbs. A bed sat against one wall. A stack of blankets lay folded. A basin of water waited on a stand. It was too perfect. Harry swallowed. The room had listened. He pulled the invisibility cloak off and dropped it on the bed. His hands trembled with exhaustion now that he was alone. He sank onto the floor, back against the wall, and let his head thud back. His breathing came fast and uneven. Igris was not here. Creature was not here. It was just him and the quiet. Harry stared at his hands, then at the shadows in the corners of the room. They looked deeper than they should. They looked like they were watching him. Harry swallowed hard. "Can anyone hear me?" he whispered, then hated himself, because he sounded like an 11-year-old again. The shadows did not answer, but he felt a faint hum under his ribs, like the black heart was awake. He forced himself up and splashed water on his face from the basin. The cold made him hiss. He wiped mud off his shoes and sat on the bed, staring at the lantern. A soft movement came from the corner of the room. Harry snapped his wand up. A small shadow soldier, shorter than the others in the graveyard, rose awkwardly out of the darkness. It looked half-formed, like a child drawing of armor made real, with a helmet too big and shoulders too narrow. It held something in its hands. Harry stared. The soldier took 2 stiff steps forward and held out a folded cloth. A hand towel. Harry blinked hard. "You brought me a towel," he said, voice flat. The shadow soldier nodded, jerky and earnest. Harry stared at it for a second, then let out a breath. It might have been a laugh, if it had not sounded so broken. He took the towel and wiped his face again. The soldier stayed standing, waiting like it wanted praise. Harry swallowed. "Thanks," he muttered. The soldier puffed up slightly, as if pleased, then sank back into the shadow corner. Harry stared at the corner, then pressed the towel to his face and breathed. It was absurd. He had almost been murdered by Dumbledore and nearly claimed by Voldemort, and a shadow soldier had brought him a towel like a worried mum. The thought made his chest tighten in a way that was not anger. Harry swallowed hard and forced himself to focus again. He needed information, and Ygritte was scouting. He needed to decide what to do with Ron and Hermione. He needed to decide what to do with Dumbledore. And he needed to decide what he was going to become. A soft ripple moved on the floor near the bed. Ygritte rose from the shadow, armor steady, sword down. The knight's presence made the room feel smaller, heavier. Harry sat up straight. "Report," he said, voice rough. Ygritte inclined his helmet. "Dumbledore intends to bury you quickly," he said, voice low. "He intends to control the story. The boy and the girl will follow his direction." Harry's stomach twisted. "Ron and Hermione," he muttered. Ygritte continued. "There is fear in the castle. There is grief. There is also opportunity. Those who disliked you speak openly now." Harry clenched his jaw. "Anyone else?" he asked. Ygritte's helmet angled slightly. "A girl," he said. "Green eyes, gray hair." She listened at the edge of the great hall when the news arrived. She did not rejoice. She watched. Harry frowned. "Ooh," he demanded. Ygritte paused. "Daphne Greengrass," he said. Harry blinked, surprised. "How do you know her name?" Ygritte's voice stayed calm. "I listened," he said simply. Harry exhaled slowly. Daphne Greengrass. Slytherin. Pure blood. Quiet. He remembered her as a face in class, a presence more than a person. Harry rubbed his forehead. "Why does she matter?" he asked. Ygritte's voice came out steady. "She is not aligned," he said. "She watches for leverage. She could be useful." Harry stared at the lantern flame. Useful. That was a Voldemort word. That was a Dumbledore word too, if he was honest. Harry's throat burned. "I'm not recruiting," he muttered. Ygritte stayed silent, but the knight's posture did not change, as if he would obey any direction Harry gave. Harry stood, legs shaky, and paced 2 steps to the table, then back, forcing himself to keep his breathing steady. "If I show myself," he said quietly, "Dumbledore tries to cage me. If I don't, he buries me and controls everything." Ygritte's voice stayed calm. "Then do not show yourself yet," he said. Harry stopped pacing. "Ron and Hermione," he whispered, and the names tasted complicated. "They think I'm dead." Ygritte did not answer, because this was not a tactical question. Harry looked at his wand, then down at his shadow. His shadow rippled faintly, like it was breathing. Harry made a choice. "Ygritte," he said, voice low. "I want to see her." Ygritte tilted his helmet. "Daphne Greengrass." Harry nodded once. "Find her," he said. "Bring her to a place where we can talk, somewhere quiet, somewhere dark. Do not scare her, just guide." Ygritte hesitated for the first time. "A fraction, my liege," he said. "Her fear may be dangerous." Harry's mouth twisted. "Everyone's fear is dangerous," he muttered. "Mine too." Ygritte inclined his helmet. "As you command." The knight sank into shadow and vanished. Harry stood alone again, lantern flickering, heart pounding. He did not know why he picked Daphne. Maybe because she was not Ron, not Hermione, not Remus. Not anyone he cared about enough to be crushed again. Maybe because he needed someone who did not owe him love. Someone who could choose him anyway, even if the choice was selfish. Harry swallowed hard. He hated how practical that sounded. Time crawled. Harry forced himself to clean his wand and check his bag, because he needed something to do with his hands. He drank water. He ate a piece of bread that tasted slightly less like ash now. He pressed a damp cloth to his throat bruise and hissed quietly. His body was tired. His mind was worse. He kept seeing Sirius fall when he closed his eyes. He kept hearing Dumbledore say, "Forgive me." He kept feeling Voldemort's cold hook trying to latch onto his chest. Harry's fingers curled into fists. He forced them open again. A ripple moved on the floor. Ygritte rose again, silent as always. Behind him, a second shadow rose with a different shape, smaller, slimmer, no armor. It looked like a cloak made of darkness with two pale eyes inside it. Daphne Greengrass stepped out from behind the shadow, wand already raised. Harry froze, wand half up. Daphne's eyes flicked over him fast. Wet hair, pale face, bruised throat, wand in hand. Then her gaze snapped to Ygritte, and her breathing hitched. "What?" Daphne said, voice sharp. "What is that?" Harry forced his voice steady. "It's mine," he said. Daphne's eyes narrowed. "That's not an answer," she snapped. Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. "It's a knight," he said. "He won't hurt you unless you try something." Daphne's grip tightened on her wand. She took a small step backward, putting herself closer to the door. Her posture was controlled, but Harry could see the tension in her jaw. She looked at Harry again, eyes sharp. "You're dead," she said, voice flat. Harry's mouth twisted. "Yeah," he said. "I keep hearing that." Daphne's eyes flicked briefly to his shadow, then back to his face. "This is a trap," she said. Harry shook his head once. "No," he said. "If I wanted you hurt, you'd already be on the floor." Daphne's nostrils flared. "That's meant to comfort me," she said, voice dry. Harry's lips twitched despite himself. "Not really," he muttered. Daphne stared at him for a beat, then lifted her chin slightly, mask sliding into place. "Why?" she demanded. "Why me?" Harry exhaled slowly. "Because you're not crying in the hospital wing," he said bluntly. "And you're not standing in my house pretending you didn't help kill me." Daphne's eyes widened. "Just a fraction." "Help kill you," she repeated, voice tight. "What did they do?" Harry's jaw clenched. He forced himself not to spiral. "They bound me?" he said. "They pushed me through the veil." Daphne stared at him. Her face stayed controlled, but Harry saw something shift behind her eyes, like she was recalculating. "They," she said slowly. "Who?" Harry swallowed. "Dumbledore," he said. "Ron, Hermione, the Order." Daphne's lips parted slightly, then pressed together. "That's—" she started, then stopped, because she did not have a neat word for it. Harry laughed once, sharp. "Yeah," he said. "That?" Daphne's wand stayed raised, but her grip loosened a fraction. "If you're alive," she said carefully, "then why are you hiding?" Harry's voice went low. "Because Dumbledore will try again," he said. "And Voldemort already found me once tonight." Daphne's breath caught. "Voldemort," she whispered, and the fear in her voice was real for the first time. Harry nodded once. "Graveyard," he said. He showed up. "He wants whatever this is." He gestured vaguely at his chest, at his shadow, at Ygritte, because he did not have better words. Daphne stared at him. Then at Ygritte. "You survived," she said, voice careful. Harry's mouth twisted. "Barely," he said. "I cut him. Not much. Just enough to know he can bleed." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "That's impossible," she whispered, but she sounded like she wanted to believe it. Harry stepped closer, slow, not threatening. "I didn't bring you here to impress you," he said. "I brought you because you're clever. You're quiet, and you're not in love with Dumbledore." Daphne's eyes flashed. "And you think that makes me trustworthy?" Harry's laugh was humorless. "No," he said. "It makes you honest." Daphne stared at him for a long beat. Then she lowered her wand, not fully, but enough to show she was listening. Harry's shoulders loosened a fraction. Daphne glanced toward the shadows near the bed, then back to Harry. "Where are we?" she asked. Harry gestured vaguely. "Room of requirement," he said. Daphne's eyes widened a fraction again. "Of course," she muttered. "You always had a talent for finding the one thing no one else can." Harry's throat tightened. He did not want to talk about talent. He wanted to talk about survival. He forced himself to focus. "I need help," he said bluntly. "Not a hug, not pity. I need information and cover." Daphne's gaze sharpened. "Cover," she repeated. Harry nodded. "I need to move without being tracked," he said. "I need to know what the Ministry is doing. I need to know what Dumbledore is telling people. And I need someone who can walk in Slytherin without getting stared at like I'm contagious." Daphne's lips twitched, faint. "You're asking me to spy," she said. Harry's jaw clenched. "I'm asking you to watch," he corrected. "You already do it." "You just do it for yourself." Daphne's eyes narrowed, but she did not deny it. "What do I get?" she asked, voice smooth. Harry stared at her, and for the first time since the veil, he felt something like normal negotiation. It was cold comfort, but it was still comfort. "You get leverage," Harry said quietly. "You get truth. You get a promise that when Dumbledore and Voldemort start pulling the wizarding world apart, you and yours don't get crushed in the middle." Daphne's gaze sharpened. "You can promise that," she said, skeptical. Harry's shadow rippled at his feet, and Egress shifted slightly, armor soft against stone. Harry felt the black heart pulse, heavy and sure. Harry's voice came out lower. "I can," he said. Daphne stared at him, then at his throat bruise. Her eyes flicked to his hands, still shaking faintly. Her mask slipped for half a second, showing something like curiosity mixed with discomfort. "You're in pain," she said, not a question. Harry shrugged, then hissed quietly as the movement pulled on his ribs. "Yeah," he muttered. Daphne stepped closer. Slow and controlled, like she was approaching a dangerous animal. She lifted one hand, hesitated, then lightly touched the edge of the bruise on his throat. Harry flinched on instinct. Daphne's hand froze. "Sorry," she said quickly, and she did not sound like she apologized often. Harry swallowed. "It's fine," he lied, because he did not know how to handle gentle touch right now. Daphne's fingers hovered again, then withdrew. Her eyes stayed on the bruise. "They did that?" she whispered. Harry's jaw clenched. "Yeah," he said. Daphne's gaze snapped back to his eyes. "You're not going to forgive them," she said. Harry's laugh was soft and ugly. "No," he said simply. Daphne inhaled slowly, then exhaled, controlled. "If you're alive," she said carefully, "and the Ministry thinks you're dead, you could take that and disappear." Harry's throat tightened. "And leave Voldemort," he said. "Leave Dumbledore. Leave Ron and Hermione thinking they killed me. Leave Sirius," his voice cracked, "with no one to even spit on the truth." Daphne's eyes softened just a fraction, then hardened again. "So you want revenge," she said. Harry stared at her. "I want control," he said quietly. "I'm done being dragged." Daphne's gaze stayed sharp. "Control looks a lot like darkness," she said. Harry's shadow rippled again, and the room felt colder for a heartbeat. Harry forced it down. Harry's voice went rough. "I know," he said. Silence stretched between them, heavy and tense. The lantern flickered. The shadows in the corners stayed deep. Daphne spoke first. "If I help you," she said slowly, "and you get caught, I'm dead." Harry nodded once. "Yeah," he said. Daphne's lips pressed together. "If I help you," she continued, "and you win, I'm tied to you." Harry swallowed hard. "Yeah," he said again. Daphne stared at him, then lifted her chin slightly. "I want a promise," she said. Harry's mouth twisted. "Name it." Daphne's voice went quiet, controlled. "No mind magic," she said. "No forcing me. No using whatever this is." She glanced at his shadow. "To make me obedient." Harry stared at her, surprised. "I don't." He started, then stopped because he did not know what he might become. Harry forced his voice steady. "I promise," he said. Daphne watched him closely as if looking for a lie. Then she nodded once, sharp. "Fine," she said. "I'll watch, I'll listen. I'll tell you what Dumbledore is doing." Harry exhaled slowly. Relief hit him so hard it made his knees feel weak. He hated that he needed it. Daphne's gaze flicked to Egress again. "And that thing," she said. "It goes nowhere near my family." Harry nodded. "It won't?" he said. Daphne took one more step closer, then stopped, standing just inside the edge of Harry's personal space. Her eyes were sharp, but her voice went lower. "If you're lying," she said, "I will cut you before Dumbledore does." Harry's lips twitched faintly. "Fair," he muttered. Daphne's gaze dropped briefly to his mouth, then snapped back to his eyes, as if she had caught herself noticing something she did not want to notice. Harry's stomach flipped in a way that annoyed him. Daphne spoke again, quieter. "You're shaking," she said. Harry swallowed. "I'm tired," he admitted. Daphne hesitated, then lifted her hand again. Slower this time, and brushed damp hair out of Harry's eyes. The touch was brief, but it made Harry's breath hitch. He did not know why. He had been hit by curses and dragged through death, and a simple touch did more damage than most spells. Harry's voice came out low. "Don't do that," he muttered, and he did not mean it as harshly as it sounded. Daphne's eyes flashed. "Then stop looking like you're about to collapse," she snapped, but her hand did not pull away fast enough. Their faces were too close. Harry could see the fine rain dampness still clinging to Daphne's hair, could see her pupils slightly blown with adrenaline, could smell faint lavender from her soap under the stone air. Harry's throat tightened. Daphne inhaled sharply, then leaned in without warning and kissed him. It was quick, not soft. More like a test, like she wanted to see if he would flinch or bite. Harry froze for half a heartbeat, shock shooting through him. Then his body caught up, and he kissed her back, just as quick, just as sharp, because the contact grounded him in a way nothing else had tonight. Daphne pulled back first, eyes wide for a fraction before her mask slammed back into place. "That," she said, voice tight, "does not mean anything." Harry stared at her, stunned. His mouth felt warm, his heart hammered, he swallowed hard. "Right," he said hoarsely. Daphne's cheeks were faintly pink, and she looked furious about it. "You needed to focus," she snapped. "You were drifting?" Harry's lips parted. He wanted to argue. He wanted to ask why she did it. He wanted to ask why it felt like someone had shoved air back into his lungs. He forced himself to keep it practical. "Thanks," he muttered. Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Don't make it weird," she snapped. Harry let out a breath that might have been a laugh. "Too late," he muttered, and the words slipped out before he could stop them. Daphne's mouth twitched, annoyed, then she shook her head sharply. "Listen," she said, voice crisp. "You need to decide what you want next. Because Dumbledore will start moving tomorrow. The Ministry will start moving tomorrow. And if Voldemort sensed you, he'll move too." Harry's chest tightened again, but the panic was quieter now. He nodded once. "Tomorrow," he repeated. Daphne stepped back, regaining space. "I'll go," she said. "I'll watch. I'll find out what I can. Where do I bring information?" Harry looked at the lantern, then at the bed, then at the shadows. "Here," he said. "Same way. Ygritte can guide you." Daphne's eyes flicked to the shadow corner. "I don't like that," she muttered. Harry's mouth twisted. "You'll get used to it," he said. Daphne's gaze snapped back, sharp. "Don't start acting like a monarch," she snapped. Harry flinched at the word, because it hit too close. He forced his voice low. "I'm trying not to," he admitted. Daphne stared at him for a beat, then nodded once, controlled. "Good," she said. "Because if you become another Dark Lord, I will be the first to poison your tea." Harry's lips twitched faintly. "Noted," he muttered. Daphne turned toward the shadow near the wall. Ygritte stepped forward, silent, and held out his hand slightly, not touching her, just indicating the path. Daphne hesitated, then stepped into the shadow. She vanished like a candle snuffed. The room went quiet again. Harry stood there, breathing hard, hand hovering near his mouth as if he could still feel the kiss. His throat hurt. His ribs hurt. His mind felt like a storm. He looked at Ygritte. That was... He started, then stopped, because he did not have a word for it. Igris's voice stayed neutral. "Is the ally secured?" he asked. Harry stared at him. "You saw that, and your first thought is ally," he muttered. Igris's helmet tilted slightly. The closest thing to confusion Harry had seen from him. "It affects morale," he said, as if that explained everything. Harry let out a broken laugh, then pressed his palm to his face and exhaled slowly. He forced himself to speak. "Guard," he said. "If anyone comes, warn me." "As always," Igris said. Harry sat on the bed and stared at the lantern flame. His body trembled with exhaustion again, now that the adrenaline was fading. He pulled the invisibility cloak around himself like a blanket and lay back, staring at the ceiling. His thoughts kept circling. Ron looked at the ceiling and asked if he killed me. Hermione tried to justify it. Dumbledore told them to lie. Remus called it murder. Voldemort called me a throne. Daphne kissed me like a test. Harry swallowed hard, throat aching. He did not know what he would do tomorrow, not fully. He only knew one thing with absolute clarity. He was done being a piece on someone else's board. The lantern flickered, and the shadows in the corners deepened, as if the room itself was listening. Grimmauld Place felt smaller at night, the kind of small that pressed on the lungs. Harry sat at the kitchen table with a cold mug in his hands and listened to the house creak like it was trying to speak. Creature stalked across the tiles, muttering about mudbloods and traitors. Then he paused and snapped his head toward the doorway, as if he had smelled something wrong. Harry felt it too, a ripple in the darkness. A new presence that did not belong to the house? "Come out," Harry said, voice flat. The shadow behind the cupboard moved. Then unfolded into shape long limbs, glossy black carapace, too many joints, and a polite bow that looked absurd on a creature that could split a man in half. Baru lowered his head, voice eager and warm. "My liege," you called. "I have arrived." Creature shrieked. "No, no, no, not another monster in Master's house." Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. "He is not a monster, he is mine." Baru tilted his head, almost curious. "Can I eat the loud one?" Creature made a strangled noise and vanished behind a chair. Harry stared at Baru. "No eating in my house." Baru straightened, offended by the concept, then nodded like he was making a sacred vow. "Understood. I will not eat him. May I bite him if he threatens you?" Harry exhaled. "You may stand there and look terrifying. That is your job." Baru brightened. "I can do that." The absurdity almost made Harry laugh. Almost, then the memory of the veil snapped through him, and the laughter died before it could form. A soft knock sounded at the front door. Careful, controlled, not a visitor, a signal. Harry rose, motioned once, and Creature reappeared with wide eyes, then scampered to the door and pulled it open. Daphne Greengrass stepped inside, as if she belonged there. Cloak still on, hair tucked behind one ear, eyes sharp and calm. She paused only long enough to take in Baru's silhouette in the kitchen doorway. Her eyebrow lifted. "You collected a bug." Baru bowed again. "Hello, future queen." Harry choked on air. "Baru, no." Daphne's lips twitched. "Your shadows talk." Harry rubbed his face. "Unfortunately." Daphne walked into the kitchen, glanced at Creature, then at Baru, then sat across from Harry like they were discussing homework. "The ministry has been circling. They want your body, or proof of it. Some want a public funeral, some want to make you a symbol." Harry's jaw tightened, and Dumbledore. Daphne's voice stayed cool. "He is pretending he believes you are gone, but he is watching, and he has pulled strings to keep the school year stable. He thinks stability will keep Voldemort predictable." Harry stared at the table. "Stability is a lie." Daphne nodded once. "Yes. And there are whispers that someone loyal to the Dark Lord will be inside Hogwarts this term, not a student, an adult. Someone close enough to watch the staff and the wards." Harry felt the pull in his shadow sense twitch. the castle calling faintly even from miles away, like it had been waiting for him to come home. Daphne leaned forward, voice lower. If you go back quietly, Dumbledore will lock you in his office and decide what you are allowed to be. Harry met her gaze, cold certainty settling. Then I do not go back quietly. Daphne's eyes narrowed, then a slow smile curved her mouth, sharp and approving. Good. Harry stood, shadows stirring at his feet. We go tonight, we make it public, and then we hunt what is under the castle before Voldemort can. Daphne rose too, close now, the space between them charged. And you stop calling it hunting, you sound like a Dementor. Harry's mouth quirked. It is hunting. Daphne stepped closer until her breath touched his cheek. Fine, but hunt with your head, not your anger. Harry's throat tightened, he nodded. Then Daphne kissed him, quick and hard, like she was sealing a pact. When she pulled back, her eyes stayed on his. If you die again, I will drag you back myself. Harry's voice came out rough. Try it. Daphne's mouth twitched. I will. Harry turned toward the corner, stepped into the darkest patch of the room, and the world folded, the house vanished, and Hogwarts pulled him in like gravity. Cold night air hit his face, the smell of wet grass and lake water and old stone flooded his lungs, and Hogwarts stood ahead of him, lit by torches and windows like a giant watching the dark. He was on a hill just beyond the grounds, far enough that no one would see him, unless they were looking for a person in the dark. Close enough that he could feel the wards like a skin stretched over the castle. Ygritte stepped out of his shadow a breath later, and Burrow's presence hovered behind them like he was crouched, waiting to be unleashed. Harry kept him leashed. In the distance, the thestral-drawn carriages rolled up the path, and the sound of excited voices drifted faintly over the grass. First years arriving. Older students laughing, the normal start of a school year that had no right to be normal after what had happened. Harry stared at the castle, and the memory of being a kid, stepping inside for the first time, hit him hard and fast, and for a second he felt something like grief. Not for his own childhood, but for the version of it that had been stolen and replaced with war. He pulled his robe tighter, and beneath it the dragon-hide armor hugged his chest and shoulders, dark and flexible. It did not clink, it did not shine. It felt like a second skin, and it made him feel like he could take a curse and keep walking. He waited until the sky outside went dark, until London's streetlights made thin orange rectangles on the floor. Then he stepped into the deepest shadow in the corner of the room. The world folded. It always felt wrong, like his body was a thought instead of flesh for one heartbeat. Then the pressure released, and he was standing somewhere else. He stood before the main doors, one hand on the iron handle. And for a second he just breathed, listened to his own heart and the quieter second heartbeat underneath it. Then he shoved the doors open. The sound cracked across the hall like thunder, and every head snapped toward him at once. Torchlight spilled over him, over black robes, over dark armor peeking at the collar and cuffs, over a face people had cried over in public memorials. A face that should have been a photograph on a wall. Not a person standing in the doorway, with eyes that looked like they had seen something on the other side of death. The first years at the front turned, wide-eyed. Some of them clutched each other's sleeves. The sorting hat went silent on its stool like it had forgotten how to breathe. For a heartbeat, the whole great hall froze. Then the noise exploded. Chairs scraping, voices shouting, someone screamed, someone else laughed like they were losing it. And the sound of a goblet hitting the floor rang out sharp and clear. Harry's gaze flicked up to the staff table. Dumbledore had risen halfway from his seat, one hand braced on the table, his eyes wide behind his half-moon glasses. And McGonagall's mouth was open, her face pale, her hands gripping the edge of the table like she might leap across it. Snape was already standing. Black eyes locked on Harry with a look that was not surprise. It was something colder, like calculation mixed with anger. Hermione was on her feet at the Gryffindor table, her chair knocked back, her hands pressed to her mouth, her eyes wet, and Ron sat beside her frozen. His face the color of ash. Daphne sat at the Slytherin table, back straight, face calm. But Harry saw her fingers curl into a fist under the table. She met his eyes and held them. Dumbledore's wand was in his hand now, raised but not pointed, his voice carried over the noise. Gentle but edged with steel, Harry. Harry stopped a few steps from the first row of tables. Headmaster. Dumbledore's eyes searched his face. Is that you, or is it something wearing you? It's me, Harry said, voice flat. And if you want to test it, you can try. But do it quick. I'm not in the mood for speeches. Snape's lip curled. Impressive. Even death did not manage to teach you manners. Harry's gaze flicked to Snape. Nice to see you too, Professor. McGonagall snapped. Mr. Potter, you will not speak like that in this hall. Harry looked at her. I'm not here to be polite. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. Where have you been? Harry's mouth twisted. Dead, apparently. Harry lifted his chin. Let his voice carry. I am enrolled here. Headmaster, unless you plan to expel me for surviving your murder attempt. The hall erupted again. Dumbledore's voice went low. That is a grave accusation. Harry's smile was cold. You put me in the Department of Mysteries with children. You let Death Eaters hunt us. You let me walk into Voldemort's hands with nothing but a prophecy and a lie. And when I fell through the veil, you stood there and watched. So yes, I think the word murder fits. Hermione's sob cut through the noise, and Ron's voice came out hoarse. But Harry shut it down with a look. Don't, not here. Dumbledore stepped forward. Harry, you are not in danger here. Put aside whatever magic you have found, and come with me, we will talk privately. Harry raised his hand, palm open, and the air in the hall thickened. A wave of dread rolled through the great hall. Wands slipped from fingers. Some clattered to the floor. Students gasped and grabbed at their throats. A few sank to their knees. Teachers held longer, but even they stiffened under the pressure. Harry lowered his hand, and the pressure eased, but the fear stayed in the room like smoke. No, Harry said. I'm not coming with you. Not like a child you can put in a corner. He nodded once at the first years. Fine. Do your sorting. Dumbledore forced the world back into motion. Proceed. When the last first year was sorted, the applause was weak, and Dumbledore gestured sharply. Mr. Potter, you will sit. You are a student of this school. You will behave as one. Harry looked at the empty space at Gryffindor, then looked at Slytherin instead. Daphne shifted a fraction and made room beside her like it was inevitable. Harry walked past Gryffindor without stopping and sat beside Daphne Greengrass. Draco Malfoy stood up so fast his chair nearly tipped. Potter, what do you think you're doing? Harry turned his head slowly toward Draco. Sit down, Malfoy. Draco's mouth opened to argue. Then Ygritte manifested fully behind Harry, towering, silent, and Draco's pride folded under survival. Blaise leaned back with a slow grin. Theo watched like he was measuring, and the whole table moved around Harry, the way a pack moved around a larger predator. Morning in the dungeons came fast. Harry walked into the great hall with Daphne at his side, and the same stunned silence followed him like a cloak. Hermione came to the Slytherin table before anyone could stop her, eyes red-rimmed, hands trembling. She said sorry without excuses. She said she was glad he was alive, and Harry listened with a face that did not give her what she wanted. Ron tried too, anger riding his grief. He called Harry a dark lord in the making, and Harry told him not here, not now. Then the words came out like a knife, and Ron walked away like he had been gutted. Daphne watched it all with cold eyes and a steady hand. And when the day dragged on and teachers stared too hard, She met Harry by the library as promised. They slipped into the restricted section with a borrowed password and a plan that depended on looking normal. The iron gate clanked behind them, and the air turned colder, books whispering like they were hungry for secrets. They stepped through, and the air changed, colder, thicker, like the books were breathing out dust and warnings. Harry kept his hand near his wand out of habit, but he also let his shadow sense spread, thin and careful, sliding along the floor, up the shelves, tasting for watchers. "Are you doing that thing again?" Daphne whispered, eyes on a stack of grimoires. Harry glanced at her. "What thing?" "The thing where the room gets colder," Daphne said, voice dry. "You have a talent for making libraries feel haunted." Harry's mouth quirked. "It is haunted, probably." Daphne snorted softly, then started pulling books, moving with practiced speed. She had done this before. She knew where the family histories were kept, where the forbidden texts on blood magic sat. She moved like a person who had been raised around secrets. Harry reached for a thick, black volume with a silver spine, then stopped when his shadow sense caught a faint shift 2 shelves over. Not an echo, not a student, something hiding and holding still. He did not react. He kept his hand on the book. Voice low, "We're not alone." Daphne's fingers froze on a page. Then she turned her head without moving her body, eyes scanning. "Where?" Harry's gaze stayed on the shelf, 2 aisles over, behind the history section. Daphne's voice went quieter. "Is it a student?" Harry listened, felt the presence. "No, it feels older." Daphne's jaw tightened. "Death Eater." Harry's voice stayed calm. "Maybe." Daphne swallowed. "We should leave." Harry shook his head. Slow. "No, we find what we need, and if they try anything, we end it." They found the name Piviral within minutes, a dusty family record that traced bloodlines through marriages and feuds. Harry's finger ran along the ink. The words made something inside him twist, because his family had been there all along, hidden behind old paper and lies. "Your line branches into Potter through the female side," Daphne whispered, eyes moving fast. "And there is a mention of a third inheritance. Not gold, not land, something described as a mantle." Harry's pulse picked up. "Monarch." Daphne looked up at him, eyes sharp. "You knew." Harry's voice stayed low. "I've felt it." Daphne flipped to another page. Salazar Slytherin. Harry caught Daphne by the sleeve right before she stepped into the torchlight. She froze on instinct, then turned her head just enough to glare at him over her shoulder. Even in the dim corridor, her eyes did that sharp greengrass thing, like she could slice him open with one look. "You're pulling my clothes again," she whispered. "You were about to walk into Filch's patrol." Harry whispered back. "Unless you fancy spending the night scrubbing trophies." "I'd rather drink Boobatuber Puss." "That's a yes." "Then?" Daphne's mouth twitched like she hated that she almost smiled. She leaned closer, voice low and impatient. "You said the entrance was on the 2nd floor. Why are we skulking around like first years sneaking biscuits?" "Because the castle listens," Harry said. He kept his eyes on the intersection ahead, where the corridor bent toward the stairs. "And because people are nosy." "You mean Malfoy," she said. Harry didn't answer, and that was answer enough. Daphne shifted her weight, one hand hovering near her wand, the other resting on the dagger Harry had given her earlier. It sat in a plain sheath at her hip, nothing flashy, nothing that screamed cursed artifact. Just a clean, dark blade that felt too cold when she touched it, like it remembered the ground. She still didn't like how easily it had appeared from his shadow. No pocket, no sleeve, no clever wandwork. It had simply been there, sliding out of darkness like it belonged to him. "You're sure this isn't going to?" "I don't know," she muttered. "Eat my hand off." "That won't," Harry said. Daphne tilted her head. That wasn't convincing. Harry glanced at her, then down at the dagger. It's low rank. It's meant for humans. Low rank, she repeated, incredulous. You talk like you're shopping for socks. I've seen the sock aisle, Harry said. It's terrifying. Daphne stared at him for a beat, then breathed out through her nose. You're making jokes. Keeping you from panicking. I don't panic. Harry lifted his eyebrows. Daphne's glare sharpened. Do not look at me like that. He leaned closer, voice softer. You're doing fine. Her throat bobbed, just once. She looked away so fast it was almost rude. They waited until the corridor ahead stayed empty, then moved again. No loud footsteps, no dragging robes. Harry paced it like he was counting heartbeats, listening for the scrape of a lantern, the cough of an old caretaker, the soft scuttle of Mrs. Norris. The castle felt different at night when you weren't hiding from teachers, but from people who wanted answers. The air was cooler, and every portrait seemed to follow him with a little more attention than it should. Daphne walked on his left, close enough that if she tripped he could catch her. She didn't like that either. It made her shoulders stiff, like she'd rather fall down the stairs than accept help. Harry let her have that. Mostly. They hit the second-floor landing, and Daphne slowed when she saw where he was headed. Oh, you're joking? She whispered. Harry kept walking. No. The girls' bathroom, she said, like the word tasted bad. This is your grand secret. Not the bathroom, Harry said. What's under it? Daphne glanced toward the door, then back at him. If you're pranking me, Potter, I swear I will end you. Harry stopped outside the door. The corridor was empty, but that didn't mean it would stay that way. He lifted a hand and pressed his palm against the stone beside the frame. The shadow under his fingers stirred like it recognized him. Daphne watched his hand, then his face. Are you doing that on purpose? Harry's mouth went tight. It's doing it. That's not reassuring. He looked at her. Last chance. Daphne's chin lifted. Don't patronize me. I'm not, he said. I'm warning you. She stepped forward, closer, so their shoulders nearly brushed. Then open it. Harry pushed the door. The hinges creaked like a complaint, and cold air spilled out, damp and stale. The bathroom was half lit by moonlight through the frosted window. Sinks lined one wall, cracked mirrors above them. Stalls stood like little doors to misery. And then a voice rose up, loud and offended. Who is it this time? Moaning Myrtle wailed. I'm trying to have a miserable evening, and you're all stomping in like you own the place. Daphne jolted so hard she nearly drew her wand. Harry didn't flinch. Myrtle. There was a pause. Then Myrtle's head popped up from one of the sinks. Her translucent hair stuck to her cheeks like she'd been sobbing, which, to be fair, she usually was. Her eyes widened. Harry Potter. Daphne's jaw dropped, just a fraction before she recovered. She shot Harry a look that said, You didn't mention the ghost. Harry mouthed, sorry. Myrtle floated closer, suspicious now. You're not supposed to be here. You're supposed to be dead, or expelled, or both. I heard a lot of things. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You heard. Myrtle turned to her like she'd only just noticed her. Who are you? Daphne stared back, unimpressed. Daphne Greengrass. Myrtle blinked. Oh, you're one of those. One of what? Daphne snapped. One of the girls who pretends she doesn't cry, Myrtle said, pleased with herself. You all look the same, hard faces. Mean eyes. You bully people. Then you go to bed and cry into your pillow and pretend no one knows. Daphne's cheeks went slightly pink with anger. I do not cry. Myrtle smiled in a way that was almost cruel for a ghost. Sure. Harry cleared his throat. Myrtle, we need a minute. Myrtle drifted in a slow circle around him, gaze fixed on his forehead. Your scar looks different. Harry kept his expression blank. It's fine. It used to hurt, Myrtle said, voice softer now, curious. It used to feel like it was screaming. I could hear it sometimes when you came in here, like a little angry bee." Daphne went still. She looked at Harry with a different kind of focus, sharper and quieter. Harry's fingers flexed at his side. "It doesn't scream anymore." Myrtle's eyes widened. "That's creepy." "Thanks," Harry said. Myrtle pointed at the shadows in the corners of the room. "And that's creepy, too. Why is it darker in here when the moon is out?" Daphne's gaze slid to the far stall, where the darkness sat thicker than it should. For a second, she swore she saw a red glow, like a helmet plume. Then it was gone. Harry didn't look. He didn't need to. He felt Igris watching through the floor, patient as a weapon on a wall. Myrtle leaned closer, lowering her voice like she was telling a secret. "Are you doing something bad, Harry Potter?" Harry's eyes flicked to Daphne, then back to Myrtle. "Depends who you ask." Myrtle frowned. "That's what Tom Riddle used to say." Daphne stiffened. Harry's stomach tightened in the old familiar way it did when a name like that crept into a room. Myrtle kept going, oblivious. He was polite. He asked questions. He smiled like he meant it, but he didn't. He said he was going to help me. He said I'd be important. He lied. Everyone lies. Harry's voice stayed calm, but there was steel under it. "Did he tell you anything about what's under this bathroom?" Myrtle blinked. "Under." Harry nodded toward the row of sinks. "This sink. The one with the snake?" Myrtle's mouth fell open. "Oh, that's a secret." Daphne leaned in, eyes bright. "You know how to open it." Myrtle snapped her head toward Daphne. "I know everything in this bathroom. I know where people hide when they're kissing. And I know when they're lying. And I know when they think no one's watching." Daphne's face went hard. "We're not kissing." Myrtle's eyes darted between them. "Yet," Harry exhaled, slow. Myrtle huffed. "Fine. Yes. I know the sink. It makes a funny sound sometimes, like a hiss. Like it wants to bite. Tom used to stand there and talk to it in that creepy snake language." Daphne's head snapped toward Harry. "Snake language." Harry held her gaze for half a second. Later. Daphne looked like she wanted to argue. Then she swallowed it. Because the bathroom was not the place for that fight. Harry stepped up to the marked sink, the one with the tiny carved snake on the tap. He placed his hand on the cold porcelain, and the shadow beneath it rippled like ink in water. Myrtle backed up a little. Daphne's breath hitched, despite herself. Harry leaned down and spoke. The sound that came out of his throat wasn't English. It wasn't anything she'd heard in a classroom. It was low and sliding, like stone scraping stone, like something old waking up. Daphne's skin prickled. She watched his jaw move, watched his eyes go distant for a heartbeat, and the bathroom felt too small for him. Then the sink shuddered, metal groaned, stone shifted. The tap twisted on its own, and the entire basin slid aside with a grinding rumble that shook dust from the ceiling. A circular hole opened in the floor, black as a mouth. Cold air surged up, damp and foul, like a cellar that had never seen light. Myrtle squealed. "Oh, no, 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 not again. I'm not doing this again." "That thing ate my glasses. It won't touch you," Harry said. Myrtle waved her hands wildly. "You don't know that." Harry turned and met Daphne's eyes. She looked pale under the moonlight. She still held herself like a blade, but her fingers were tight on her wand, knuckles white. Her voice came out a little too steady. "You can speak to snakes." Harry didn't flinch from it. "Yes." Daphne's lips parted. She closed them again. That's not normal. Neither is half the stuff in this castle," Harry said. Then, quieter, "Are you still coming?" Daphne stared at the hole. The darkness looked like it breathed. Then she lifted her chin, stepped to the edge, and looked back at him like she'd rather die than back down. "If you fall, I'm not pulling you out." Harry almost smiled. "Good. I'd hate to owe you." Myrtle hovered behind them, wringing her hands. "If you die, Can you die quietly? I don't want the whole castle running in here again." Harry glanced at her. "We'll try," Daphne muttered. "This is insane." Harry stepped into the hole and dropped. The chute was slick and steep. He slid on his back, boots scraping stone, cloak flaring around him. Cold water splashed his shoulders. The air tasted like old moss and something sore. Behind him, Daphne yelped, then cursed under her breath in a way that would have made McGonagall's eyebrows climb into her hairline. Harry twisted and caught her wrist when she shot past him, because she'd been too proud to sit down and slide properly. She slammed into him, hard, and for a second they were tangled together in darkness, her breath hot against his throat. Daphne went rigid. "Let go," Harry did, immediately. Hands up like he'd been accused. "You were going to crack your skull." "I would have been fine," she hissed. "You were upside down," Harry said. Daphne's voice went high with offense. "I was not upside down." Harry didn't argue. He just pushed himself into a crouch as the chute spat them out onto a stone floor. They landed in a tunnel that stretched into darkness, walls carved with serpent patterns. Water dripped from the ceiling in slow, steady taps. The air was thicker down here, heavy with secrets. Daphne stood, brushing herself off like she could wipe the humiliation away. Her eyes darted along the tunnel, then back to Harry. "If you tell anyone I screamed—" "You didn't scream," Harry said. "I did not," she snapped. Harry tilted his head, deadpan. "Myrtle heard you." Daphne's glare could have cut iron. "If she tells anyone, I will haunt her." Harry's lips twitched. "Good luck." "She's already dead." Daphne exhaled hard and stepped closer to him, lowering her voice. "You didn't mention the snake thing." Harry started walking. "I didn't want you to bolt." "I don't bolt." Harry made a thoughtful sound. Daphne's hand went to her dagger, more for comfort than threat. "Stop looking like that." They moved deeper, their footsteps echoing. Harry didn't use lumos. Light felt like a signal down here. Instead, he let the shadows thicken just enough to outline the tunnel in soft gray, like moonlight that had decided to obey him. Daphne noticed. "Are you doing that?" "No," Harry said. "It's doing it again." "That's still not reassuring." Harry glanced at her. "Keep your wand up?" Daphne scoffed. "I'm not helpless." "I didn't say you were." "You implied it." Harry stopped and turned, just for a second. Daphne. She froze at the way he said her name, not sharp, not mocking, just honest. Harry's voice dropped. "I brought you because you asked. Because you didn't run. Because you're smart enough to see patterns and mean enough to survive them. But if this goes bad, I'm dragging you out whether you like it or not." Daphne's throat worked. She didn't look away this time. "You're bossy." Harry's eyes flicked to her mouth, then back up. "I'm alive." Daphne swallowed, and the air between them got tight for a heartbeat. Then a low hiss rolled through the tunnel. Not parcel tongue, not a voice. Just the sound of stone sliding against stone, like something far away shifting its weight. Daphne's face tightened. "Tell me that's not what I think it is." Harry turned slowly, eyes fixed ahead. "It's not the old one." Daphne's brows snapped together. "The old one." Harry took a breath. "Second year. Long story." Daphne stared at him like she was going to explode. "You fought a basilisk when you were 12. Harry started walking again. Focus. The tunnel widened, opening into the Chamber of Secrets. It was bigger than any room in Hogwarts had a right to be. A cathedral of stone, damp and cold, with a long walkway flanked by pillars carved into twisted serpents. Water pooled along the sides, black and still. At the far end, the giant face of Salazar Slytherin loomed, mouth open like a silent scream. Daphne slowed without meaning to. Her eyes moved over the carvings. The scale, the sheer oldness of it. "This is real," she whispered. Harry's voice was quiet. "Told you." Daphne looked at him, shaken. And no one knows. Some people know, Harry said. They just don't talk about it. Daphne's gaze went to the far end of the chamber, where the darkness seemed thicker. And you think there's a vault here? Harry nodded once. He could feel it now, like a pressure behind his ribs, a pull, like the shadows were tugging at him, excited and hungry. The air shifted. It wasn't wind. It was intention. The chamber recognized him. The shadows on the floor stretched, then snapped back like a living thing getting ready to pounce. Daphne's skin broke out in goosebumps. Potter. Harry's eyes narrowed. Stay close. A sound rang out, not loud, but sharp enough to slice the silence, like a bell struck underwater. The chamber changed. It wasn't the stone that moved. It was the feeling of the place, the rules of it. The air tightened, thickened, like a door had shut behind them without a door existing. Daphne's breath caught. What was that? Harry didn't answer, because he was listening to something inside his head that wasn't a voice. A pressure of meaning. A cold certainty. Instance. Trial. Founder's vault. Daphne stepped closer, eyes wide. Harry. He glanced at her at the way she used his name, and something in his chest tugged, sharp and unexpected. He pushed it down. Later. Whatever this is, Harry said, it's awake. A wet scraping sound rose from the water at the sides. Daphne spun, wand snapping up. There, the surface rippled. Then something broke through. It wasn't a snake. It was a naga, half serpent, half corpse. Gray flesh stretched tight over bone. Its eyes burned with a dead green glow. It pulled itself onto the walkway with clawed hands, hissing through broken teeth. Then another. Then three more. Crawling up like the water was a grave that had decided to spit its dead back out. Daphne's voice went tight. That is not a Hogwarts defender. Harry's gaze stayed calm. No. That's the welcome committee. The naga lunged. Daphne fired first. Stoopfie! Red light slammed into the closest creature's chest. It staggered, but it didn't fall. It hissed and kept coming faster. Daphne's eyes widened. What? Harry moved. He didn't draw his wand. He didn't need to. He stepped forward and vanished into the shadow of a pillar, then reappeared behind the creature like he'd been poured out of darkness. His hand snapped out. He drove a blade into the naga's spine. The dagger made a sound like cutting wet leather. The naga convulsed, then dropped, its body already crumbling into ash. Daphne stared, breath sharp. You didn't cast anything. Harry's eyes flicked to the other naga. Move. Two more lunged at Daphne. She reacted on instinct. But she was used to duels, not things that didn't care if they were stunned. She threw up a shield, stepped back, boots slipping on damp stone. Harry's shadow flared. A knight rose behind him, massive and silent, red plume glowing like a coal in the dark. Ygritte didn't roar. He didn't need to. The air changed just from him being there. Daphne's eyes went huge. That's... Harry didn't look back. Stay behind Ygritte. I don't take orders from your shadow butler. Daphne snapped, but she moved anyway, because the naga were coming, and pride was stupid when you could die. Ygritte stepped forward, blade lifting. The naga hit him like a wave. Steel flashed. There was a sickening crack when his sword met bone. Another hiss cut off mid-sound as a head rolled across the stone and dissolved into dust. Harry moved with him, not behind, not in front, but beside, like they'd done it 100 times. Daphne watched, frozen for half a second, because it didn't look like a duel. It looked like a massacre choreographed. Harry ducked under a claw swipe, pivoted, drove his dagger into a naga's throat, then ripped it free with a twist that made her stomach flip. Black blood splattered the stone, and steamed like it hated being in the living world. The creature tried to grab him. Harry caught its wrist and snapped it. The crack echoed through the chamber. Daphne flinched. Harry didn't even blink. He shoved the naga back into the water, and it sank with a gurgling scream. More shapes rose at the edges of the chamber. Not Naga this time, but stone. Statues stepped down from their places between pillars. They weren't Hogwarts suits of armor. They were older, carved like ancient guardians. Their eyes lit with the same dead glow, and they lifted stone blades like they'd been waiting for this command for centuries. Daphne's voice trembled despite her effort. "Those are statues." Harry's jaw tightened. "They're moving. I can see that." Harry's eyes tracked the nearest one, a hulking figure that moved with grinding weight. "Aim for joints. They're like golems. Break the connection points." Daphne snapped out of it. "You're giving me instructions like I'm in your army." Harry shot her a quick look. "Do you want to live?" Daphne's lips pressed together. "Fine." The first statue swung. Daphne dodged, then slashed with her wand. Confringo, the blast hit the statue's elbow. Stone cracked, but the thing barely slowed. It turned toward her, blade lifting again. Daphne's pulse hammered. That didn't do much. Harry was already moving. He slammed into the statue's side, shoulder first, and for a second Daphne expected him to bounce off like an idiot. He didn't. The statue staggered. Harry drove his dagger into the crack Daphne made, then shoved. The blade sank with a gritty scrape. He twisted, and the whole arm snapped off at the elbow and crashed to the ground. The statue's head jerked, like it didn't understand pain, then it kept coming with its remaining arm. Harry stepped in, grabbed the stone wrist and tore. Daphne heard it. The grinding crack as ancient stone broke under his hands. She stared at him like she'd never seen a human body do that. Harry's face stayed blank, but his breathing was controlled, measured. Mana pulsed under his skin like a second heartbeat. He kicked the statue's knee hard enough to crack it. The thing dropped, and Harry drove his dagger into the back of its neck. The statue froze, then collapsed, crumbling into rubble. Daphne's mouth went dry. "You're not using magic." Harry's voice was flat. "I'm using something else." Another statue came in from the right. Daphne reacted, slicing her wand through the air. Diffindo. The cutting charm carved a line across the statue's chest, deep and clean. It didn't stop it, but it gave Harry a gap. He took it. He slipped into shadow again, reappearing behind the statue's head, and drove his blade into the seam at the base of the skull. The stone guardian shuddered, then fell forward, smashing into the walkway with a heavy crack. Daphne's breath came fast now. She tried to slow it, to control it, to not show weakness. But the chamber was full of monsters, and Harry Potter was moving like he was the monster they should be afraid of. A Naga lunged past Igris, targeting Daphne like it had picked the softer prey. Daphne raised her dagger on instinct. The Naga's claws struck the blade. The dagger held. Daphne's arm jolted from the force, but the cold steel didn't bend. It bit into the Naga's fingers, slicing clean. The Naga hissed and lunged again. Daphne stepped sideways, like she'd learned in dueling club, then drove the dagger into its ribs the way Harry had done. The blade slid in easier than it should have. The Naga shuddered, then collapsed, ash rising off it like smoke. Daphne stared at the dagger in her hand. Then she looked at Harry. "You gave me a weapon that kills things that should not die," she said, voice shaking. Harry didn't slow. "It's a tool." Daphne's eyes flashed. "That's not what tools do." Harry glanced at her, and for a second his expression softened. "Welcome to my life." The wave kept coming. Statues from the left, Naga from the water. The chamber felt like it had decided to test how much blood it could pull from them before it was satisfied. Harry's shadow stretched, and more figures rose from it. Infantry in torn armor, eyes like red coals. They moved without hesitation, slamming into Naga, dragging them down, holding them while Igris cut them apart. Daphne watched one shadow soldier take a statue's blade through the chest without reacting. It kept moving, grabbed the statue, and held it in place like it weighed nothing. Harry stepped in and shattered the statue's head with one punch. Daphne felt her stomach drop. "That's not possible," she whispered. Harry's voice cut through the chaos. "Left," Daphne snapped back, just in time to throw up a shield as a statue's blade slammed down. The impact rattled her bones. Her shield flickered. She clenched her teeth, pushed back with all the magic she had, then dodged as the blade came again. Harry was there, fast as thought, shoving her back behind him. Daphne stumbled, furious. "I had it." Harry didn't look at her. "You were going to get your head taken off." "I was not," she snapped. Harry's voice went colder. "Daphne." She went still at the warning in it. He didn't have time to argue. He launched himself at the statue, dagger flashing. The fight blurred into motion and sound, stone grinding, bone cracking, water splashing as Naga dragged shadows into the pool and got pulled back out with their necks snapped. Steel ringing, the sharp hiss of Daphne's spells, her breath in her own ears, too loud. And through it all, Harry moving like he wasn't tired, like he didn't have limits. Daphne had dueled plenty of boys who thought they were dangerous because they could cast a curse faster than you. She'd watched grown wizards posture like they were kings because they had gold and names and family rings. Harry didn't posture. Harry just did it. He killed without screaming. He dodged without panic. He took hits that would have broken someone else and kept moving like pain was just information. And the worst part was, he didn't look happy about it. He looked focused, like this was work. Daphne's chest tightened. A statue swung at Harry from behind. Daphne didn't think. She shouted, "Behind you." Harry didn't turn, he vanished. The blade cut through empty air, and Harry reappeared above the statue's shoulder, dropping down like a falling knife. He drove his dagger into the seam at the statue's neck and tore sideways. Stone head cracked off and hit the floor with a dull thud. Daphne stared. Harry landed, eyes flashing for half a second, not green, not human. Shadow eyes. He looked at her, and for a heartbeat, Daphne forgot how to breathe. Then he turned away and finished the last Naga with a clean strike. The chamber went quiet in a slow, unnatural way. The water stilled. The statues stopped moving. Ash settled like dark snow. Daphne stood in the aftermath, dagger hanging at her side, wand raised out of habit. Her heart slammed against her ribs like it wanted out. Sweat cooled on her neck. Her hands shook and she hated it. Harry wiped black blood off his dagger on the edge of a broken statue, calm as if he'd just finished homework. Daphne's voice came out rough. "Is that it?" Harry didn't look convinced. "No," Daphne swallowed. "How do you know?" Harry stared toward the far end of the chamber, where Salazar's face loomed. "Because it wants more." A low rumble rolled through the stone. Daphne flinched. "Please tell me you're joking." Harry's mouth went tight. "I don't joke about this part." The ground trembled under their feet. Water at the edges of the chamber surged, then sucked back like something huge had inhaled beneath it. Daphne's skin prickled. "Harry." He lifted a hand without looking back, a silent signal. The shadows responded. More of his soldiers rose around them, forming a loose ring. They didn't speak. They didn't breathe. They just waited. Igris stepped to Harry's right, blade angled down, red plume glowing brighter. Daphne moved closer to Harry without thinking, then caught herself and tried to look like she meant it. She kept her wand up. "If another wave comes, I can handle myself." Harry glanced at her, and for a second his eyes softened. "I know." Daphne's chest tightened at the simple certainty of it. Then the water exploded. A massive shape rose from the pool, coiling up and up, taller than the pillars, wider than the walkway. It wasn't flesh, not fully. It was spectral, like smoke-given bones, like a memory of a monster dragged out of death and forced into form. A basilisk, bigger than the one Harry remembered. Its scales shimmered with ghost light. Its eyes burned with a sick green fire that didn't belong to this world. When it opened its mouth, there was no wet tongue, just darkness and the promise of venom. It hissed, and the sound slammed into Daphne's skull like a hammer. She staggered. Harry caught her elbow, steadying her without looking away from the creature. Daphne's voice shook. "That's not real." Harry's jaw clenched. "It's real enough." The basilisk's gaze swept across them. Daphne felt her body seize for a heartbeat, like her muscles wanted to lock. Harry moved instantly, stepping in front of her, shadow flaring around his eyes like a veil. "Don't look at it," he said, voice sharp. "Look at me. At my shoulder. Anywhere else." Daphne's breath hitched. She forced her eyes to his shoulder, because the panic in her chest was loud and ugly, and she hated it. "I can't," she whispered. "It's pulling." "I know," Harry said. "Trust me." Daphne swallowed hard. "I'm trusting you and I hate that." Harry's mouth twitched, then the basilisk struck. It lunged, jaw snapping. Iron rose from Harry's shadow like a wall. The shadow golem was huge, taller than any man, built like a mountain in armor. It took the basilisk's bite head-on. The sound was horrifying. Metal screamed. The basilisk's teeth scraped along Iron's chestplate. Sparks and shadow smoke bursting out. Iron didn't flinch. It grabbed the basilisk's lower jaw with both hands and held it, arms shaking with the force. Harry moved. He didn't charge straight in. He slid into the darkness under the basilisk's coils, reappearing near its side, dagger ready. The basilisk's tail whipped. Daphne heard it before she saw it, the rush of air. She shouted, "Harry!" Harry vanished again, and the tail slammed into the stone where he'd been, cracking the walkway and sending rubble skittering. Daphne's heart punched her ribs. "Stop doing that," she snapped, voice too high. Harry reappeared near her for half a second, eyes sharp. "Keep your head." Daphne clenched her teeth. "I am." The basilisk pulled free from Iron's grip with brute force, twisting its head, trying to angle its gaze. Ygritte moved. He didn't hesitate. He launched himself up the basilisk's coils like they were stairs, cloak snapping behind him. His blade carved a bright arc through ghost scale. The basilisk hissed, recoiling, and its gaze jerked away from Daphne for a crucial second. Harry took it. He sprinted in, fast enough that Daphne's eyes struggled to track him. He slid under the basilisk's head, stabbed upward, and the dagger sank into spectral flesh like it was still alive. Black venom sprayed. It hissed on the stone, eating little pits into it. Harry yanked the dagger free and rolled aside as the basilisk snapped down where his head had been. Daphne's stomach lurched. She raised her wand and fired, voice shaking but determined. Conjunctivitis. A curse hit the basilisk's eye. The creature jerked, hissing louder, its gaze flickering. Daphne's breath hitched. That worked. Harry barked. Again. Daphne did it again. Hands shaking, sweat sliding down her temple. The basilisk's eyes flared half-blind, and it thrashed. Its tail slammed into a pillar. Cracking stone. Water surged. A shockwave rolled through the chamber, and Daphne stumbled. She felt a cold hand grip her ankle. She looked down and nearly screamed. A naga, half ash, half bone, had crawled out of the water and grabbed her. Daphne's breath came fast. She kicked at it, but it held on. Then the dagger at her hip moved like it wanted blood. Daphne drew it and drove it down into the naga's skull. The creature shuddered and dissolved into ash at her feet. Daphne swallowed bile and forced her eyes back to Harry. He was on the basilisk's coils now, running up its body like gravity was a suggestion. He moved with a brutal kind of grace, using the creature's shifting muscles as footholds, cutting as he went. Black venom splashed over his boots. He didn't slow. Ygritte fought near the basilisk's head, blade clashing against spectral fangs, forcing the creature's gaze away. Iron held the tail down, arms locked, taking hit after hit like it didn't know the word enough. Daphne stared, chest tight. This wasn't a wizard duel. This was a war. Harry reached the basilisk's skull and leapt. For a heartbeat, he hung in the air above the monster's head, cloak snapping, dagger raised. Then he came down hard, stabbing into the top of its skull between the eye ridges. The basilisk screamed. The sound was a mental assault, a pressure that made Daphne's vision blur. She stumbled back, hand on her head, teeth clenched. Harry held on. The basilisk thrashed, trying to shake him off. Harry dug his knees into its scales, fingers clenched around the dagger. Daphne saw his face for a split second. Not fearless. Not calm. Determined in a way that was almost ugly, like he'd decided this thing was not allowed to exist in his world. Harry yanked the dagger out, then plunged it back in again and again, targeting the same point, widening the wound. Each strike made a wet, tearing sound. Each strike sprayed more venom. Daphne's stomach rolled, but she couldn't look away. The basilisk's eyes flared. It tried to lock on him. Harry's shadow rose around his face, a veil that blocked the gaze, and Daphne realized he'd covered his eyes with darkness. Not blind, not fully. More like sensing without seeing. Harry moved like he could feel the basilisk's intentions before it made them. He drove the dagger deep, then twisted. The basilisk's head slammed down, cracking the walkway. Harry rode it down. The monster convulsed, body shuddering. Then it went still. For a second, the chamber held its breath. Daphne stood frozen, wand raised, pulse hammering. Harry slid off the basilisk's head and landed on the stone with a heavy thud. He didn't fall. He didn't stumble. He stood there, breathing hard, shoulders rising and falling, shadow clinging to him like smoke. Daphne forced herself to speak. "Is it dead?" Harry stared at the basilisk's corpse. The spectral form was already fraying at the edges, like it wanted to dissolve back into whatever nightmare it came from. But something tugged at Harry's chest. Not hunger, recognition. The shadow under the basilisk's body stretched toward him like a hand asking to be taken. Harry's voice went low. "Not yet." Daphne's throat went dry. "What do you mean, not yet?" Harry stepped closer to the corpse. His shadows stirred, excited. Egress moved to his side, silent and watchful. Iron remained at the edge, still holding the tail down even though it was no longer moving. Like it didn't trust the world. Daphne swallowed hard. Harry didn't look back. He lifted his hand, palm open toward the corpse. He felt resistance. Not physical. Spiritual, like the basilisk's soul was a wild animal, still biting even in death. Harry's scar tingled. Not pain, but heat, like a brand being pressed into skin. He exhaled slowly. Then he spoke, voice steady, command in every syllable. "Arise." The shadow under the basilisk surged. The corpse jerked. Daphne stumbled back, eyes wide. "No, no, no." The basilisk's body shuddered, trying to pull itself up. Then it stopped. The air went heavy. Harry felt the resistance spike. Fierce and stubborn, the soul didn't want chains. It didn't want a master. It wanted to be feared. Harry's jaw tightened. He remembered a cupboard. He remembered a hand slamming his head into the wall. He remembered being left behind at King's Cross with no one looking back. He remembered a wand snapping in the forest. He remembered watching Ron and Hermione choose each other and not him. He remembered dying. The shadows around him deepened like they fed on the memory. His voice dropped, rougher now. "You don't get to refuse me." The chamber trembled. Daphne watched Harry's shoulders tense, watched his hand shake for half a second, then steady. The shadows exploded. They wrapped around the basilisk's corpse like chains, dragging it down into darkness, crushing the resistance. Harry's eyes flashed shadow black for a heartbeat. "Arise," he repeated, quieter, colder. The basilisk's corpse collapsed completely. Then the shadow rose. It wasn't a massive serpent anymore. It came up sleek, winged, shaped by Harry's authority into something that fit his army. A shadow dragon, serpentine and sharp, wings made of smoke and blade edges. Its eyes burned red, loyal and hungry. It lowered its head toward Harry like a bow. Harry's breath hitched. A name pressed into his mind like it had always been there. Kaisel. Daphne stared, trembling. You just turned a basilisk into a dragon." Harry didn't take his eyes off the new shadow. "It's still a basilisk. It has wings," Daphne snapped, voice cracking. Harry glanced at her, then back to Kaizel. He wanted an upgrade. Daphne made a sound that was half laugh, half hysteria. "That's not how anything works." Harry's expression softened just a fraction. "It works for me." Kaizel let out a low, rumbling sound that vibrated through the stone, then folded its wings tight and sank into Harry's shadow like it was diving into water. The chamber went quiet again, but it was different now. Not hungry, satisfied. Daphne's legs finally seemed to remember they were attached to her, and she swayed. Harry caught her elbow, steadying her. Daphne jerked, then stopped fighting it because her knees felt like wet parchment. She drew a shaky breath. "I'm fine." Harry's voice was calm. "You're shaking?" "I'm cold," she snapped. Harry looked at her, eyes steady. "You're in a chamber under a castle. It's cold for everyone. You're shaking because you nearly died." Daphne swallowed hard. Her voice came out small and she hated herself for it. "That thing looked at me. I felt it, like it was grabbing my spine." Harry's grip on her elbow tightened, protective. "It won't touch you again." Daphne's eyes flicked to his hand, then to his face. "You can't promise that." Harry held her gaze. "I can." Something in Daphne's chest cracked open at the certainty. She pulled away before he could see it. Harry didn't chase her. He just reached into his shadow and pulled out a small bottle. It looked ridiculous in this place. Blue glass, like cheap soda, with a simple cap. Daphne stared at it. "Is that a potion?" Harry held it out. "Healing." Daphne took it with trembling fingers, suspicious. "From where?" Harry's mouth twitched. "Store." Daphne's brows snapped together. "Do not say that like it's normal." Harry shrugged. "It's normal for me." Daphne stared at the bottle, then at him. "This looks like something from a Muggle sweet shop." Harry's eyes flicked to her lips. "Drink it." Daphne narrowed her eyes. "Are you ordering me again?" Harry's voice went soft. "Daphne." She hated how that worked on her. She popped the cap and drank. The potion tasted like fizzy blueberries. Daphne blinked, startled, then took another gulp. The cold fear in her chest eased. Her trembling hands steadied, and warmth spread through her limbs like someone had lit a fire under her skin. She lowered the bottle slowly. That's actually good." Harry's mouth twitched. "Told you." Daphne looked at him for a long moment, trying to find the right words and hating that none of them fit. "You handled yourself well," Harry said, almost casual. Daphne's chin lifted. "I didn't die." "That's a win," Harry said. Then, because he couldn't help himself, for a witch. Daphne's glare snapped back into place. "Oh, shut up." Harry's eyes warmed, just a little, and Daphne's stomach flipped in a way she wasn't prepared for. She looked away fast. "You're insane." Harry leaned against a pillar, finally letting himself breathe properly. There was blood on his knuckles, black venom on his cloak. His chest rose and fell, controlled but heavy. Daphne's voice came out quiet. "You're not even tired." Harry let out a short laugh, then winced like his ribs had opinions. "I'm tired. You don't look it." Harry glanced down at his hands. "I'm good at pretending." Daphne took a step closer, not fully aware she was doing it. Harry's gaze lifted to her. The chamber was silent around them. Shadows watched from the corners, patient. Water dripped. Ancient stone held their breath. Daphne's voice shook, but she didn't stop it. "You are a god." Harry stared at her, then shook his head once. "No, Bo." Daphne frowned. "Then what are you?" Harry's mouth went tight, like he was trying not to let something raw show on his face. "A manager." Daphne blinked. "A what?" Harry's eyes flicked toward where Egress stood, silent and loyal. Toward the shadows that waited for commands. toward the empty space where Kaisel had sunk into him. With a very demanding staff, Harry finished. Daphne let out a laugh, breathless and shocked, and it turned into something that almost sounded like relief. Then she stopped laughing, because she realized she was standing too close. Harry didn't move away. Daphne's gaze drifted to his forehead. The scar. She'd seen it 100 times in the Great Hall, in classes, in the corridor. It used to look like a mark. Now it looked like a seam, like something had stitched him together after breaking him apart. Daphne lifted her hand before she could talk herself out of it. Harry went still, not flinching, not pulling away. Her fingers hovered near his scar. "Does it hurt?" Harry's voice was quiet. "Not anymore." Daphne's fingertips brushed his forehead. The scar felt warm under her touch, not angry. Not burning, just there. Daphne swallowed. "That's," Harry's breath caught, barely audible. Daphne's hand trembled, and she hated herself for it. So she tried to turn it into something sharp. "You're not supposed to be able to do any of this." Harry's voice went softer. "I'm not supposed to be alive." Daphne's throat tightened. She didn't know what to say to that, so she did the only thing she could think of. She leaned in and kissed him. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't some perfect romance nonsense. It was quick and real and a little shaky, like she was proving a point to herself. Harry froze for half a second, then his hand came up gently to her wrist, not stopping her, just grounding her. When she pulled back, Daphne's eyes were wide like she couldn't believe she'd done it. Harry's voice came out rough. Was that part of the test, streaming interrupted, waiting for the complete message? The silver otter hit the corridor like a thrown lantern. It streaked between suits of armor, scattering cold light across the stone, then stopped dead in front of Harry like it had slammed into an invisible wall. Daphne was half a step behind him, one hand still on his sleeve, and even she flinched at how clean the magic felt. Hermione's kind of magic always did that. Neat, precise, like she had filed the edges down. The otter lifted its head, and Hermione's voice came out of it, tight and too fast. "Harry, please. We found something about what you're doing. It's killing you. Meet us at the astronomy tower at midnight. We have a cure, please." The otter flicked its tail once, then dissolved into mist, leaving only the echo of her breath in the air. Harry stood there with his jaw set, staring at the empty space like it might talk again. Around them, the corridor was quiet in that Hogwarts way where you could still hear the castle, the faint groan of pipes, a far-off door click, a portrait muttering at someone for walking too loudly. Daphne didn't speak straight away. She just watched his face. His eyes had gone flat. Not angry, not even shocked. Flat like he had already walked through the whole scene in his head. "You're not going," Daphne said. Harry's mouth twitched, almost a laugh, but no sound came. "That's new. You giving orders now?" "It's common sense," she said, voice sharp. "It's a trap. Hermione Granger does not say the word cure unless she's holding a book in one hand and a knife in the other." Harry finally blinked. His shoulders lifted, fell. "She thinks she's helping. She thinks she's fixing you," Daphne corrected, and there was something colder under it. "That's worse." Harry turned slow, like he was checking sightlines the way he did now. The corridor behind them, the corner to the left, the statue niche to the right. He didn't look scared. He looked ready. A ripple moved along the stone at his feet, like the shadows were breathing. Daphne felt it before she saw it. The air got heavier. Not cold, not hot. Just heavier, like someone had added weight to her lungs. Harry's voice dropped. "They're waiting. Ooh." He didn't answer with names. He didn't have to. The shadows already knew. They had been crawling through this place for weeks, taking positions, learning routes, settling into cracks in the castle like they belonged there. He shifted his gaze to the high windows. It was full dark outside. The moon was thin, hanging like a chipped coin. "Midnight," he said. Daphne stepped into his space on purpose, making him focus on her instead of the tower. "You promised me you would not do something stupid without telling me." He looked down at her like he had forgotten she was there. Then his eyes softened in that tiny way he never let anyone else see. "I'm telling you," he said. "It's stupid. That's not what I meant." Harry let out a slow breath through his nose. "If I don't go, they keep trying. They keep guessing. They bring more people. They bring the ministry. They bring curses. They bring someone who actually dies." Daphne's mouth tightened. "So you're going to let them put you in a cage to prove a point?" "I'm going to let them try," Harry said. "And then I'm going to make sure they don't try again." Daphne stared at him for a second, then laughed once, sharp and humorless. "You say that like you're talking about a Quidditch fall." Harry didn't smile. "Daphne." She lifted her chin. "I'm not asking. I'm coming." "Nope." "Wes." Harry's eyes flicked, and for a split second, she saw the same look he got right before a fight. The one that made older people go quiet. The one that made even Snape hesitate when he thought nobody noticed. "This isn't a duel," he said. "I know," she snapped. "That's why I'm coming. Because it's not about winning. It's about them seeing you alone and deciding they can still move you around like a piece on a board." Harry's jaw worked once. Then, quietly, "You don't have to do this." Daphne's voice went a bit softer without meaning to. "Neither do you." For a moment, nothing moved. The castle held its breath. Somewhere far off, a suit of armor creaked like it was listening in. Harry looked away first. "Stay at the bottom of the tower," he said. "Not inside. Not on the stairs bottom. If anything goes wrong, you run. You don't argue." Daphne opened her mouth, then closed it. That was the closest to compromise she was going to get. "Fine," she said. "But if you're lying, I will haunt you." Harry's eyes flicked back to her. "Good. I'll have practice dealing with ghosts." Daphne huffed, but it came out shaky. Harry didn't move right away. His fingers flexed once at his side, like he was feeling the air. The shadows around their feet thickened, then smoothed out again, as if whatever lived in them had settled. "All right," he said. They didn't walk to the tower. Not properly. Not step by step. One moment they were in the corridor outside the Slytherin wing, and the next moment the world bent in a way Daphne still couldn't get used to. The torches blurred. The stone under her boots felt like it dropped away. She grabbed Harry's sleeve out of instinct. Then it was over. They were near the staircase that led up toward the higher levels, tucked into a shadowed alcove where the castle's draft smelled faintly of dust and old parchment. Daphne swallowed hard. "I hate that." Harry didn't look at her. "You'll get used to it." "I don't want to get used to it." Harry's mouth pulled to one side. "Yeah, me neither." That was the problem. He said it like it was a simple fact, not a confession. They waited. Midnight didn't arrive with bells. It arrived with the castle's quiet deepening until even the portraits stopped whispering. The air cooled. The stone felt damp under Daphne's palm when she leaned against the wall. Harry stood a few feet away from her, still as a statue, head slightly tilted like he was listening to something only he could hear. "Do you think Hermione believes this?" Daphne asked, voice low. Harry didn't answer straight away. When he did, his words came clipped. "She believes I'm sick. And Ron." Harry's eyes narrowed. Daphne held up both hands, not in surrender, more like she was keeping the conversation from turning into a knife fight. "I'm asking because I want to know what I'm walking into. If they think they're saving you, they'll do anything. People are nastiest when they think they're righteous." Harry's throat bobbed. "Ron's scared. Hermione's desperate. That's it." Daphne waited. Harry's voice got quieter. And they're guilty. There it was. Daphne didn't push further. She'd seen enough to understand. Guilt made people cling to whatever story let them keep breathing. Harry shifted his weight, then looked at her properly. "You can still leave," he said. Daphne rolled her eyes even as her stomach tightened. "Stop trying to get rid of me. I'm trying to keep you alive. Then do it by not dying yourself." Harry's eyes softened again, and it hit Daphne like a shove that he was tired. Not sleepy tired. The kind of tired that lived under the skin and never stopped. He had power. Too much of it. But it didn't mean he felt safe. Harry glanced toward the staircase. "Time." Daphne pushed off the wall. "I'm behind you." "No," he said, then caught himself and lowered his voice. "You're staying here." "Bottom." "Remember?" Daphne's lips pressed together. "I remember." Harry moved toward the stairs, and the shadows moved with him like they were attached by invisible thread. Daphne stayed where she was, exactly as told. Watching his back disappear upward, she hated that she was listening like a good soldier. A minute passed. 2. The air up the stairwell changed. The castle's normal warmth from the torches felt thinner, sharper, like the tower was colder by nature. Daphne couldn't see much from where she stood, but she could feel the tension rising in her chest. Then, faintly, voices carried down. Hermione first. Fast, controlled, like she was clinging to a plan so hard her fingers were bleeding. "Harry, thank Merlin. Please, just listen. We don't have much time." Ron's voice lower, rougher. "Mate, just don't do anything, yeah? We're not here to fight." A third voice, calm and deep, like someone trained to keep rooms from exploding. "Kingsley." "Harry Potter," Kingsley said, measured. "You came." Daphne's eyebrows shot up. A fourth voice, quieter, with a tired edge Daphne had heard once or twice in the castle corridors late at night. "Remus Lupin." "Harry," Remus said, not sharp, just sad. Daphne's hand curled into a fist. "Of course." Harry's voice came down the stairs next, and Daphne's stomach sank because he sounded too calm. "I didn't come for your comfort," Harry said. "Say what you want to say." Hermione rushed in like she was afraid he'd vanish. "We've been researching. In the department, in the library, anywhere we could. This power, it's not like normal magic. It's necromancy, Harry. It corrodes the soul, it changes you, it makes you cold." A pause. Then Harry, flat. "And you notice that now." Hermione's voice cracked for half a second, then snapped back into control. "We can reverse it. We can cleanse it. We have a ritual. It's risky, but it can strip the corruption away. It can give you back your life." Ron cut in, voice shaking. "We're trying to help, mate. You've got these things following you. People are scared. You're pale all the time. You look like you haven't slept in weeks. You're not." He swallowed audibly. "You're not Harry sometimes." Daphne heard Hermione inhale. Sharp, like she was about to correct his phrasing even now. Harry's reply came slow and dangerous. "You mean I'm not the Harry who lets you decide what happens to me?" Silence, thick as fog. Kingsley spoke, careful. "Harry, nobody is looking to control you. We are looking to contain what is happening. The ministry is frightened. The school is frightened. The order is frightened." Harry's laugh was low, no humor. "You're frightened of the dark." "How original." Remus's voice, gentler. "Harry, we saw what happened. We saw what came out of you. It didn't feel like a curse, but it didn't feel like you either. If there's a chance this is hurting you, we can't ignore it." Harry's voice went sharper. "You can ignore me dying in a veil." Though Daphne's breath caught. That line landed like a slap even down here. Hermione didn't answer immediately, and that told Daphne everything. When Hermione finally spoke, her words were smaller. "That wasn't supposed to happen." Harry's reply was immediate. "That's your defense." Ron's voice rose. "It was an accident," Dumbledore said. Harry cut him off, and even from below, Daphne could feel the snap. "Don't," Harry said. "Don't say his name like it makes you safe." Another pause. Hermione's voice hardened again, because fear made her cling to rules. "We didn't mean to hurt you," she said. "But we can't let this continue. Harry, it's wrong. This power. You raise things that should stay dead." Harry's voice dropped. "You mean I raise things that don't die when you abandon them?" Daphne pressed her knuckles to her mouth to keep from making a sound. Hermione's voice got brittle. "We didn't abandon you." Harry's answer was quiet and brutal. "You left me." There was a small sound. Someone shifting. Someone breathing too hard. Then Kingsley carefully. "Harry, there are measures in place for everyone's safety. Nobody wants you harmed. But we need you to cooperate." Daphne's skin prickled. Measures in place was never a casual phrase. Harry's voice came out almost curious. Measures. Hermione's words came quick now, like she was trying to rip off a bandage. "We had to prepare. We spoke to the unspeakables. There is a containment charm, a cage. It dampens magic. It will keep the shadows from answering you long enough for us to do the ritual." Ron's voice wobbled. "It's just for a bit. We'll help you after. We swear." Daphne went still. A cage. Harry didn't speak for a moment. Then, softly, "You built a trap." Hermione snapped, defensive. "We built a safety net." Harry's laugh was a single breath. "Same thing." Kingsley's voice stayed calm, but there was steel under it. "Harry, stand where you are. Do not summon anything." Harry's voice didn't rise. "Summon. Like you think they're pets." Remus said quietly, "Harry, please." Then it happened. Daphne felt it before she heard it. The air above her shifted, like a pressure change before a storm. A low hum threaded through the stone, vibrating in her teeth, a spell structure snapping into place. Light flared high up the stairs, purple and white, casting thin bars of brightness down the stairwell like the tower had grown ribs. The hum deepened. Daphne's heart started to race, hard enough she could feel it in her throat. Then Ron's voice, hopeful and scared at once. "It's working. It's working, right?" Hermione sounded like she was bracing herself. "Harry, just breathe. It will feel strange for a second. Your magic will." She stopped. Because Harry laughed, not softly, not bitterly. He laughed like the situation had finally decided to be honest. "Oh," Harry said, voice clear, echoing off the tower walls. "That's adorable." Hermione's voice jumped. "Harry, stop. Stop fighting it." "I'm not fighting it," Harry said. The hum pulsed. Kingsley barked, "Hold your positions." Harry's voice went colder. "You dampened magic, not me." There was a sharp sound like stone cracking under weight. Then another, like glass under a boot. Daphne's eyes widened. The air pressure dropped suddenly, like the tower had exhaled, and the light bars flickered. Hermione's voice went high. "That should be impossible." Harry's tone didn't change. "You keep saying that." A new sound cut in, metal sliding. Slow, deliberate. A blade being drawn, but it didn't sound like a wand being pulled from a sleeve. It sounded like a door opening in a quiet room. Daphne swallowed. Harry spoke one word, and it hit the stairwell like a bell. "Igris." Something moved above, and the shadows in the stairwell thickened. Daphne could see them now, not just feel them, crawling along the corners, spilling under the steps, climbing like smoke that had decided it wanted shape. Hermione's voice turned sharp. "No, no, stop. This is exactly what I mean." Ron swore. "Bloody hell." Kingsley's voice went hard. "Harry, stand down." "Now." Harry didn't answer Kingsley. He answered Hermione. "You brought an horror," Harry said. "You brought Remus. You brought the Ministry's leash. And you called it a cure." Hermione sounded like she was close to losing control. "We didn't know what else to do." "You could have talked to me," Harry said. Ron blurted, "We are talking now?" Harry's voice cut. "After you turned the lock, Remus said softly, Harry. Please. Nobody wants to hurt you. Harry's answer was quiet. You already did. Then everything went loud. Daphne heard a spell fire, heard the crack of it ripping through the air, then another, then a third. Wands working on instinct. Hermione shouted, Kingsley, do not cast at him. Stop. Kingsley didn't stop. Daphne could hear it in the rhythm. Professional controlled. He was trying to disable, not kill, but the intent still hit like a fist. Harry didn't dodge like a normal wizard. There was no shouted shield charm. No wand flick. The shadows moved. It was like the air itself turned solid in front of him. The spells slammed into a wall of black that wasn't stone or glass, something thicker, something that swallowed light. The impacts made a dull thud, like punches into wet earth. Hermione made a strangled sound. Ron yelled, What is that? Harry's voice was right there, calm in the middle of it. Your cage is still up, he said. You're still safe. Isn't that what you want? Safety. Another spell hit the shadow wall. Another thud. Then Harry moved. Daphne could hear the change even without seeing him. The shift in weight, the soft scrape of shoes on stone, the tower air reacting like prey. Hermione shouted, Harry. Don't. Harry didn't answer. A sound like a heartbeat filled the tower for 1 second. Then the light bars of the cage cracked and went out, as if someone had pinched a candle. Daphne's breath came out fast. Then she heard Ron hit stone. Not slammed, not thrown, dropped like his knees had given out. Ron let out a rough gasp. I can't move. Hermione's voice snapped, panicked. Ron, talk to me. What happened? Ron's voice was thin. It's like someone sat on my chest. Kingsley swore under his breath, then shouted, Harry, stop. That is an illegal use of force. Harry's voice came right back dry. So was trying to push me into a veil. Hermione made a small sound, like pain. Kingsley's voice sharpened. This is not the same. Harry's answer was immediate. It is to me. Then another sound. A clean, sharp smack, like wood hitting stone. Daphne realized, heart-pounding, that it was wands dropping. Not knocked away by spells taken. Egris. She didn't see him, but she could hear him. The quiet speed of him. The absence of wasted motion. The way every movement ended with a result. Ron shouted, Give that back. A second later, Ron's voice cut off with a grunt. Hermione screamed, Stop. Stop hurting him. Harry's voice didn't rise. I'm not hurting him. Hermione sounded hysterical now. He's on the floor.
Harry replied, So am I every night. In my head.
Silence hit for half a second, broken only by breathing. Heavy, fast. Ron wheezing. Hermione trying not to cry. Kingsley controlled but tense. Remus finally spoke, and his voice sounded different, lower. Less human in the edges, like something inside him was waking up. Harry, he said. Harry answered without turning it into a conversation. Don't, Harry said. Not you. Remus exhaled and Daphne heard it, smelled it in her mind like iron and damp fur, even from below. It made her skin crawl. Remus's voice went softer. I'm not here to trap you. Harry didn't respond. Remus spoke again, and there was something almost stunned in it now, like he was realizing something mid-sentence. You're not corrupted, Remus said. Hermione snapped. Remus, what are you talking about? Look at him. I am looking, Remus said, and the words were calm. But there was a weight behind them. And I can smell it. This isn't rot. This isn't cursed sickness. This is... He stopped, like he hated the word. Power, Remus finished. Kingsley said sharply, Lupin, stay focused. Remus didn't sound obedient. He's not sick. Hermione's voice broke. He is. He has to be. Harry wouldn't do this. Harry's voice came in, quiet and lethal. Harry would, he said. If you corner him. Ron coughed, then spat. Mate, we're your mates. We're not. We're not your enemies. Harry didn't answer straight away. When he did, his words came out like each one cost him. You made yourselves my enemies, Harry said, and I'm tired of pretending that doesn't matter. Hermione sobbed once, sharp, then tried to swallow it. We thought you were going to become a Dark Lord. Harry's laugh was bitter. I don't have the patience. Kingsley snapped, enough. Harry released them. Harry's voice went flat. No. Kingsley said, if you do not release them, I will be forced to respond. Harry replied, you already did. The air shifted again. Daphne's fingers dug into her own palm. She wanted to run up the stairs. She wanted to drag Hermione by the hair. She wanted to shake Ron until he understood what he had done. But she stayed. Because Harry had told her to. And because part of her, the part that scared her, wanted to see what Harry did when he decided to stop being kind. Up in the tower, Hermione said, small Harry, please. Let me fix it. Harry's voice softened, almost unbearably, for a second. You can't fix this, he said. You broke it. Hermione whispered, I'm sorry. Ron muttered, so am I, all right. I'm sorry. Just don't be like this. Harry's reply came sharp. Like what? Ron's voice cracked. Like you're not you. Harry exhaled, slow. Then his voice turned icy. This is me, Harry said. The part you didn't like because it doesn't beg. A sound like fabric shifting came next, and Daphne knew, somehow, that Harry had moved closer. Hermione's voice went tight. Harry, what are you doing? I'm making sure you understand, Harry said. You don't get to touch what keeps me alive. Kingsley barked. Harry. Step back. Harry ignored him. Agris, Harry said, and his voice was different now. Not louder. Heavier, like he was speaking with more than lungs. Teach them manners. Hermione screamed. No. Then it was chaos again, but controlled chaos, the kind that made Daphne's stomach twist. Ron shouted and grunted as if something had smacked his wand hand, not hard enough to break bones, hard enough to sting, to humiliate. Hermione gasped as if the air had been knocked out of her, not by a fist, by pressure. Kingsley fired again, and the spell sound cracked like a whip. It hit the shadow wall and died. Harry spoke low to Kingsley, and there was a cold respect in it, the kind you gave an opponent who was trying. You're good, Harry said. You're still not enough. Kingsley's breathing changed. Daphne could hear it, the shift from professional to personal fear. Remus said sharply, Kingsley, stop, you're making it worse. Kingsley snapped, Hayes assaulting them. Remus replied, voice rougher now, he's warning them. Hermione choked out, Remus, help us. Remus went quiet. Then, slowly, he spoke, and Daphne could hear the decision in it. No, Remus said. Hermione's voice went dead. What? Remus said. I'm not raising my wand at him. Kingsley hissed. Lupin. Remus's voice sharpened. You can feel it too. Don't lie. That cage you built, it didn't work. He broke it like it was paper. That's not corruption. That's evolution. Hermione whispered. That's not a thing. Remus said. It is when you're the one standing in front of it. Harry spoke again, quiet. Remus. Remus answered. Harry. There was something strange in that exchange, like two animals recognizing rank without wanting to. Kingsley sounded furious now, but also careful. Lupin, step aside. Remus said, no. Harry exhaled once. Then, so softly Daphne almost missed it, thank you. Hermione made a small, broken sound. Ron said, hoarse, Remus, you can't just leave us. Remus's voice came out tired. You already left him. Silence slammed down. Harry spoke into it. Here's what happens, Harry said. You walk away from me. You stop sending messages. You stop setting traps. You stop trying to cleanse me like I'm dirt on your hands. Hermione's voice shook. But you could hurt people? Harry replied, I could. I don't. Learn the difference. Ron whispered, you're scaring me. Harry's voice didn't soften. Good, Kingsley said, tight. You cannot threaten students. Harry's reply was dry. You cannot trap them. Kingsley didn't answer. Harry's voice got colder. You came here to take my choice. So here's yours. Leave, or I make you leave. Hermione whispered, Harry, please. Harry didn't answer Hermione. He spoke to Ron instead, and the shift made Daphne's throat tighten because it was crueler than shouting. You were my brother, Harry said, quiet. And you still chose a cage. Ron's breath hitched. I thought. Harry cut him off. You thought wrong. Then there was movement again, and Daphne heard wands clatter to stone like they had been dropped, returned, or thrown aside in defeat. Ron groaned. Hermione coughed. Kingsley swore again, softer, like he was trying to keep his temper from getting him killed. Harry's voice came down the stairwell, calmer. Get up, he said. Hermione whispered, Harry. Get up, Harry repeated, and there was no room for negotiation. Daphne heard shuffling, someone hauling themselves upright, Hermione's robes brushing stone. Ron muttering pain under his breath. Kingsley's boots scraping as he repositioned, keeping himself between Harry and the kids without meaning to. Remus said quietly, Harry, come with me. Harry didn't answer right away. Then his voice, low. Why? Remus's reply was simple. Because if you go back alone, they'll tell themselves you're a monster and they'll keep trying. If you leave with someone they trust, it forces them to think. Harry snorted. They don't think. Hermione thinks. Ron reacts. Kingsley follows orders. Dumbledore plans. Remus said, then let me be the complication. Daphne heard Harry inhale slow. Then Harry spoke, and it sounded like he was tired of carrying the whole world. Fine, Harry said, but you follow my rules. Remus replied. I can do that. Hermione said, desperate. Remus, don't. Remus didn't answer her. Harry's voice turned to Kingsley. Tell the ministry, Harry said. Tell them if they come at me again, I stop being polite. Kingsley's voice was controlled, but there was a strain in it. You're a student. Harry replied, and you're afraid of me, so act like it. Kingsley didn't speak again. A few seconds later, footsteps started down the stairs. Daphne's heart kicked hard. Harry appeared first. Coming down like the tower wasn't a threat. His face was pale, eyes hard, jaw clenched so tight she could see the muscle jump. Remus came behind him, hands empty, wand not raised. His expression looked wrecked, like he had aged 5 years in 10 minutes. Daphne stayed in the shadows at the base of the stairwell, exactly where she had promised. Harry's eyes found her instantly. He didn't look surprised. He looked relieved, and it hit Daphne like a punch that he had expected to come down to nothing. Daphne stepped forward before she could overthink it. You're alive. Harry's mouth twitched. Barely. Remus glanced at Daphne, then at Harry, and something in his expression shifted like he was filing it away. You have allies, Remus said quietly. Harry answered, one. Daphne rolled her eyes even though her throat felt tight. Flattering. Harry didn't tease back. He looked down, and Daphne realized his hands were shaking. Not from fear, from restraint. His fingers flexed like he had been gripping something invisible too hard. Daphne moved closer, slow, and watched his face for permission. Harry didn't step back, so she put her hand on his wrist, gentle. His skin was cold. Harry's breath hitched once, like he hated being touched and needed it at the same time. Remus shifted his weight, clearly not sure if he should be here for this. He looked away, giving them space without leaving, staying on the roster the way Harry's world demanded now. Daphne's voice dropped. Did you want to kill them? Harry swallowed. Yes. Daphne didn't flinch. She didn't pretend to be shocked. She just nodded once. Harry's eyes flicked up to hers. That's a problem. It would be, Daphne said. If you did it. Harry's laugh came out broken. That's your standard. Not doing it. It's a decent standard, Daphne said. Harry stared at her for a moment, like he didn't know what to do with someone who wasn't trying to fix him. Then his shoulders sagged, just a fraction, like something inside him had finally unclenched. Daphne stepped in and wrapped her arms around him, not dramatic, not gentle either, just firm, like she was holding him in place so he couldn't run off into his own head. Harry froze. Then, slowly, his arms came up, and he held her back. His breath shuddered against her hair. Daphne felt his heartbeat, fast and brutal, like it wanted out. Remus said softly, "To nobody in particular. You're shaking." Harry's voice came muffled against Daphne's shoulder. "Shut up." It was almost normal. Almost. Daphne pulled back just enough to look at Harry's face. His eyes were bright, but he wasn't crying. He looked furious at himself for how close he had come. Daphne lifted a hand and brushed her thumb along his cheekbone, testing boundaries. Harry didn't pull away. She leaned up slow, letting him decide, and kissed him. It was quick, soft, not a claim, not a performance, more like a reminder. Harry's breath caught, then he kissed her back, rougher, like he had needed the contact to stay human. His hand slid to the back of her head, careful despite everything. Daphne broke the kiss first, because someone had to. She kept her forehead against his for a second, and her voice came out steady. "You chose," she said. "You walked in there and you didn't kill them. You chose. That matters." Harry's eyes closed for half a beat. When he opened them, his voice was quieter than Daphne had ever heard. "I don't know how many choices I have left." Daphne's jaw tightened. "Then we make them count." Remus cleared his throat, gentle but pointed. "We should move. This tower will not stay quiet. People will wake. Dumbledore will be told." Harry's face hardened again, mask sliding back on. "Let him," Harry said. The shadows at their feet stirred like they agreed. Daphne squeezed Harry's hand once before letting go. "Where are you taking him?" Harry glanced at Remus, then back to Daphne. "Somewhere Dumbledore can't summon him like a pet." Remus's mouth twitched, almost a smile, then died. "Fair." Daphne felt the air shift again, that same bending of space. She hated it. She also didn't let go of Harry's sleeve this time. Harry looked at her hand, then at her face. "You're not coming," he said. Daphne raised an eyebrow. "Watch me." Harry's eyes narrowed, but there was something else there too. A flicker of gratitude he hated showing. "No," Harry said, voice low. "Not tonight. You stay. You listen. You watch who moves after this. I need to know who's still playing games." Daphne's lips pressed together. She wanted to argue. Then she saw how exhausted he was behind the anger. So she nodded once. "Fine, but you come back." Harry didn't promise. He just looked at her like he was trying to carve her face into memory. Then, quietly, "I will." Remus stepped closer. Harry's gaze snapped to him. "What?" Remus hesitated, then said it anyway. "If they come after you again, you can't keep doing this alone." Harry's laugh was small and bitter. "I'm not alone." The shadows thickened around his feet in answer, like a silent crowd. Remus went still for a second, sensing it, and Daphne watched the fine hairs on his arms rise. Remus swallowed. "Right," Remus said softly. "Of course." Harry's eyes went distant for a heartbeat, like he had heard something far away. Daphne felt it too. A tug in the air, a faint pulse through the stone that didn't feel like Hogwarts magic. Harry's expression sharpened. "Someone noticed," he said. Remus frowned. "Ooh," Harry didn't answer with a name. He didn't have to. The shadows around them shivered, like the whole castle had just been seen by something looking back. Harry let go of Daphne's sleeve. His voice came out low, calm, and dangerous. "Go," Harry told Daphne. "Now." Daphne didn't move straight away because fear didn't feel like screaming for her. It felt like ice settling in her spine. Harry's eyes locked on hers, and for once there was no edge in him. "Just urgency, Daphne," Harry said. That was enough. She stepped back fast and turned, moving down the corridor toward the Slytherin wing, forcing her legs to work. Behind her, she heard Remus take a breath like he was about to ask another question. Harry cut him off with one quiet line. "Welcome to my war." Harry and Remus didn't move for a second. Like the corridor itself had teeth, and they were waiting to see which way it snapped. The castle felt wrong. Not just quiet. Wrong in the way a forest goes silent before something big steps through it. Harry stood too still, shoulders square, eyes locked on the dark stretch of stone ahead. He barely blinked. His shadow didn't match the torchlight either. It slid toward the stairs like it wanted to climb without him. Remus swallowed, throat working. That feeling. That is not the Ministry. Harry's jaw tightened. His fingers flexed once, slow, like he was testing the air. His palm felt colder than it should have. The shadows around his boots shifted as if they were listening. "It's him," Harry said. Remus didn't ask who. He already knew. He just asked the next thing, voice low and rough. "How close?" Harry tilted his head slightly, like he was listening to something behind stone. "Inside the grounds. Maybe already inside the wards." Remus swore under his breath. That should be impossible. Harry let out a short breath that almost sounded like a laugh. "People keep saying that." Remus looked at him. Really looked, and the sadness on his face twisted into something sharper. "Harry, if Voldemort is here, you cannot do this alone." Harry's eyes flicked to Remus, and for a second the mask slipped. There was exhaustion there, deep and mean, like he had been dragging a chain through his own head for weeks. "I'm not alone," Harry said. The corridor shadows thickened behind him. Not fully formed, not stepping out, but present. A pressure. A crowd that didn't breathe. Remus's nostrils flared like he could smell it. He went pale anyway. "Right," he said softly, then forced himself to keep going. "Then we need Dumbledore." Harry's expression hardened. "We do not need Dumbledore." Remus's mouth tightened. "We need the castle to not become a graveyard." Harry's eyes stayed flat. "Then stay with me and keep the students out of the way." Remus hesitated, then nodded once. "Fine. But if you start doing something that turns this into a massacre, I will stop you." Harry looked at him like he was measuring if that was a real threat. Then he said, "Quiet, try." It was not a boast. It was a fact. A tremor rolled through the stone under their feet. Not an earthquake. Magic. The wards shivered like someone had raked claws across them. Somewhere above, a scream cut off abruptly. Remus flinched. That was a student. Harry was already moving. He didn't run like a normal person. He moved like the corridor was pulling him forward. Shadows gathered at his heels, sliding him faster than steps should allow. Remus lunged after him, breathing hard, wand in hand. They hit a stairwell that led up toward the main corridors, and the air got colder with every step. Not winter cold. Dementor cold. Remus's breathing went shallow. "No." Harry's face didn't change. "They brought them." Remus's voice cracked with anger. "The Ministry swore they would never bring them near a school again." Harry didn't answer. He didn't need to. The air itself answered. A rotten chill crawling over skin, turning breath into something sharp. They reached the next landing, and the corridor opened out. Students were running, robes flapping, faces white. A Ravenclaw girl stumbled, grabbed the wall, then slid down like her legs had stopped working. Two older boys tried to haul her up, panicking, shouting her name. A Dementor drifted at the far end of the corridor, robe trailing like wet smoke. Another one glided beside it. Their presence sucked the color out of the torches. Remus lifted his wand, voice shaking. Expecto Patronum. A silver wolf burst out, but it flickered like it was swimming through mud. The Dementors didn't retreat. They drifted closer, hungry, slow, confident. Remus's eyes widened. They are stronger than usual. Harry stepped past Remus, not fast, not tense, just deliberate. His shadow stretched out under the Dementors like a black tongue. "Stay back," Remus snapped. And there was real fear there now. "Harry, you do not know what they will do to you." Harry's voice was calm. "I know exactly what they do." The Dementors slid closer. The Ravenclaw girl started sobbing without sound, face twisting like she was seeing something only she could see. Harry's hand lifted slightly, palm open, like he was inviting the cold in. For a second, Remus thought Harry had gone mad. Then the air changed. The Dementors stalled, robes twitching as if something had grabbed them from below. Their heads tilted, not curious, alarmed. The corridor shadows rose a fraction, not as mist but as a pressure that pushed back against the cold. Harry's eyes narrowed. "You are not welcome here." The Dementors didn't understand words the way people did, but they understood intent. They drifted forward anyway, like wolves testing a fence. Harry's shadow snapped upward. A spear of darkness shot up from the floor and punched straight through one Dementor's chest. There was no blood. There was a sound like air being torn. The Dementor jerked, robe flaring, then collapsed into itself as if the inside had been scooped out. The second Dementor surged forward, faster now, angry. Harry moved his fingers slightly, like he was pulling a thread. The shadow spear yanked the Dementor down. Its hood hit the stone with a wet thump. The thing writhed, trying to lift, trying to float, but the shadow pinned it like a nail through cloth. Remus stared, breathing hard. Harry. Harry didn't look back. "Get the students out." Remus swallowed, then snapped at the boys. "Move. Now, take her. Do not stop." They scrambled, hauling the Ravenclaw girl up, half carrying her. Others bolted, looking back once at Harry like he was a nightmare that happened to be on their side. Harry watched them go, then stepped closer to the pinned Dementor. The cold tried to bite into him. His breath puffed in front of his face. For a moment the corridor lights dimmed. Not from the Dementor, from Harry. Like the shadows were pulling light into themselves. Harry's lips parted slightly, and his voice came out different. Not loud, heavy. "Arise," Harry said. The Dementor thrashed. The pinned darkness tightened. The robe tore slightly, like it was struggling against a shape it had never been forced into. The air screamed. Then it stopped. The Dementor went still, robe sagging. The cold didn't vanish, but it shifted. It became controlled, tethered. The shadow under it thickened, then sank back into the floor, dragging the Dementor with it like it was swallowing a body. Harry exhaled slowly through his nose. His hand trembled once, just a tiny shake, then steadied. Remus's voice was hoarse. "What did you just do?" Harry finally looked at him, eyes flat, too dark. "I took it." Remus stared at Harry like he had never truly seen him until now. "That is not possible." Harry's mouth twitched. "Stop saying that." A new sound rolled through the castle, deep and ugly. Not a scream. A laugh. It echoed from somewhere high, like it was bouncing down stairwells. "Voldemort." Remus went rigid. "He is inside." Harry's shoulders squared. "Good." Remus grabbed his sleeve without thinking. "Harry, listen to me. He will go for the students first. He will go for Dumbledore second. He will try to draw you out last." Harry's gaze flicked to Remus's hand. Remus pulled back like he'd touched fire. Harry spoke quietly. "He already drew me out." They moved again faster. Remus tried to keep up, lungs burning. Harry glided through corridors like he knew every turn before it happened. They passed a corner and nearly slammed into Professor McGonagall. Robes flying, wand up, eyes blazing. "Potter," she snapped, then saw his face and faltered for a fraction. "Where are the students?" Remus answered, breathless, moving them down. Dementors in the corridors. Death Eaters in the grounds. Maybe already inside. McGonagall's jaw clenched. Dementors. Harry didn't wait for questions. "Where is he?" McGonagall's eyes narrowed. The great hall. The wards flared. The doors blasted open. He walked in like he owned the place. Remus's stomach dropped. "Students will be in there." McGonagall's voice went hard. They were. They are not anymore. I cleared them. Snape is moving the Slytherins. Flitwick has the Ravenclaws. Sprout took the Hufflepuffs. The Weasley twins are herding Gryffindors like cattle and yelling the entire time. Remus blinked. Fred and George are here. McGonagall's eyes flicked grim. They arrived with the order earlier. Kingsley sent word. He was worried after tonight's incident. Her gaze sharpened on Harry. "What have you done, Mr. Potter?" Harry didn't flinch. "What I had to." McGonagall looked like she wanted to tear him apart with words, but another laugh echoed through the corridors, and her focus snapped back to the war. "Go," she said. "Both of you. And Potter," she added, voice quieter but sharp as a blade, "do not make me regret letting you walk past me." Harry's eyes held hers for a second, then he nodded once and moved. Remus followed, and McGonagall pivoted away, barking orders at a group of older students to keep moving, keep low, stay together. The closer they got to the Great Hall, the more the air vibrated with spellwork. Shouts, cracks. The sizzle of curses hitting stone. The sharp smell of burnt fabric. Harry's pulse hammered in his ears. His hands were cold, not from fear, from focus. They hit the final corridor, and it opened into the entrance hall. The great hall doors were blasted apart. One door hung crooked. The other lay splintered on the floor. Inside, chaos. The enchanted ceiling had darkened like storm clouds were trapped under glass. Candles had dropped lower, flickering hard. Tables were shoved aside, overturned, shattered. Death Eaters were everywhere, masks gleaming. Some were dueling professors. Some were aiming at the staircases like they expected reinforcements. And in the center of it all, standing like he belonged there, was Voldemort. He looked pleased, pale face smooth, red eyes bright, wand in hand like it was an extension of his fingers. A body lay at his feet, a student, older, maybe 7th year, motionless. Harry's throat went tight. Something hot and savage rose in his chest. Remus caught his elbow, quick. "Harry." Harry didn't look away from Voldemort. "He killed someone." Remus's voice came rough. "He will kill more." Harry's breath came faster. His shadow expanded under his boots like it was listening to his anger. Voldemort's head turned slightly, like he had heard Harry's heartbeat from across the room. His smile widened. "Ah," Voldemort said, voice carrying, silky and cruel. "There you are." I felt the castle shift. Like a new predator crawled out of its hole. Harry stepped into the great hall. The noise didn't stop, but it bent around him. Several Death Eaters faltered, wands hesitating. Some of them felt it, even if they did not understand. The air changed when Harry entered. He brought weight with him. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. "Look at you, still a child, still stubborn, still clinging to the illusion that you are human." Harry's voice came out low. "You're in my school." Voldemort laughed, light and ugly. "Your school, how precious. Dumbledore's little toy believes he owns something." Harry's jaw clenched. "Say his name again and I will make you choke on it." Voldemort's smile sharpened. "There it is, the rage. The hunger. You smell like death. Potter." Remus moved to Harry's side, wand up, breathing hard. Behind them, Professor Flitwick was dueling 2 masked men at once, face tight with strain. Snape stood near the staff table, robes whipping, firing spells with vicious efficiency. McGonagall had turned 3 desks into a wall of flying wood, and was slamming it into Death Eaters like a battering ram. Harry's eyes tracked the movement, not for tactics, for threats to students. He saw Ginny Weasley near a smashed pillar, hair wild, wand blazing. Neville was beside her, jaw set, hands shaking but still casting. Ron and Hermione were not in the hall. Harry didn't know if he was relieved or furious. Voldemort lifted his wand slightly. "Come," he purred. "Show me what you are." Harry's hands clenched. A cold voice slid through his head, not loud, not emotional, just absolute. The system spoke. "Extract him. Make him yours." Harry's stomach twisted. His breath hitched. Remus whispered, "Harry." Focus. Harry swallowed hard. His eyes locked on Voldemort. I'm focused. Voldemort flicked his wand. A curse screamed across the space, green light slashing through smoke. Harry didn't raise his wand. His shadow rose in front of him like a wall. The curse slammed into it and vanished, swallowed like it had been thrown into deep water. Several Death Eaters froze. Voldemort's smile faltered for a fraction, then returned wider. Interesting. He fired again, faster, and again a flurry of killing light. The shadow wall absorbed it all, rippling with each impact like a living thing. Harry stepped forward, slow, deliberate, forcing the distance down. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. He flicked his wand sideways. The floor near Harry exploded, stones spraying up in a blast. Harry's body moved without thought. His feet slid back, not by stepping, by the shadows pulling him, and the stone shards missed by inches. One clipped his cheek anyway. Warm blood ran down. Harry didn't wipe it. He kept walking. Remus fired at a Death Eater who tried to flank them, knocking the man back into a table leg with a crack. Remus's breathing was ragged. His eyes kept flicking to Harry, like he was waiting for him to snap. Harry kept walking. Voldemort's smile faded. His voice went colder. Stop Harry didn't. Voldemort's wand snapped up, and a curse like a chain of fire whipped out, wrapping toward Harry's chest. Harry lifted his hand, palm out. The air thickened. The chain hit invisible pressure and slowed, then stopped, then dropped like it had been cut. Harry's fingers curled slightly. The chain of fire collapsed into darkness and sank into the shadow under his feet. Voldemort stared, for the first time not amused. Harry spoke. Voice flat. You do not understand. Voldemort's eyes flashed. Explain it to me, boy. Harry's gaze stayed locked. You cannot scare me. I died already. For a second, the great hall felt like it held its breath. Then Voldemort laughed again, but it sounded strained. And yet you stand here, a corpse that learned to talk. Harry's shadow surged outward. Not a wave yet, a warning. The darkness spread across the cracked stone floor, sliding under overturned tables, curling around chair legs, climbing the bases of pillars. Death Eaters stumbled back as the shadow touched them. Some raised their wands and fired at the floor like idiots. The shadows ate the spells. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. What are you? Harry's voice came low. Your end. Voldemort's smile snapped back into place, but it was brittle. No, Potter. You are my mirror. He lifted his wand high and his voice rang out sharp. My followers. Break the teachers. Break the children. Bring me the boy. Death Eaters surged with new purpose. McGonagall shouted, Hold the line. Harry's jaw tightened. He saw Ginny get slammed back by a curse, hit the stone hard, cough, then get up again with her wand shaking. He saw Neville take a hit to the shoulder and stumble, face twisting in pain. He saw a first year frozen near the doors, eyes wide, unable to run. Harry's chest burned. The system voice slid through his mind again. They will die, you can stop it, claim the field. Harry's breathing went fast. His hands shook. Remus saw it. Harry, do it. Whatever you can do, do it now. Harry swallowed hard, then stepped forward and pressed his palm to the stone. The shadows under his hand surged, not spreading like ink anymore, expanding like a world opening. The great hall changed. It did not become another room. It became his. The darkness flooded outward in a clean, terrifying wave, racing along the floor, up the walls, into the corners of the ceiling. The candles dimmed, then steadied, now burning with a colder light. The enchanted ceiling went black, not stormy, just black like a night with no stars. The air grew heavier. Everyone felt it, Death Eaters, teachers, students, all of them. Harry lifted his head slowly, eyes bright with something that was not normal wizard magic. My domain, Harry said, voice carrying without shouting. Voldemort's smile was gone. His eyes flicked across the hall like he was suddenly aware he had stepped into a trap he did not set. Harry's shadow stretched behind him, rising up the wall, taller than a person. It moved like it had bones. Then the floor behind Harry bulged. A hand of black armor pushed up, then a shoulder, then a full knight rose from the darkness like it was water. Igris. He stood perfectly still for a heartbeat, sword angled downward, head bowed slightly toward Harry like devotion made physical. Then another bulge. Another eyes, iron, larger, brutal eyes glowing faintly, chain in his hands like he was already eager. Then tusk, staff in hand, robes of shadow, eyes empty but focused, and then the hall behind them kept moving. Shadows rose in dozens, then hundreds, soldiers, knights, beasts, shapes that looked like armor filled with night. A tide that kept coming. The shadow army did not shout. It did not roar, it simply existed. And that was worse. Death Eaters started backing up without meaning to. Some of them lowered their wands, hands shaking. One Death Eater whispered, voice cracking, "What is that?" Another snapped, trying to sound brave, "It is a trick." Then a shadow soldier stepped forward and moved faster than anyone expected. It slid across the stone and drove a blade into the Death Eater's chest. The Death Eater screamed. Blood sprayed. The shadow soldier yanked the blade out and stepped back like it had been chopping wood. Harry's stomach flipped hard. The smell of blood hit. His breath caught. The system voice went calm. "They are loyal, they will not hesitate. They will protect you." Harry clenched his jaw, forcing himself to not look away. McGonagall stared, face pale, eyes wide. "Potter." Snape's eyes narrowed like he was trying to solve a problem and failing. "So that is what you have been doing." Remus's breathing was harsh. "Merlin." Voldemort's voice rang out, sharp and furious. "Kill them." Death Eaters fired curses in a storm.
Green, red,
Purple, the air screamed with spells. The shadow soldiers moved. They did not cast spells, they closed distance. A wave of black armor surged forward, swallowing the space between tables. Blades flashed. Bodies hit the floor. Death Eaters screamed, panicking, trying to retreat, firing wildly. The shadows ate the room. It looked like black ink spilled across parchment, creeping, spreading, then becoming solid and violent. Harry stood at the center, breathing hard, watching it unfold. His hands were shaking. His heart was hammering. His mouth tasted like metal. Remus grabbed a student near the doors and shoved him toward the corridor. "Out. Now." Ginny stumbled toward Remus, blood on her lip. She stared at Harry like she could not decide if she wanted to hug him or hex him. "Harry," she shouted. "What are you doing?" Harry's head turned slightly, eyes landing on her, and for a second the coldness cracked. "Keeping you alive." Ginny's throat bobbed. She swallowed, then nodded once like she did not like it, but accepted it. "Fine. Then do it." A Death Eater lunged toward her from the side. Ginny's wand snapped up, but she was too slow, injured, off balance. Igris moved. He appeared between Ginny and the Death Eater like the air had folded. His sword flashed. The Death Eater's wand hand hit the floor, then his scream followed a beat later. Ginny staggered back, eyes wide. Igris did not look at her. He did not care she was there. He tilted his head slightly toward Harry, as if checking if the action was approved, then turned and went back into the slaughter. Harry swallowed hard. He could feel each shadow soldier like a finger on his nerves. Their movements tugged on his awareness. Their kills landed like little impacts in his head. He forced himself to keep breathing. Voldemort fired a curse directly at Harry's face. Harry's shadow snapped up and caught it. The green light vanished. Voldemort's eyes widened with fury. He raised his wand and shouted a curse that tore through the air like a blade. It hit the shadow wall and did not vanish. It cut. The shadow barrier split, ripping open like cloth. Harry flinched, pain blooming behind his eyes like someone had shoved needles in. Remus shouted, "Harry?" Harry's breath hitched. His knees bent slightly. Voldemort stepped forward, grin returning sharp. "There. You bleed after all?" Harry wiped blood from his cheek with the back of his hand. His fingers came away red. His stomach twisted with anger. The system voice came again colder. "He can harm your authority. End him now." Harry's jaw clenched. "Shut up." Remus blinked, startled. "Harry." Harry did not explain. He stepped forward again, forcing his legs to obey, and the shadows surged with him. Voldemort's eyes glittered. "So you have a master." Harry's voice came out low. "I have an inheritance." Voldemort laughed. "From who?" "Another dead fool." Harry's eyes narrowed. "From someone who died and still won." Voldemort's smile faded. "Enough." He flicked his wand and the air above the hall tore open. Not a portal. A rupture. A rip that leaked cold. Dementors poured in like smoke through a crack. More than 2. More than 10. A swarm. They drifted over the battle. And the Death Eaters laughed like they had brought gods. The cold slammed into the room. Students near the doors collapsed, sobbing. A Hufflepuff boy screamed and curled into a ball. A professor's patroness flickered and died. The shadow soldiers slowed for a heartbeat, not afraid, but reacting to something that did not belong to a living battlefield. Voldemort's voice was delighted. "Feel it, Potter. Feel what true despair is." Harry's vision blurred at the edges. Memories slammed into him hard and fast. The cupboard, the hunger, the graveyard, Sirius falling, Cedric's dead eyes. His breath turned ragged. The system voice cut through it like a knife. "You are not prey. You are the monarch. Consume the fear." Harry clenched his teeth, shaking. "No." His shadow surged upward like a spine straightening. He lifted his hand, fingers curling as if he was grabbing the air. "Agris?" Harry said, voice tight. Igris appeared at his side instantly, sword raised. "Tusk," Harry said. Tusk stepped forward, staff lifted, eyes empty. Harry's gaze locked on the Dementor swarm. His chest hurt. His throat burned. He could taste panic. Then another presence surged through the hall, heavy and hungry. Baru. He rose from the shadows near the shattered staff table. Massive, insectoid armor gleaming like black metal, eyes burning faintly. His jaw opened, and the air inside his mouth looked like a void. Students screamed louder. Death Eaters stumbled back, even some of them afraid now. Baru turned his head toward Harry, and there was something almost eager in the tilt, like a dog waiting for permission. Harry's voice came out rough. "Eat." Baru moved. He lipped, not like a bug, like a spear. He hit the air under the Dementors and tore upward, claws ripping into the cold. A Dementor shrieked, soundless but violent. Its robe tore. Baru's claws grabbed the robe like fabric and yanked it down. The Dementor tried to float away, but Baru's strength was obscene. He dragged it close to his face. Then he opened his mouth and bit. Not like a person. Like a predator devouring something soft. The Dementor's robe ripped and folded into Baru's mouth. The cold that rolled off it got sucked in too, like Baru was inhaling winter. The Dementor spasmed, then collapsed into smoke. Baru swallowed. The air around him warmed by a fraction. Not comfortable, just less dead. A Gryffindor girl near the doors stared, mouth open, tears on her cheeks. It ate it. Remus's voice was hoarse. "Merlin, help us." Baru did not stop. He tore through the Dementor swarm like a beast through birds. Grab, bite, swallow. Each Dementor died faster than the last, and with each one, the cold loosened its grip on the hall. Voldemort's face twisted. "No." He snapped his wand up, trying to curse Baru, but shadow soldiers surged and took the spells like shields. Baru didn't even look at Voldemort. He kept eating. Harry's hands shook violently now. The connection to Baru felt like holding a live wire. His stomach churned. His heart raced so hard it hurt. He forced himself to stay upright. The Shadow Army kept pushing. Death Eaters were breaking. Some were trying to flee. Some were on their knees, masks knocked aside, faces white with terror. One Death Eater ripped his mask off and screamed. "He is not a child." Another shouted, voice cracking, "We were not told about this." Snape moved through the chaos like a knife. Robes snapping, firing curses that disabled rather than killed. though his face looked like he wanted to do worse. McGonagall slammed a suit of armor into a Death Eater and shouted at students to keep moving out, keep moving. Neville stumbled, bleeding from his shoulder, and still raised his wand. Stupefy. Ginny grabbed his arm. Nev, move. Neville shook his head, jaw clenched. Not leaving. Ginny glared at him like she wanted to slap him, then stayed too. Harry saw them and something twisted in his chest. They were still children, brave, stupid children. Voldemort's voice snapped through the hall, cold fury. Potter. Harry turned his head toward him. Voldemort's wand was pointed directly at Harry's heart, and his eyes were bright with hatred and something like fear. Release them. Voldemort hissed, meaning the Shadow Army. You cannot hold that many. You will break. Harry's voice came out low. Try me. Voldemort's lips curled. Gladly. He spoke a spell that made the air scream. Not a killing curse. Something older. A curse that tried to rip the shadows out of the floor, like it was tearing a root from soil. Harry's vision went white for a split second. Pain hit, sharp and deep. It felt like hooks behind his ribs. Harry gasped, knees buckling. Blood filled his mouth. He spat red onto the stone. Remus lunged toward him. Harry lifted a hand, stopping him without looking. He forced himself upright again, shaking, breathing hard. The system voice came, calm and merciless. Your opponent attacks the Foundation. Answer with sovereignty, end him. Harry's fingers curled into a fist. His breathing turned ragged, but his eyes sharpened, focused like a blade. He took one step forward, then another. Voldemort's eyes widened slightly. You cannot walk through that. Harry's voice was a rasp. I can walk through anything. He lifted his hand and pointed at Voldemort, not like a wizard aiming a wand, like a monarch naming a subject. Bo, Harry said. The air slammed down. Voldemort's shoulders jerked as if an invisible weight hit him. His knees bent a fraction, resisting. His face twisted with shock and rage. He snarled. No, Harry's eyes narrowed. You will. Voldemort fought it. He trembled, muscles straining, wand still pointed, but his arm shook. His breath came sharp, furious. Harry's hand trembled too. Blood ran from his nose now, warm and sticky. His vision blurred at the edges. His heart hammered like it wanted to explode. Remus watched, frozen, understanding dawning with horror. Harry. This is not a duel. This is authority. Harry didn't answer. He couldn't spare breath. Voldemort's teeth bared. You think you can command me? Harry's voice came out low. I am the end of command. I am the one who decides what kneels. Voldemort screamed, not in pain, in rage, and he fired a curse anyway, forcing magic through the pressure. The curse hit Harry's chest like a hammer. Harry staggered back, coughing blood. His ribs screamed. He nearly fell. The system voice cut in, colder. Enough, extract him. Make the victory permanent. Harry's stomach flipped. His mouth tasted like iron. He thought of Tom Riddle as a boy, smug and clever. He thought of the people dead because of him. He thought of the body at Voldemort's feet. Harry's hand shook. Then it steadied. He stepped forward again, and his shadow surged behind him like a cape made of night. Come closer, Harry said. Voldemort snarled and forced himself upright, breaking some of the pressure by sheer will, stepping forward with murder in his eyes. You are still a child, Voldemort hissed. You will beg like the others. Harry's eyes stayed flat. Noob. Voldemort lifted his wand for the killing curse again, desperate now, furious. Not faster than Voldemort's spell. Before it. Harry's shadow snapped out from under his feet and wrapped Voldemort's wrist like a chain. Voldemort's wand arm jerked down. The curse fired into the floor, blasting stone into dust. Voldemort's eyes widened in shock. Harry was in front of him now, close enough that Voldemort could smell the blood and the cold. Harry's hand grabbed Voldemort's throat. Voldemort tried to curse him point blank with his free hand, but the shadows grabbed that too, pinning it. Voldemort's face twisted, red eyes blazing. "Let go." Harry's voice came out steady, terrifyingly calm. "No." The system voice slid through Harry's mind one last time, like a final instruction. "Extract." Harry's grip tightened. Voldemort's body convulsed. His mouth opened in a silent scream. His eyes widened, not with pain, with horror, as if something inside him was being pulled forward. The air around them darkened, thickening, like the hall itself was holding its breath. Then a shape tore free, not flesh, something deeper. A shadow that twisted and writhed, screaming without sound. Voldemort's soul. Harry's stomach lurched. He nearly gagged. His hand shook, but he held on. Voldemort's body dropped to the floor like a puppet with cut strings. His wand clattered. The shadow that had been Voldemort fought, thrashing, trying to escape, but the domain held it. The shadows held it. Harry stared at it, breathing hard, blood dripping from his chin. His eyes were wide. He looked sick. Remus whispered, horrified. "Harry." McGonagall stood frozen, wand lowered, face white. Snape's expression had gone completely blank, like his brain had stopped to avoid understanding. Students who remained near the doors stared like they had just watched the world break. Harry's hand lifted slowly, shaking. He looked at the writhing shadow. He thought of what it would mean to make that thing part of him. To force loyalty into something that had never known it. To carry it forever. His throat tightened. The system voice did not soften. A monarch does not leave enemies free. Harry's jaw clenched. His breath shuddered. Then he spoke, voice low and final. "No." The system went silent. Harry lifted his palm toward the writhing shadow and clenched his fist. The shadow collapsed. It did not become a soldier. It did not rise again. It folded inward like paper set on fire and turned to nothing. For a heartbeat. The great hall was dead silent. Then the shadow army froze, blades lowered, waiting for the next order. Harry swayed. His knees nearly gave out. Remus caught him by the shoulder firm. Harry flinched at the touch, then didn't pull away. His breathing was ragged. His lips were pale. Remus's voice shook. "You killed him." Harry stared at the empty space where Voldemort's shadow had been. His voice came out flat, almost numb. "Yeah." McGonagall found her voice sharp with disbelief. "Potter, his Horcruxes." Snape's eyes narrowed. "They should have anchored him." Harry swallowed. His throat burned. "Not against me." Snape stared at him like he wanted to call him a liar, but his mouth didn't move. He had watched Voldemort's end. There was nothing to argue. Around the hall, Death Eaters were collapsing. Some tried to flee, but shadow soldiers blocked exits, standing like walls. Others dropped their wands, hands up, shaking. One masked man tore his mask off, face streaked with sweat. "He is dead. He is dead. He cannot be dead." Harry's head turned slightly, eyes landing on the man, and the man froze like prey. Harry's voice was quiet. "Leave." The Death Eater blinked, confused. "What?" Harry's gaze stayed cold. "Drop your wand. Walk out. Tell the world what you saw. Tell them what happens when they bring war to this school." The Death Eater's throat bobbed. He dropped his wand so fast it bounced, then backed away, eyes locked on Harry like he expected death any second. He turned and ran. McGonagall snapped, "Potter, you cannot just let them go." Harry's eyes flicked to her, too dark. "Do you want my army to execute them in front of children?" McGonagall went rigid, mouth opening, then closing. Her face tightened with anger and something like shame. Remus swallowed hard. "Harry, the students." Harry blinked slowly, as if reminding himself the world existed beyond the kill. His voice softened by a fraction. "Get them out. All of them. Now." Remus nodded and moved, barking orders, voice loud, urgent, guiding students toward exits. The shadow army shifted, opening lanes like a tide parting. They did not touch the students. They did not speak. They simply made a path. Ginny stared at Harry as she moved past, eyes bright, blood on her lip. "You look awful," she said, voice shaking. Harry's mouth twitched. Thanks. Ginny swallowed, then stepped closer, quick, impulsive. She grabbed his sleeve, not gentle. Do not die. Harry stared at her hand for a second, then met her eyes. I'm trying. Ginny let go like she'd touched something too cold. Then ran after Neville, who was limping stubbornly, refusing help until Ginny shoved his arm over her shoulder. McGonagall watched them go, then turned back to Harry. Her voice was quieter now. What have you become? Harry's throat tightened. He didn't answer right away. Then he said, voice tired. What you needed. Snape's gaze sharpened. And what you feared. Harry's eyes flicked to Snape. You of all people should know what fear does to a school. Snape's mouth tightened. He did not argue. The shadow soldiers remained, surrounding Death Eaters who were now disarmed and terrified. Some were crying. Some were shaking so hard they could barely stand. Harry's breathing slowed, but his hands were still trembling. His stomach churned. He felt like he might vomit. He forced his shoulders back and lifted his head. The system voice returned, softer but still cold. Victory on this field is not the end. They have noticed you. Harry's jaw clenched. He looked up at the black ceiling. He felt it again. That pressure from earlier. Not Voldemort. Not Dementors. Something beyond the castle, beyond Britain, beyond Earth in a way that made his skin crawl. A gaze. Remus returned, breathing hard, face pale. The students are out. The professors are holding the corridors. The order is arriving. Harry nodded once. Then his head turned sharply toward the entrance hall. Footsteps. Quick, familiar. Daphne Greengrass appeared in the doorway, hair slightly messy, eyes sharp, wand in hand. She took in the great hall in one look, taking in the Shadow Army, the bodies, the Death Eaters trembling, the professors staring like they'd forgotten how to breathe. Then her gaze slammed into Harry. She went still. Harry watched her like she was the only real thing left. Daphne strode forward, boots crunching on debris, not afraid, furious. She stopped right in front of him and grabbed his face with one hand, turning his head slightly to look at the cut on his cheek. The blood at his mouth. You're bleeding? She snapped. Harry's mouth twitched, weak. Yeah. Daphne's eyes flashed. You told me to go? I did, Harry said. You are an idiot, Daphne said, voice shaking with anger that had fear under it. Harry stared at her. You didn't listen. Daphne leaned closer, eyes bright. No. Because you are not doing this alone. Harry's throat bobbed. He looked like he wanted to argue, but the fight had drained out of him. Daphne's voice dropped, quieter, just for him. Did you win? Harry swallowed. Voldemort is gone. Daphne's breath hitched. Her eyes flicked past him to the empty space where Voldemort had stood, then to the Death Eaters trembling. She didn't look impressed. She looked stunned. Then she looked back at Harry and her voice went smaller. Harry? Harry didn't answer. He just stood there, too still, like if he relaxed he would collapse. Daphne's jaw tightened. She leaned up and kissed him. Not soft, not gentle. A hard kiss that tasted like blood and panic and relief. Her hand stayed on his cheek like she was holding him in place. Harry's breath hitched. He kissed her back, rough and desperate for a second, then pulled away, breathing hard, forehead nearly touching hers. Daphne stared at him, eyes wet but angry. Do not scare me like that. Harry's voice came out hoarse. I told you to run. Daphne's mouth twisted. I did. Then I came back. Harry let out a short breath that might have been a laugh if it wasn't broken. Of course you did. Remus cleared his throat awkward, but his eyes were soft in a way Harry had not seen in weeks. Daphne. Good. Stay close. The castle is not safe yet. Daphne's eyes flicked to Remus, then back to Harry. What is not safe? Harry's gaze lifted again, toward the ceiling, toward the sense of being watched. Something else, Harry said. Snape stepped closer, voice low, dangerous. Potter. If you are about to announce there is a larger threat, do it in a way that does not cause panic. Harry's eyes flicked to him. There is a larger threat. Snape's jaw tightened. Of course there is. McGonagall's voice snapped, strained. Potter. Explain, Harry inhaled. His chest hurt, his ribs felt bruised, he tasted blood. His hands shook again. He forced words out anyway. There are monarchs. McGonagall blinked. Monarchs. Harry nodded once. Not kings, not wizards. Something older. Something that doesn't care about this world unless it becomes useful. Remus's eyes narrowed. You know this how? Harry's jaw tightened. Because I can feel them. Because the thing inside me used to fight them. Daphne's hand tightened around Harry's wrist. Inside you. Harry didn't look at her. His eyes stayed distant. I am not just Harry Potter anymore. The admission hung in the air like smoke. For a second, nobody spoke. Then the entrance hall erupted with noise as more people rushed in. Aurors. Order members, familiar faces, grim and tense. Kingsley appeared. Eyes wide, taking in the scene, then locking onto Harry. Kingsley's voice came out tight. What happened? Snape answered, flat. Voldemort is dead. Kingsley froze. That is not possible. Harry's head turned slightly, eyes flat, and Kingsley swallowed the rest of his sentence, like he'd remembered the tower, and decided to stay alive. McGonagall said sharply, the students are safe. The Death Eaters are disarmed. We need containment and medical help. Kingsley nodded quickly, barking orders to Aurors. Sending some to corridors, some to the injured, some to secure exits. One Auror stared at the shadow army and nearly tripped over a broken bench. What in Merlin's name? Kingsley's voice snapped, eyes forward. Do not provoke anything. The shadow soldiers did not move. They waited. Harry could feel them, steady, loyal, patient. He could also feel how close he was to breaking from the strain. Daphne leaned in, voice low. You are shaking. Harry swallowed. I'm fine. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You are lying. Harry exhaled, slow. Then nodded slightly like he couldn't fight that. I'm holding it. Remus stepped closer, voice gentle. Harry, let it breathe. You do not have to keep every shadow standing. Harry's jaw clenched. He glanced around the hall. Students were out. Professors were standing. Aurors were arriving. The immediate threat was contained. Harry lifted his hand, fingers trembling, and whispered, rest. The shadow army sank. Not all at once. In waves. Soldiers dissolving into darkness, slipping into the floor like they were returning home. Ygritte bowed slightly before sinking. Tusk faded with staff still in hand. Iron vanished last, eyes lingering on the Death Eaters like he wanted more. Baru remained a moment longer, head tilted toward Harry like he was waiting for praise. Harry's throat tightened. Good. Baru's posture shifted, satisfied, then he sank too. The great hall felt lighter instantly, like the castle could breathe again. Harry swayed. Daphne caught him, both hands on his shoulders, steadying him. Harry's breath came shallow. His skin was cold. His eyes looked unfocused for a second. Remus stepped in on the other side. Harry, sit. Harry shook his head, stubborn even now. No. Daphne snapped. Yes. Harry tried to glare at her, but it came out weak. Stop ordering me. Daphne leaned in, eyes fierce. Stop acting like you are the only one allowed to be scared. Harry's throat bobbed. His eyes flicked away. Then he let Daphne guide him down onto a broken bench. The wood creaked. Harry's hands went to his knees. His whole body trembled like the fight was finally catching up. He swallowed hard, then gagged. Daphne held his head gently and Harry vomited onto the stone, harsh and ugly. It burned his throat. His shoulders shook. His eyes watered. Remus looked away, giving him dignity, but his hand stayed close, ready. Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, breathing hard, ashamed. Daphne's voice was quiet now, no edge. There. That is human. Harry's laugh came out broken. Lucky me. Daphne pressed her forehead to his for a second. You did it. Harry's eyes closed briefly. I killed him. Daphne didn't flinch. She just nodded. Good. Harry opened his eyes, and there was something lost there. It didn't feel good. Daphne's voice stayed steady. It was not supposed to feel good. Harry stared at her like he was trying to believe that. The system voice murmured again, softer. Like a warning rather than an order. The field is won. The war is not over. Prepare. Harry's stomach twisted. Daphne watched his face change. What? Harry swallowed, his hands clenched. They are still watching. Remus's eyes narrowed. Who?